And I think to stay further away from his ceiling than the other guys are right now.
Well, the other thing, too, Sean, I would say is that, I mean, I don't think it's an argument against the first round either. I mean, like, you got Stroud, Anderson, and Stingley. I feel, at this point, I don't like looking too much into, Caserio prefers to do it this way or prefers to do it that way. I think that people keep underselling or underestimating how fluid and flexible Caserio is. Yeah. And I think that goes with the Patriots way, too. I think that people would always try to pigeonhole the Patriots into operating a certain type of way. And really, the only type of way they operated was that they would change constantly, like what type of defense they were, what type of offense they were, which types of guys they drafted. I think a lot of it just depends on what's available, and then, you know, where are their opportunities because the rest of the league is following the trends.
Yeah.
So like, and that's not something where you're even trying to game or gauge the market per se. It's just that you stay true to your values of what's valuable and everything, and maybe you see that, wow, people don't like back when the Patriots were doing, people don't really seem to value the slot receiver position that much.
That's right.
Let's just go ahead and exploit that. People don't value the tight end position as much. Let's exploit that.
I am strangely comfortable with not having a first-round pick this year, and just in thinking this through, I think I know why. Because we've been through there were 3 drafts from 2018 through 2021 where the Texans had no first-round pick, and a couple of them they had no first or second-round pick. 2018 and 2021, they didn't pick till the 3rd round. I think this year I'm a little more at ease with it. One, because obviously the team is better. You found your quarterback, all that stuff. I think the fact that they've still got a bunch of picks. They still got 8 picks. They're actually picking twice in the 2nd round. I mean, think about it. 2 of those drafts where they didn't have a first-round pick from 2018 to 2021, you had to wait till the 3rd round just for them to make a pick. They only came away, each of those drafts, Seth, 2018, 2020, and 2021, they didn't have a first-round pick. They didn't have a first or second in 2 of those, and they only came away with 5 players in a couple of those drafts. Like the 2018 draft, they still came away with a bunch of guys, like a bunch of day 3 guys. But 2020 and 2021, they got 10 total players from those 2 drafts, and none of them were first-round picks. Now, at least, it's like, okay, they've got a bunch of young studs. They've got the foundation. It's not fully built yet, but it's getting there. And it's not as though they've got 2 second-round picks, a third-round pick, and then they've got 1 more pick the rest of the way, or 2 more picks. Now, they may end up coming away with only 5 players because Nick decides to move around and consolidate picks, but I'm just so much more. I am. Those years it sucked to watch the first round of the draft. You did feel like Charlie with his nose pressed up against the window watching all the rich kids eat candy in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. This, I feel like, okay, we got a bunch of picks. We got 2 in the second round. I just can relax and watch the first. Hey, maybe the Texans trade up to 29 and draft a guy tonight. I
think there's part of me that thinks like, 23rd pick in the draft anyway. Like, how exciting is that after you've had the thrill of having a guy go 2 and 3 in 1 year? But you think back to, okay, it was pretty exciting when they drafted DeAndre Hopkins. That was a fun moment.
Yeah.
I was there at the draft party with that, and that was like, that's a name that people know and they're excited about, and you got badass highlights. It's a skill position. That was really cool. The other guys that went later in the first round, I wasn't there for the Whitney Merciless draft. Like, I don't know how excited or amped up people were about that, but it's a little bit different when it's a defensive lineman out of Illinois versus a named guy at a skill position. Yeah, I don't think there was major excitement. I think the Texans were able to kind of do that deal too. There were 2 things going on because I was here at the time. I wasn't with 610, but there were 2 things going on. One, they're coming off their first ever playoff appearance as a franchise in 2011. So anything the Texans were doing was phenomenal. Everybody, they could do no wrong. 2, it was a defensive player in Wade Phillips' defense. And I think there was a lot of, especially with the way JJ developed throughout his rookie year, which was the year before, there was a lot of in Wade we trust going on with anything they did defensively. Oh, yeah. So I think people were a little underwhelmed by the name because Whitney Merciless was not a big name, but I think they weren't, ironically, they weren't nearly as angry drafting Whitney Merciless 26 as they were drafting J.J. Watt 11th the year before. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, and then, like, okay, if you go to the 23rd pick when the Texans had it before, it was in 2019 where the Titus Howard was the pick. But at that point, people were all distraught because Andre Dillard, was the guy that everybody wanted, and the Eagles made fools out of the Texans by drafting Andre Dillard, who is currently whereabouts unknown.
He's on like his fourth team. I think he was a Titan last year, and he got benched.
Yeah. He's not currently with the Eagles, is the thing.
No, he's been on a couple teams since then.
So that was I can remember because I was at the draft party for that, and I actually stood up and jumped, and I was happy because I thought Titus Howard. He kept being talked about as a guy that was going to be a darling pick at the top of the second round, which tells you, like, okay, wait a second. That means somebody's going to take him earlier than that, and it was the Texans.
Yep. All right. We're getting down to it in free agency. We're starting to get into the bargain bin, but there's still some big names out there. Kiss, marry, kill with leftover free agents. We're going to play that little game coming up next. First, Dr. Ben Salento, who is he's in the kiss and marry category, not in the kill category for sure. He's awesome. Dr. Ben Salento, Texas sinus and snoring. That's me snoring right there. I know some of you on the YouTube or stream can't hear it. Just trust me, Ben is playing that noise right now of me snoring. And it's hideous. It's horrible. Be glad you didn't have to hear it.
Pines Hotel.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Great to be with you on a Thursday. Appreciate you tuning in, Payne and Pendergast. All right, so there's still some free agents out there. I don't know that the Texans are going to be in on some of these. Like, I know I had held out hope, hey, maybe Clowney gets to be in the mix for this thing. I think they're probably done shopping for anybody more than just a, kind of a $3 or $4 million body at defensive end. But we can still have fun playing the game, kiss, marry, and kill with the leftover free agents. And I do think there are at least two positions, Seth, that have some name free agents sitting out there right now that the Texans are either in touch with or thinking about, or we know at least a few of them are thinking about the Houston Texans.
Yeah. This is a tough game for me, Sean.
I know.
At some point I end up having to kill somebody I love.
Yes.
And just like whether it's a pet you're putting down, a football player you admire, grandpa, it's never easy. It's never easy.
It's not. No, it's not. So let's see if we can get through this. Let's start at wide receiver. Now, again, in the context of this game, kiss means a one-year deal.
Yeah.
Marry means a multi-year deal. Kill means no thank you.
Oh, this is a hard one already.
Okay.
Ah, crap.
Okay, you got this.
I don't love any of these guys either, but I'm going to have a hard time figuring out which one I want to kiss.
You got this.
Or
yeah.
marry. The marrying is going to be difficult on this
Marry.
one. Okay.
I think marry's going to be hard for a lot of these because that's where we are in free agency, right? We're into that.
Yeah.
But multi-year can mean 2 years. It doesn't have to be 5 years or anything. Wide receiver, kiss, marry, kill. Tyler Boyd, Odell Beckham Jr., Hunter Renfrow.
Kill him dead. Kill him. Just pour some lime on him. He's dead. Kill Hunter Renfrow.
Hunter Renfrow's dead. Okay, well that was really easy.
Kill Hunter Renfrow.
Well, that was a lot easier.
Is he dead yet? Why isn't he dead yet? I ordered him dead.
Maybe.
Kill him.
Okay,
Go die, everybody.
There you go.
Bring me his head on a spike. So kill him. Kiss or marry Tyler Boyd or Odell Beckham Jr.
Yeah.
Odell Beckham's a bad boy, so you kiss him.
Yeah.
You marry Tyler Boyd, even though he might very much be on the tail end of his career. But he's what you want right now, which is you've already demonstrated that you want a really competent slot receiver in Keenan Allen, a veteran one. Tyler Boyd is a lesser version of that. I worry that he started to show his age last year, but he's more the Marion type than Odell Beckham.
I think that's it. I think you're down to a couple of choices where neither of them are great for multi-year deals. I don't think you can enter any relationship with Odell Beckham Jr. for more than the short term. So that's a good one. Ben, is Hunter Renfrow dead yet? Did you check? Yes. He's okay. Okay, good.
Boy, this is gonna be a bad look for me if it turns out he's actually been ill or something.
or that he died in the last 5 minutes. Yeah.
Like we can't. Yeah.
You might be an accomplice. All right, let's do.
Thank God we're on video now, so I can show I've got my alibi.
Waka waka waka.
Your alibi is that you were ordering him dead.
Yeah.
Yes, but from a different location.
Right. And I put my hands up and said waka 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 afterwards, which means I was joking. All right.
My alibi is it's a hypothetical game. I didn't go out and kiss Odell Beckham Jr. yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Not a green screen. It's a real room I'm in. Cornerback. All right, cornerback, I think, maybe the one position where I think everybody's a little on edge right now because they've actually subtracted from that room recently by cutting Kadar Holman, but they signed Jeff Okudah. They've got Derek Stingley Jr., but they are without depth. Kiss, marry, kill. Steven Nelson, Stephon Gilmore, Xavier Howard.
This is tough, man.
Three aging corners who've done good things. Yeah.
3 aging corners. And I'm going to do something this is going to be my second least popular take of the day after my being okay with banning the hip drop tackle. My second least popular take will be that I think I'd rather. Oh, boy. All right, let's get one out of the way. Okay. I'm going to kill Xavier Howard.
Yep,
I think that age has caught up to him.
Yeah,
He's just not been the same guy.
Yep.
Like Steven Nelson has been more consistent than Xavier Howard has been over the last couple of years.
I agree. Yep.
Stephon Gilmore versus Steven Nelson. I'm going to do something weird and kind of kinky here, everybody. I'd love to be polyamorous here, but that's not allowed within the confines of this game.
Polygamy and kiss, marry, kill.
Steven Nelson. Okay. If I had to do a 3-year deal, I would actually trust Steven Nelson more than Stephon Gilmore.
Okay.
Just because Stephon Gilmore he's turned into kind of a guy that's like he's been playing well, but he went from New England to Carolina to Indianapolis to Dallas. So for whatever reason, nobody wants to sign him to more than a 1-year deal. And so maybe he doesn't either. Maybe he just wants to maybe take it 1 year at a time. So I would say kiss him, marry Steven Nelson.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, I don't, but that's where I am with it. I feel if I want to settle down and have kids, Steven Nelson, he owns a farm. I think that Stephon Gilmore is more of a citizen of the world.
Yeah.
And he's traveling around. He's like a railroad man back in the day, He's got families in 3 different towns. He's itinerant.
I love
4
this.
teams in 4 years.
I love this so much. All right, defensive line, okay? Kiss, marry, kill. Jadeveon Clowney, Calais Campbell, Bud Dupree. That's an easy one, too.
I'll cremate Bud Dupree before he's even dead.
I couldn't find him. That's how thin the defensive...
Is he dead yet? Who cares?
Bury him next to Renfro.
When they dig his coffin up a century from now, I want them to find broken off fingernails trying to claw their way out. That's how dead Bud Dupree is. By the way, while you're at it, you better throw in another defensive lineman in the coffin with him because he only operates well when he's got other guys around him soaking up double teams.
Yeah, and everybody else. All right, so now we got kiss and marry for Jadeveon Clowney and Calais Campbell. Now, keep in mind, marrying Calais Campbell takes you into his 40s, I think, at this point.
I feel like Calais Campbell could carry me I'd like to marry Calais Campbell because I feel like he'd put his arm around me and everything would be all right. Yeah.
Carry you across the threshold.
Hey, don't you worry about it, Seth. Everything's going to be all right.
Okay.
He's got that deep, gravelly voice. Yeah.
So you're marrying Calais Campbell.
But he is old.
Yeah.
I'm not into old chicks.
He's a cougar.
So he's like 48 years old.
He's an attractive old chick. Yeah.
Sean, can you look up his age? I think he is 38 or so. He's old, man.
Definitely late 30s, yeah.
But Clowney kind of like Stephon Gilmore is so he visited the Jets yesterday, right? He did. He didn't marry the Jets, though.
He did not marry them. No, he did not make a love connection with the Jets.
I would say, even though he's not conventionally the marrying type, I'm at an age now where I've got a lot of friends who didn't get married until they're in their 40s, and they're taking to it like a duck to water, like a Duck Hodges takes to Pittsburgh.
Yep.
I think that maybe it's time for Clowney to settle down.
Okay.
And I would marry Jadeveon
Marry Clowney, and you just the old smoocheroo with Calais Campbell. He turns 38 on September the 1st.
So 38-year-old Calais Campbell, he's a prime candidate for, midway through the season.
Yeah,
if
maybe.
he's still out there and he's stayed in shape, they'd have him come on in at that point fresh. Clowney... I was thinking about Clowney yesterday because I keep seeing various posts of people. Basically, their hipster take is, hey, Clowney's actually really good. Yeah. And the problem is he was drafted number 1 overall. And I feel like he is consistently and constantly underestimated or undervalued just because he was a disappointment as a number 1 overall pick. If he had been drafted in the 2nd round, I think people would be looking at him like Anquan Boldin. They'd be like, look, he doesn't meet all the conventional parameters for what you want in the position, and yet he's really, really good.
Yep.
So, Clowney I would marry.
One more real quick, safety, because that's a position of need for the Texans.
Sean, I'm not a wham bam, thank you, man.
Kiss, marry,
all right?
kill.
I'm not just going to do this real quick.
You're going to speed it up here, all right?
Okay,
you're going to be quick. Justin Simmons, Jamal Adams, Quandre Diggs.
Kill Jamal Adams.
Yep.
Kiss Justin Simmons, marry Quandre Diggs.
Really? Okay, I thought you might have flipped that around, just given that.
I'm going to go with youth on Quandre Diggs.
Okay. He's younger than Justin Simmons, huh? Quandre is? I don't know how old he
No,
is.
they're the exact same age.
Are they? Okay.
I think they're the same age. But he's from Houston, so all right, I'll go with the Angleton guy.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, he is. He's real.
I do feel like, too, I think that Quandre Diggs might accept a more reasonable contract. Justin Simmons, it's going to be. I think Justin Simmons justifiably might think there's a huge Justin Simmons market out there, and maybe there is. One team's going to give him. Quandre Diggs, you might be able to get to a multi-year deal that makes more sense, and you get better at. So I'd marry him and kiss Justin.
You
Simmons.
marry Justin Simmons, you're going to be sitting on some credit card bills about a year into that marriage, man.
You find out. Yeah, you marry somebody, and you find out this is actually your 5th marriage,
right?
You've got alimony and all that.
Well, and why? And where did those new necklaces come from? Where'd that new watch come from? Like, it's just very expensive.
Now I feel used. I feel like a hussy.
I feel hypothetically used.
Yeah.
All right. I love that game. Kiss, Marry, Kill. All right.
Who did I kill? So let me look. Wait, let me look at the graveyard real quick. It's Hunter Renfrow.
Yep.
Xavier Howard.
Yep.
Who else is dead? Bud Dupree and Jamal Adams.
Yeah. 4 good ones, man. You've had a productive morning so far.
Go die, everybody.
You've killed more people before 9 o'clock than most people do all day. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. We head into the 9 o'clock hour. If you watch any of the Texans highlights from this past season and you see pre-Tank Dell injury and post-Tank Dell injury, it looks very different. What is the update on Tank Dell? We'll hear from Tank Dell coming up next. But first, the Yellow Rose Distillery. Oh, yeah, Thursday steak night. You're looking for
Contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I have Payne and Pendergast with you. Here's Tank Dell, Texans wide receiver. He was on Texans All Access. Seth, set this one up, because I set this up in a janky-ass way before.
Well, no, it wasn't your fault. It was my fault, Sean. Drew Doherty was talking to him, and Drew Doherty asked about how much the training staff has helped Tank Dell through not just the physical side, but the mental side, some of the challenges of rehabbing.
Them telling me I'm going to come back 100%, that's just add nothing but fuel to the fire, motivation. And, they've been doing a great job, man, from mental. I have, Dylan, DT, I got him with me, so he's been doing a great job with helping me stay mentally focused, mentally locked in, and, knowing I'm going to go through some tough days, some great days, just staying level-headed, never get too high, never get too low. But the mental part, I'm all right with the mental part. I always keep God on my side. I pray every night, go to church, and I'm high on my faith. I stay strong in my faith, so I already know that I'll come back, even stronger, even better.
I was, by the way, Sean, when we played that earlier today, I intentionally left the part about the faith in at the very end, because that is a big part of something he talks about all the time, just like CJ Stroud. And I swear, man, I can't win for losing. Somebody got angry at me that I didn't specifically point out that was the most important part of that clip. Ever since NBC cut out that CJ Stroud giving credit to God, it just people are on hyper alert for all of that. So yes, I'll acknowledge that part of it. I like that CJ Stroud and him seem to be so devout, and CJ doesn't drink or smoke. Yes, walk that line. Thank you. That's awesome. As far as the very first part of that was when he said the training staff telling him that he'll be back to 100%. That's not a huge surprise. I think when you combine the videos of him doing the agility workouts that emerged a couple days ago, it's hard not to just figure, all right, look, it's a broken fibula. That's not even the really important bone in your shin. And broken bones, if they don't need a bunch of pins and everything, tend to heal just fine. I think that there's every reason to believe that Tank Dell's going to come back better than ever, because now he's smarter than ever. He's not a rookie anymore. And I feel good about him being just fine by August.
Yeah, I mean, they might have attacked receiver a little more aggressively if they thought there was going to be an issue with Tank, right? Like that may be kind of the indicator. I know they took the swing at Keenan Allen, but that felt like opportunism, and that wasn't something that was there at the beginning of free agency. That happened towards the latter part of the week, but they haven't really attacked wide receiver in free agency the same way they've attacked the defensive side of the football.
It's a really good point, because even when they did go after Keenan Allen, it feels very much like it's because Keenan Allen is great in the slot, and you've got your two guys on the outside. Like, that's a good wide receiver room if you've got those three complementary pieces.
Yeah.
They might have been more. We might have heard more rumors about the Texans being interested in Mike Evans or something like that.
Right. Or
Mike Williams.
Yeah, Mike Williams. Right. Mike Williams when he got – or they would have offered more for Keenan Allen. They offered a 3 in 2025. Like, if something's wrong with Tank, take one of these 2s that you collected here along the way and duke that to him. So that's great to hear with Tank. Tank, like a lot of these young guys on the team, I think very mature in realizing, their star is rising around the league, but they're going to have a target on their back now. Everybody's going to want to beat the Texans now.
The sky's the limit. We want to win it all. Last year we wanted to win it all, even when everybody counted us out. And now we know this year people know that we coming with something. They're not kind of doubting us how they did in the previous years. So, going into the offseason, starting way back, we got to prepare way better than what we did. We got to go harder throughout the offseason, because it's going to be harder in the season, because they know what we can bring to the table now. So everybody going to want to beat the Texans.
Okay, it sounds like someone's being tortured in the background there.
It was either. Sometimes it's hard to tell between pleasure or pain.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was either the most intense torture or the most intense pleasure somebody's ever experienced.
Sometimes they're one and the same for some people. Like, intense pain is very pleasurable. I don't know. It just sounded like someone was being tased in the background there.
By the way, that's the only good thing that social media has brought us, is people intentionally tasing themselves.
Yeah.
I could watch those all day long,
for
man.
Sure. For sure. The algorithm got you.
How bad could it be? Oh, it's bad. It's so bad.
Quivering on the ground. I will mention that the Texans are plus 150 favorites to win the AFC South. And I'm not saying the team knows they're the favorites in the AFC South. I do think they know what their schedule looks like for this year. I think they know that very, very well.
They know that. I do like the fact that, look, these quarterbacks and receivers get together in the offseason all the time, and it's gotten to the point now where it's not even really newsworthy when it happens with teams other than that people like to hear it. I think about last year with CJ in that period before training camp. CJ and Dalton Schultz and Tank Dell and a few other guys were all working out together. They're just going to be able to take it and work at such a higher level now, learning all that they've learned, A, about playing in the NFL, in the case of Tank Dell and CJ Stroud, and B, just whatever they've started to build on with all the nonverbal communication, the signals before the snap, for adjusted routes, how you're reading coverages, all of that stuff. You're getting to the 201 level, the 301 level stuff.
Yeah.
For last year, a lot of the good stuff was still kind of rudimentary stuff.
Yep. Add Tank Dell to the list of people who like the Texans' free agency moves this offseason.
Oh, yes. D-line stack. They've been making some crazy moves on defense. Nixon coming in. Yeah. Man, it's been great, man. So, that's for the higher ups. I know they're going to put the team in place to not only do what we did next year, but go further, the goal in mind, Super Bowl. So, Nick and Coach, they're going to do what they got to do to get us there.
Yeah, Nick and Coach are going to do what they got to do to get us there. I like the fact that he's excited about the defense. We're not yet anywhere where like C.J. Stroud is looking around like Aaron Rodgers and being like, "Hey, where's all the help at receiver, man?"
Right.
So we're cool with that, and they did help him with Joe Mixon. We've got some C.J. Stroud audio coming up in the next segment because he was at Ohio State Pro Day. Somebody earlier texted in and said, it's kind of weird that CJ has been silent. And I'm like, I don't know if this person was on vacation or not, but the 2 weeks leading up to the Super Bowl, CJ was all over the place.
Oh, yeah.
And then he was quiet for a little bit, but then he was at OSU Pro Day yesterday, and Matt Miller from ESPN said that CJ hung out for like an hour afterwards and was talking to anybody and everybody that approached him. And it's cool because like he really, he takes the leadership stuff seriously. And when it comes to being a leader by individually getting to know guys and care about guys, just the way he was talking about the current Ohio State pro prospects, it does feel like he's got almost like a big brother vibe going on there, where he really cares about these guys and wants to help those guys prepare for the NFL, just like he would have, wanted somebody to help him prepare.
I'm looking forward to hearing that audio. We'll do that in the next segment. We'll take a spin around some of the pro days in the next segment because Nick Caserio and a lot of the Texan staff was up in Austin, and there's a ton of guys that I think the Texans probably have on their radar that were at that pro day yesterday. One more from Tank Dell. Like a lot of these Texans players, they're feeling it. They're feeling the excitement around the city with the fans. I
can say for sure that's been a blessing. I don't really call them fans. I call them supporters, man. I love it like that, man. But just me being here in college, not to say anything wrong for the other guys, but people wasn't so much worried about like the Houston Texans, and to see how the guys, me and the guys, the teammates, coaching staff, how we shifted the whole momentum, shifted the whole culture of the program. Not the program, but the organization. It's been a great thing to see, going out in the city, stop at the store and people come up to you like, "Hey, Tank, what's up? Let me get a picture." And I know CJ got it worse, Will, Sting, Nico, everybody. I know we all feeling that love and getting that love from the city. So that's been a blessing also.
All right. Yeah. Guys getting seen out about town, man. Tank Dell. I think Tank Dell's probably one of the most recognizable Houston athletes. Just based on he's been here a while with U of H. He's got the college familiarity and the NFL familiarity. Got that hairstyle, man. That's a very distinctive hairstyle.
One of our listeners said he looks like every other 18-year-old in Houston. And I feel like that person hangs out in a rich part of town or something. Maybe. As far as just like, I don't know. He's got a pretty like distinct.
Yeah.
He looks like he's somebody.
Yeah.
He looks like he's somebody.
Yep.
I do think also one of our listeners earlier got offended that he said he likes to call them supporters instead of fans.
Oh, okay.
Because a fan is short for fanatic, so a supporter doesn't feel as. I don't know. I think his intention was that they're like a fan is just almost just a caricature of something you think about, whereas a supporter is somebody that actually gives you NIL money.
Yeah.
So. I think it means more to be a supporter than it does a fan. Fans don't give up NIL money. Is the point.
Supporter.
Yeah.
You brought this up yesterday, and I hadn't seen the quotes yet.
Good chance I have no memory of what you're talking about.
You will.
Yes.
I promise you, you will. The former Patriots, Rodney Harrison and Devin McCourty, that felt like they got duped by the Dynasty docuseries on Apple TV.
Yeah. Because they were interviewed for like 5 hours apiece, and they said they only put the negative stuff in. Harrison said it felt like a hit piece on Bill Belichick.
Yeah. McCourty says, I feel like I kind of got duped. I was like, man, this is going to be great. Like the storytelling, we're talking about this and we're talking about that. Everything that we all gave to the 20 years that it encompassed, they only hit anything that was negative, which was not. This is me talking now. It wasn't true. That's not true. These guys sound like such babies in reading these quotes about this documentary. Like it's an Apple TV documentary. It's 10 episodes. And oh, by the way, you played for a franchise that was involved in a Spygate scandal, a Deflategate scandal, a Hernandez-gate scandal. You had people hating each other by the end of it. Like
this is honestly, this just goes to show you how thoroughly and completely they were programmed by Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
Because who did a better job of convincing his players that the world thought they sucked? The Patriots. Every damn year we would have to listen to the Patriots talk about how nobody believed in them and everybody counted them out. And you're looking at the Super Bowl odds, and you're like, you guys have been favored for since 7 years ago to win the Super Bowl this year.
Before
what
Twitter.
the hell are you talking about? I think that's still there. There's a permanent chip on their shoulder.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, sure. They just want to talk about stuff like multiple homicides instead of the really important stuff.
Yeah.
Like where's the 3 technical line, you know?
When we brought that up yesterday, someone texted in and they said, man, guys, they did do that. They blamed all of the Aaron Hernandez stuff on Bill Belichick. And I'm like, did you even watch it? Like, Robert Kraft is literally apologizing at the end of that episode himself. Like, Robert Kraft blamed himself for it. Like, so that's like, it's funny. People watch what they want to watch. There were 4 things that were missing from this thing for me, Seth, that I was a little either surprised or disappointed didn't make it. And I've got them here. It's a list. It's not a power ranking. The guys on In the Loop gave me some grief over my love for power rankings at the end of the show yesterday.
Don't let them affect you. I told you I hated power rankings for like 5 years, and you never said a peep. Landry says one thing during the toss, and you're like, I'm rethinking all my life philosophies.
No, because I have a power ranking in front of me of personalities on In the Loop that I'm going to get to here in just a second.
Okay.
But it was missing Ted Johnson. I've mentioned that before. Ted is persona non grata in this thing.
Plus, Ted is like, it's a shame because Ted
would be so good.
Looks like a football player, looks like a linebacker, looks everything that you would think about those early Patriots teams. And B, he's very engaging and very good. He's very, very good.
Very good.
On camera. He's people like watching him. Yeah.
Nothing about the stolen Tom Brady jersey here in Houston. Remember that? Where Brady's jersey got stolen by some. It was a journalist from Mexico, and he took it back to Mexico, and the FBI found him.
The Super Bowl in Houston.
Yeah.
In all the commotions, the dude made off with the jersey. I don't know if that was a weird and interesting story for the offseason. I just don't think I don't know if anybody even really will remember it, think of it that much. Other than Houston, it was bigger because it happened here, and then because we had various law enforcement agencies arguing over who deserved the credit for it.
I was stirring the pot on that one.
HPD versus the FBI.
The security people for the Patriots and FBI people are people that I knew from back where I lived growing up. So I kind of knew the real story behind that.
You and I weren't together back then.
We weren't. It was 2017. Yeah. I just remember getting a text from McLean like, Sean, I just got a text from Mark Berman saying you're on the air calling the police chief of Houston a liar. I think he was lying. He's not the chief anymore.
He's been hopping around like Stephon Gilmore himself. A
little bit. Nothing about Antonio Brown in this documentary. And that was still something that was within the window of what this documentary covered, the Tom Brady era. Zero mention of Antonio Brown. Zero mention of Antonio Brown.
Okay.
Which to me kind of indicated the desperation at the end of the dynasty there. You know, like now we're going to get in bed with Antonio Brown here.
Well, it worked magnificently well in Tampa. Now the only fallout was that Antonio Brown is running around basically insinuating that he slept with Giselle.
Right.
While she was still married to Tom Brady.
Right.
Is that worth a Super Bowl? I'd do it.
Yeah.
if I could somehow magically get a Super Bowl right now, I'd be A-okay with Antonio Brown claiming that he slept with my wife.
Claiming
I'd just
he did.
I give him free license to do that as long as I get a Super Bowl
Claiming
out of it.
he did it, right.
Yeah,
right.
claiming he did it.
Claiming
Right,
he
right,
did it, yes.
Right.
Last thing, nothing about Robert Kraft's little side trips to the Orchids of Asia spa.
Not a thing?
Not a thing. Not a thing. Yeah.
This was done by Kraft.
Kraft was heavily
wasn't it?
involved in it. Yeah, I think he was heavily
I
involved.
wonder, you think he keeps up with those ladies?
At the
Bob
Orchids
Kraft?
of Asia spa?
Yeah. Well, because remember, initially people were trying to frame it like it was all he was part of some
Trafficking.
sex trafficking organization or something. But it did turn out that the woman and the two women that were in the room with him, one was the owner of the spa.
Yeah.
So she was not being exploited by anybody, and the other one was like a bona fide, like it wasn't like a woman who had been brought to the country and was she was very much acting on her own free will. So like I don't know, maybe after a year or two, you just reach out to him, be like, hey, I just wanted to reach out and sorry for any commotion this may have caused for
Sorry
you.
I brought attention negatively to your spa.
Not that it wasn't erotic.
Yeah.
I
Hit that again.
It,
Not that
it was.
it wasn't erotic.
It had nothing to do with how you performed your services.
Right.
I didn't want you to think that.
Right. All right. I'll save my power rankings for a little later on in the 9 o'clock hour because we got C.J. Stroud that we're going to get to here.
Well, we can do both. Let's
We'll
do
do
the
both.
power rankings and C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, we will,
C.J.
yeah.
Stroud talking about exactly how what was a little bit different for him when he got to Houston.
Yep, we'll get to that. Take a spin around some of the pro days that matter to Texan fans. We will do that coming up next.
Bayway Chevrolet. Take a spin in your
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. C.J. Stroud was at Ohio State's Pro Day. Seth, I've not listened to this yet, so I'm going to let you set this one up.
Okay, so C.J. Stroud was at Ohio State's Pro Day. I knew this yesterday because I saw some people tweeting about it. And then Matt Miller from ESPN said that C.J. Stroud was just answering questions after practice, just hanging out, talking to anybody who was around. And one of our listeners this morning, I apologize I don't have your name, sent me a link to an Ohio State YouTube channel. And he ended up talking about the NFL a little bit because they're talking about making that transition. But I found this one interesting. Somebody had asked him about when he started to feel like he belonged in the NFL.
I'm probably honestly like OTAs, man. I started making plays. And then we hit training camp, and I started making more plays, and it started becoming slower and slower. And then we played our preseason game against New England, and everybody thought I was terrible, which is something that I'm not used to. You know, even playing here, when we played Minnesota that first game, everybody thought I was ass.
Caught me mid-sip. Everybody thought I was ass.
They did. I think so. He's been through that before. That was important. I don't think you can say enough that there's something to be said for a guy that didn't have the absolute perfect college experience. You know, the fear with somebody like a Cam Newton is, oh my God, he's never lost. Like, he's never faced any actual adversity before. Whereas C.J. Stroud, I think, those Ohio State fans are it's a different crew, man. And there's so many of them. And the expectations are so high. When you don't beat Michigan or whatever else, it's a big, big deal. So I think CJ has already faced more scrutiny and negativity, even as one of the top-ranked teams in college football, than he probably ever really will in the NFL. Mm-hmm. So that part, I just don't worry about it. And the other part, too, is I like that he can laugh about that Patriots game. in the preseason, and all of the mistakes that he made then that he never would now, and just how much more he understands right now going into this season.
My feeling, like where I felt like, okay, CJ belonged in the NFL. I know a lot of people point to the second half of that Colts game in week 2. The fact that we're discussing, is it week 2, is it week 3, week 4 of his rookie year is pretty remarkable unto itself. I felt like week 3 and week 4, when they won those games against Jacksonville and Pittsburgh here, I felt like the fact that both of those games had kill shots at the end of the game from CJ that were, deep ball. Like the one to Tank was like, that was obviously a blown coverage of some sort against Jacksonville. Tank's just running free, and they close out that game. They win 37-17 or whatever it was. I'm like, okay, well, that's really cool to see as a team, and it's good that he hit that shot. It was right there. That throw to Nico Collins to close out that Steeler game was an incredible throw, and he made it look so easy. The one where he placed it right over Patrick Peterson's hands, and Nico catches it right in stride and then takes it the rest of the way. That was it for me. I'm like, okay, this guy is going into a division opponent who won a playoff game last year, beating them by 20 and putting an exclamation point on it. And then in come the Steelers, who, not a great Steelers team, but still it's the Steelers with really good defense, and they're finishing off a 30-6 win again with CJ providing the exclamation point. That was it for me.
You know what? That just reminds me of when he had given an answer somewhere a couple months ago, or it was in the Pivot interview, I think. It was in the Pivot interview when he talked about the Jacksonville game as the last time that a team treated him like a rookie. And I think that some of that he was probably alluding to, okay, like you're just going to you're going to just blatantly, like you think you're going to dupe me with this, or you're just going to play like aggressive man with no help over the top and think I'm not going to notice this. Like almost where he was personally offended. Like, oh, this is what you think of me? Like, I like that.
Yeah.
That's cool because that's still a little bit of that chip on his shoulder, and he understands the difference between how a rookie quarterback is treated and how a veteran quarterback is treated. That you can't get away with doing certain things because I'm going to take you to task for it. And I think that's where I get excited about going into this season. Maybe I'm a little too complacent with it. I just don't worry about a sophomore lull because I think CJ's very aware of all the places and ways he still needs to improve.
So that was at Ohio State's Pro Day. Yeah. UT had their Pro Day yesterday. Nick Caserio was at UT's Pro Day. A lot of Texan guys were at UT's Pro Day is worth going to again. There was a period about a decade where they were hardly getting guys drafted in the first 2 days, let alone the first round.
That was the story, yeah. How many 5-star recruits can you turn into non-draft picks?
Like went there like the bizarro development pipeline of Texas. They just didn't develop anybody. Now they've got, there's at least 5 guys. I'm guessing Jonathan Brooks probably didn't do anything at the Pro Day. He's coming off an ACL. But he's still thought to be maybe the best running back in this draft. But I think between Brooks, who I'm guessing they at least talked to there, Tavondre Sweat, Byron Murphy, Mitchell, and
Mitchell,
and Xavier Worthy.
Sanders. Okay.
And Sanders too. Yeah, those are the 5 that popped in off the top of my head. If you could pick any out of that crew, Seth, if you were you could walk away out of that Pro Day with one on that crew on the Texans, who would it be?
I should like Byron Murphy, except that I think Byron Murphy's probably going to go in the top 15, and it won't be a point, as to whether the Texans take him or not. I don't think they'll trade back up that high.
No.
So, but even if it was equal, I got to have me some Tavondre Sweat.
You love you some Tavondre Sweat.
I do, and there's reservations I should have. Like he's very athletic for his size, but that's not necessarily the type of athlete that we think D'Amico would want. Right. But I would say this. In any sport, there needs to be a guy who's a little bit against the grain of what you would typically go for. Mm-hmm. And I think of Ginobili with the Spurs. Mm-hmm. Ginobili, in so many respects, was not a prototype Spurs player. But because of that, he was this pebble you'd throw in a pool, and it would cause all these ripples that people weren't ready for.
Right.
I think Tavondre Sweat can be that guy in terms of just a gigantic human being who is a much better pass rusher, not just physically but technically. Yep. He uses his hands really well. I think he'd make life hell for a lot of offensive lines, and he's not your perfect 3-down player that's going to be out there on 3rd and long or anything, but he could make life really chaotic for the interior of a lot of offensive lines. So I like Andres.
It's really weird because, if you're picking him, let's say you get him at 42, rare is the player that you pick at 42 that all of a sudden makes you feel so much better about a position group. But I think the way that Texan fans are perceiving the interior of the defensive line right now, I'm not saying the actuality of it, I'm just saying the perception of it, because Settle and Fotokasi and that combination of guys may turn out to be just fine for what D'Amico Ryans wants them to do. But the perception of that group right now, because Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins are gone, has regressed. I think Tavondre Sweat is somebody who, like, if you're someone who was kind of feeling a little on edge about the Texans' defensive line, that maybe gets you a little back into the fold, feeling like, all right, I feel like we really upgraded this whole defensive line thing now,
Yeah.
So that'd be
I'd be curious from UT people exactly, like, who's the sentimental favorite amongst these prospects for you?
Oh, yeah.
Like, which guys do you feel like, okay, I like this guy as a guy. Like, maybe he's a third, fourth, fifth rounder, but he's just a guy that you feel like, okay, this is the type of guy I want on this football team.
We'll need to bring that up again. That's a good thing that we can
do that for Aggies too. Like,
yeah.
I feel like Cooper's going to be an answer from a lot of them, but yeah.
Yep. Notice I didn't power rank the 5 Texas prospects I had there because I was taking a little bit to task for my love of power rankings yesterday by In the Loop. So I thought,
yeah, it's mean.
I think it was, it was maybe a little.
No, it was mean, Sean. They were mean to you.
They brought it up several times in the open of their show after I left the studio. So I thought it would be a good idea. I'm going to power rank the personalities on In the Loop right now.
Okay.
Now the good news for Landry and John is they both made the top 5. They're tied for 5th on personalities on In the Loop. So they're tied for 5th. I couldn't separate the two of them. I didn't want to split hairs. I feel they're both equals. Number 1, clearly Figgy. Like, Figgy's the man. Figgy might be like the best person in the building here at his job. I'm not saying like best producer. I'm saying like, here's your job assignment. Like, Figgy checks all the boxes. I've long thought Figgy is tremendous here. So Figgy is number 1. Brandon Scott, when he comes on their show, is number 2 to talk about the Rockets or the Texans or whatever. That's number 2. Number 3, Adam Spillane, when he comes on to talk about baseball once a week.
Yeah.
Is number 3.
Baseball Spo.
Baseball
right.
Spo is really, really good.
Yeah.
I like Baseball Spo a lot.
So the top 3 so
three.
far.
Figgy,
to recap of In the Loop with Locker and Lopez.
Yes.
Okay.
Figgy number 1,
Yep.
Brandon Scott number 2, Spo number 3.
It's hard to dislike any of those guys.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of Attorney Sam when he used to call in back when there was a lot of legal wranglings going on with Deshaun Watson and one. He's a big fan.
Yeah, that's
Sam's
right.
a good lawyer and a big fan of the station and a really good dude.
Yeah.
So I put Attorney Sam, this is just off the top of my head, just chicken scratch right now. Attorney Sam 4, and then Landry and Lopez are tied for 5th.
Oh, they're tied for 5th.
Tied for 5th.
Okay.
So
they're actually, one of them is 6th,
Well,
if you had to decide.
If I
like I said, though, those top 4, they're hard to dislike, though. It's a good power ranking.
Thank you. I wonder what they think of it.
I can't believe you punted and tied the 2 of them.
I just can't. I can't split.
This is, this is because you're a father of twins.
Yeah.
You just spent you've got too much training and like, oh no, I love you just as much as the other. No, yeah.
Okay, fine. Landry 5th, Lopez 6th. There, we did it. We split the hairs.
Who, Landry 6th?
Because Lopez is
Lopez 6th.
Because Lopez is the one that started that whole cycle of bloodshed about free agency when he called us the epitome of something.
It's nice that you feel that way.
Yeah.
Listen, Sean, I've got more experience with this than you. Us blaming Lopez for that is exactly how Landry planned it out. Okay, this was not. We're all pawns in Landry's game, man. You don't.
And I can't control
Lord
my
of Radio
hand.
sets his sights on you. You're kind of screwed.
My
dude.
hand is moving by itself, and it's moving Landry up to 1.
Landry is the kid that was applying pressure to the Ouija board thing. Like, I guarantee you when he was a kid, Landry had so many kids terrified around a Ouija board.
Doing it by itself.
Yeah.
He's 1 and Figgy's 2. Oh, my God. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. You know who Nick Caserio really screwed by trading out of the first round? Drew Doherty. You and I just got sent the latest mock draft roundup from Drew Doherty.
Yeah.
Poor Drew
It's like
Doherty.
Drew got sent down to the minors after playing in the show forever,
It's
you
like
know?
walking into a store that got busted out by the mafia. I'm like, this doesn't look like my sporting goods store. Where is everything?
Drew's playing fantasy mock draft in Japan right now.
Yeah.
You know, it's like he's playing basketball in Brazil. It's just not he's not in the show anymore.
What's it look like at 42? And do we need to cancel anybody? That's the question. We will talk about that coming up next.
I'll tell you what, we're talking numbers. 17 Texas.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I like the trade that Nick Caserio and the Texans made last week with the Vikings, moving back into the second round and picking up an extra second-round pick next year. I think it makes a lot of sense. Now, they may not stay there at 42, but if they do, there is some broken glass here, Seth. There are people who were affected by this along the way.
Yeah.
This trade into the second round. I think
Yeah.
anybody planning to go to a draft party for the Texans, which we don't know, may or may not happen. I don't know if they're not picking in the first round. I don't know if there's a party or not. But I would say anybody who throws their own party. I actually have buddies that every year throw their own draft party, like barbecue and brisket and everything else, and they watch the draft. It's a little less sizzle without the Texans in there. Drew Doherty. He is a victim of this trade, Seth. Drew Doherty and his mock draft roundup, which we like touching here on the touching upon it here on the show because it's an indicator of what a lot of the experts out there are thinking that the Texans are doing with their high draft picks. It's been really fun the last couple of years when they've had picks 3 and 13 or picks 2 and 12 like they did last year. Like really fun. And it was fun this year too, even with just pick 23 because there were, obviously every mock draft has a first round. So I think the last one Drew did, which was version 3.0, had 46 mock drafts in it. So there's a lot of opinion out there, right?
Yeah.
Really fun. Not as much fun when you're not picking in the first round.
It's not as much fun, although I do think it depends. Like the man on the street might not care about as much. Like the people that get deep into the drafts probably like really enjoy looking at the second day guys, and it's all over the place. The fun thing about second day guys is that you got to make a compromise somewhere along the line. You're not going to find a guy that fits almost every exact single thing that you want.
Yeah.
You do start to think about guys like, in this mock draft database or composite that Drew does, some of the guys like, okay, Keon Coleman, the wide receiver out of Florida State. Yeah. People think a lot of him, and yet we know that D'Amico himself has said that one of the things the thing they value most in wide receivers is guys who can create separation. And Keon Coleman's not really a guy that's known as creating a lot of separation. He's really good. Like DeAndre Hopkins was good at not getting separation, but just winning the 50-50 balls.
That's Keon.
So I'm skeptical that Keon Coleman would be one of the guys that the Texans take just based on that criteria.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. So Drew is able to find 8 mock drafts that go into a second round. Yeah. So you're kind of just really shrinking the sample size. Now, this I will say, of the 8 that he found, there are 7 different names. There's only one player that went in 2 of them, and it's T.J. Tampa, cornerback out of Iowa State, who Pro Football Focus and John Harris both have going to the Texans with the 42nd pick. These other names on here are all wide receivers and defensive tackles, and there's not a single one on here that I don't get excited about to some degree at 42.
Yeah.
The 3 receivers are Keon Coleman, as you mentioned, Ladd McConkey of Georgia, who I think suits what D'Amico was saying about wide receivers to a T.
The route running underneath and everything is really enticing. Good. Yeah.
And Roman Wilson, the speedster out of Michigan, who I think would be
another guy that they identify as a slot.
Yeah.
You know, like that makes. I feel like the mock drafters are on the right track here, especially if they're looking at the Keenan Allen pursuit and thinking, okay, this is what like Roman Wilson and Ladd McConkey make a lot of sense there. Like Ladd McConkey, the downside would be like in some weird ways. Like, for the deep ball stuff, he does not track the ball well at all. But, like, okay, it's the second round,
right.
And you're going to get some blemishes on some of these guys.
Don't throw many deep balls, I guess, yeah. Defensive tackle, the three that they name here, are all guys hit at 42. I would be really excited about. Michael Hall Jr. out of Ohio State. They've had good success with Ohio State players in recent drafts. Braden, is it Fisk or Fiske from Florida State? Braden,
I've been saying Fisk. I don't know.
Yeah,
did you hear Fiske somewhere?
No, I don't know. But Braden Fisk, and then your guy Tavondre Sweat is one of the other ones going to them at 42.
I like Fisk too. Fisk is a scary one because he's super explosive, but he's got short arms, and there's times where like versus bigger dudes, it doesn't look like he's as powerful as you think he should be. And that makes you a little bit nervous. Like, okay, why does he falter versus some of those big guys? You know, the same complaint they had about that was Will Anderson. That's a tough thing. Is some of it does come down to, all right, this guy's just got to learn exactly how to attack different types of players. And with Will, you knew just by his attitude and his constant movement and energy that he would figure it out, or at least the Texans projected that he would figure that out and start to work around it. And he did this entire last season. I think with Fisk, likewise, he plays with so much energy that I have a hard time thinking that he's not going to work really hard at figuring out some of those blemishes because he's got very good instincts. He's just nonstop. It has enough of a repertoire of moves already that I think he's going to be a good pro.
Yeah, I'm excited about some of these tackles, man. It's going to be fun. Every year, it's 8880 on the text page. Every year, me and my now 13-year-old son order pizza, and we take our theater space for the NFL draft. We look forward to it every year. So there's one other person that got screwed by this trade.
Takes their theater space like in their apartment complex.
Probably in their building,
whatever.
yeah.
Their building,
Yeah. Reserve it for draft night. That's fun.
Why don't you do that, Sean?
Because I'm at the draft party at Miller Outdoor Theater with Texan fans.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
I guess your home theater is not as good as that one.
Well, maybe I'll do it this year. I don't know if there's a party this year. There's no first-round pick.
Yeah, we don't know what they're going to do without a first-round pick.
Yeah.
Are they going to have a party anyway? That's a tricky one.
Do you think that they could still pop a crowd for a draft party that didn't guarantee the Texans picking in the first round?
Yeah, I don't know if it would be as much. I think if you were going to have Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell out there signing autographs,
oh my God,
that would help a lot because that's what they've been doing the previous 2 years. They would take the previous year's draft picks and they'd be out there signing autographs. So that might – but I think the problem is I think that the Texans themselves have no idea of knowing whether for sure they'll trade back up into the first round.
Yeah.
So you're almost – I feel like you're playing with your fans' emotions if you get them to come out to an event like that, and there's a very good chance that at the end of the night it's just going to be a fizzle.
Yeah.
That you might as well just spend that promotional money elsewhere.
Maybe, yeah. I do feel like there is position. This fan base is as positioned to just get together to celebrate football as they've been in a long ass time. You know, like
how about
really
this?
Long.
This is simple, and I can't believe they haven't thought of it already.
Okay.
All you have to do, Sean, is hold a Beyonce concert immediately at the end of the first round.
That's a great idea. Oh, my God.
That's all you got to do. Yeah. Just bring Beyonce in. I don't know how much she gets, like $25,000, whatever.
Cake.
Yeah.
Just give her some HEB gift cards. That's all.
How much does it cost for a private Beyonce concert?
I don't know.
At least $1 million, right?
We used to play a game on the Triple Threat when we were giving away stuff, and we would have people guess what the appearance fee is for certain musical acts, and whoever got closest won the tickets to whatever it was we were giving away. That was kind of fun. I would guess Beyonce is into the high six figures, if not $1 million.
I bet it's at least $1 million.
Yeah.
Especially like that. Those guys aren't getting out of their seats for that. That's a power couple right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think $1 million.
Yeah, I would guess so too.
That's why I've never had her perform at my birthday.
Me too. Same thing. Same reason. That's weird. So C.J. Stroud was at Ohio State's pro day. How much?
Okay, I'm sorry.
How much?
She got paid $24 million for a private concert in Dubai.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Now that was at a luxury resort hotel, the Atlantis, the Royal. So that was more of a full-blown concert for a huge company.
Okay.
I don't think the Texans have to pay her $24 million, but still.
What's the most you would pay to have a specific musical act come play for you, whoever it is?
Like with my current finances, or if I were a billionaire?
With your current finances, what's the most you would pay?
I would pay $25,000.
Okay.
For somebody that I really like or something. But I think for all the people that I really like, I think they're way out of the $25,000. You know.
Yeah, mine would be like 10. I think 10 would be my capper.
I used to cap things at a year's college tuition. That's where I'd be like, all right, and that's how I stopped from making exorbitant purchases.
Yeah.
I'd be like, okay, well, look, I could pay for somebody's college tuition. I'm not going to buy that thing. That guilted me out of a lot of stupid purchases.
Yep.
So that's a tough one.
Let's get to the CJ cut. Ohio State's pro day yesterday. CJ met with some of the media afterwards, and he was asked, what is it, or I don't know if he was asked this, but he talked about what it takes to win in the NFL.
What did you to not just perform, but to win?
To win, man, it's hard in the league, man. Every game counts. Man, a lot of games come down to the fourth quarter, and it's really like some fans get mad at me because I take a check down or I throw it out of bounds. But you have to play field position. Like, field position is super important in the NFL because you're not going to score every drive. It's just not possible. So, just playing that game in between the game is very smart to get those wins.
He's really good at it, man. 5 interceptions. Yeah. He's really good at it.
The game within the game, and I think that just speaks to his maturity in terms of understanding that whole, don't go broke taking a profit, take what the defense gives you. A lot of guys chafe against that and feel like you're, you're emasculating them or something if you do that. I think CJ totally understands that you got to pick and choose your battles, and he's able to do that while still throwing 8 yards per catch or per attempt. Like he's still very aggressive downfield.
John Lopez is here. What's up, John?
Man, I got something to say.
What?
Oh.
I have got something to say.
What do you have to say?
Is this about your power ranking?
No, we'll get to that for sure. But if Seth is ready to spend $25,000, I'll do for $5,000. I'll do the OG musical review and cabaret. I'll dress up like a showgirl. Give me $5,000. I'll be at your backyard.
Who would it be, Seth? I know I told you not to give specific about the act, but you must have somebody in your mind.
I would like somebody.
25.
I'm not looking to party hard or anything. I want somebody who I'm just going to really enjoy and sit down and listen to.
I'll shave my legs.
It'd be somebody like Jackson Brown or somebody like that, like a classic rock, but more of an easy, like a singer-songwriter type, yeah.
So you'd want it almost to be like almost a fantasy camp where you get the concert, but you also get to hang out with them for a while afterwards and before.
Yeah. I want somebody that would maybe want to sit around and enjoy something afterwards.
Little concert foreplay, yeah.
By 3 a.m., I'd get kind of like, all right, Jackson, it's time to leave, okay? I got to get to bed.
How long would it take you to get sick of Jackson?
I've got a 6 a.m. wake up, okay? Can we,
a show tomorrow to do.
Man, I'm impressed.
Yeah. I don't know what the big problem you have with the power rankings is.
I don't have a problem with power rankings.
I mean, you and Landry on the initial power rankings both finished in the top 5, tied for 5th.
Well, technically I was 6th, and that hurt me inside.
I did pump you down, yeah.
Other than pointing out that Landry manipulated Sean into believing that Lopez was at fault for our feud, I would also say that I think that you placed Lopez 6th because he's the one who's most capable of handling you.
I think at the station, I think he's most capable of handling that.
That
Lopez
happens
is
to
the
me
one
all the time. Just make Lopez do it. He doesn't care.
It's not going to affect his self-esteem one bit. He's just like, all right, cool.
All right, whatever. I'm 6th.
John hasn't gotten a raise in 15 years. He'll be fine.
He'll be
fine. Yeah, my rankings went, see if you agree with me. Figgy number 1.
Of course.
Figgy's tremendous. B. Scott, when he comes on your show, was number 2.
Okay.
He's really, really good when he comes on. I really like Baseball Spo. I like the cut of that kid's jib.
Who doesn't?
And then I had Attorney Sam when he calls in during the Deshaun Watson.
I didn't get this one.
He used to call into you guys during the Deshaun Watson
But we're behind
stuff.
him?
He's fourth, and then you and Landry are tied for fifth. Yeah, so that's well, you were, and then I bumped you down to sixth.
All I know is I got to start rehearsing for Seth's cabaret.
That $5,000.
$5,000.
Let me just point out that never once did I say I'd pay $25,000 for my dream performer. But $5,000 for Lopez.
I know. I thought that was someone's got a pretty big impression of how good a musician they are.
Well, you haven't seen it.
Do you play any instruments?
You haven't seen it. I took piano lessons for 3 months.
There you go. 5 G's for piano lessons.
3 months.
If I can't get Jackson Brown, then by all means, see if you can get Lopez.
Lopez. Yeah. How you doing, Landry?
What's up, man? How you living?
Doing good. Doing good. I just revealed my power rankings of personalities on In the Loop to John.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah, you and John both finished in the top 5 at first.
That's what's up, man.
Yeah.
I roll with that.
All right. We are finished. We are out of time. You are listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Seth, Friday tomorrow. I'll see you. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and a wish that the Texans take my advice to get Beyonce to perform for $25,000
at the draft party. Yeah, that'll pack them in. It will. All right, we're done. Finished up. Out of time. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're with you till 2 p.m. Fellas, In the Loop starts now.
So they're going to have a draft party? Is that?
Yeah, man.
Have we confirmed that?
No, we've not confirmed anything.
Do we know where
they
that's
always
gonna
have
be?
a draft party. You can assume they're going to have a draft party.
What are they going to do?
Think of a number?
Yeah, they'll pop a number.
So they're just going to have a gathering?
Yeah,
talk about
they do
things?
every year.
Okay.
Except the COVID
doesn't
year.
seem like much of a party.
How do you know that?
I mean,
Bring the party with you, pal.
what are we doing?
You got to
Just
bring the
gonna
party with you.
Chill, watch the draft
It's
from.
the anticipation and the unknown of maybe moving him back.
By
into
the way,
first
you
round.
might have done the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I don't know how your ability to make everything about you is insane.
No, it's not.
Seth says that he would pay $25 for his dream concert,
$25,000.
and then you say that you're gonna dress naked and dance for $5,000 or whatever that was.
I didn't say any of that.
How of all things did you make that about you?
If I didn't,
How
I did
did
not
that happen?
I want $5,000 is what it is. If he's willing to pay $25,000 for Jackson Brown, who's very good, by the way, I'm a big fan myself. I'm just gonna take a little less, and I'll put on a show for $5,000.
Yeah, I just don't know.
You don't want $5,000?
I don't know how this got back. I don't know how this got back to you.
It's the OG musical review and cabaret.
This is. How does this go down? I just don't. I don't see how this
Cabaret. You
happens.
don't get naked in a cabaret all the time.
Well, I don't know I don't know how this even happens. I mean, I would like to know who's he paying $25K for?
He said Jackson Brown.
Where's that bankroll coming from?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
Well,
then
no,
and then
the
say,
best part
hey,
of it,
Seth, let me dance and sing for you.
The thing that kind of got my antenna up, where he says, "Okay, you're a billionaire, or on your budget." On his budget, he's ready to drop $25,000.
It's a good budget.
That's a good budget. That's a real good budget.
It's a really good budget. I was I didn't know how that went around.
Yeah,
I thought
if you had Seth's money and you could drop $25K, let's go.
No, I don't. I could think of better ways to spend $25K than a personal concert. Although I don't know what his bread is. That's a lot of.
It's impressive.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
March Madness begins today.
It's on, baby.
Is this still a day where people take off work? Are we still there?
My son did.
He did?
Yeah, he's working at home technically.
Okay.
So he can watch all the games. Working at home, air quotes. It's awesome. You're not going to rain on my parade. It's awesome. Although it's raining outside.
What's the first game?
Isn't it Michigan State?
I'm asking you. It's awesome.
I think it's Michigan State.
It's awesome. Let me know.
And just because
it's great. Tell me, man. Tell me the first game.
Just because it's awesome doesn't mean I can chapter and verse every game.
Well, give me the first game.
Michigan State is in the first game.
Okay, who are they playing?
Someone.
What region?
I think it's East.
This is what I'm talking about.
What? Well, hold on. No, hold on.
We feel obligated to talk nostalgia about college. It's like I'm excited to learn. I mean, it's fine.
No.
Scroll through. Let me know.
No.
What game? What we got?
See, this is classic Landry.
No, this is classic Lopez. This is classic Lopez.
No.
Not being able to give the information.
Okay. Name the second game.
I'm not the one that's saying it's awesome.
So do you hate March Madness?
It's fine. I turn it on. It's there. But I'm not trying to rain on the parade. I'm just trying to figure. By the way, it is raining.
This is classic Landry. twisting everything around.
I'm not twisting. I'm asking what the first game is.
This is classic Landry, twisting everything around to fit his narrative.
I don't have a narrative. My narrative is I like March Madness. I'll turn it on. I'll watch it.
I said I love March Madness.
Love.
Don't rain on my parade.
Not raining.
Yes, you are.
It is raining, but I'm not raining.
And then all of a sudden you say, okay, what's the first game? Well,
what's wrong with that?
Just because I love March Madness and I turn on the TV doesn't know I know every game that's coming up.
Well, the first one I think would be kind of, maybe no.
No. This is classic Landry Locker right here. Yeah. If you want to know it in a nutshell, this is it.
I don't know. I'd say it's classic John Lopez saying something's awesome and not having the info ready.
No, not at all.
It's the March Madness. Figgy, you March Madness guy, you pumped?
Honestly, man, not really, man. I start getting pumped around the Sweet 16.
Sweet 16, trim the fat, man.
Yeah.
Trim the fat, get the stories, get a good grasp of what these guys are about. The story, you got a small like NFL like buildup of the storylines, the Cinderellas, all that. That's when I love it too. That's when I kind of dive.
I mean, if they make it to the Sweet 16, then I'm rooting for them. But
who's they?
The Cinderella story.
Oh yeah.
If they make it to the Sweet 16, salute. And I'm rooting for you.
Yeah, no, that's always the case.
I'll be all in. And this time, a week from today, I'll be able to tell you what the first game is. Promise.
Oh, because you like it more than I do?
No, but I'll be in. I'll know what the first game is.
Okay.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on a Friday, Junior. It's raining. It's dangerous out there on those roads. Be sure to drive cautiously or drive however you need to drive. Stay in the right lane.
This is the worst kind of rain
because
it's just a little bit. Get the streets slick.
Is there such thing as a little bit of rain in Houston?
Yeah, well, you're looking at it. It's not really pouring. It's just it gets the streets all messed up. People drive nuts and they slide all over the place if they don't have good tires. All that good stuff.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. So we had the Payne and Pendergast power rankings today. I was told that we finished in the top 5. I kind of immediately knew where it was going from there.
Yeah, we knew where I was going to finish, where we were going to finish.
Here was the breakdown of the In the Loop power rankings from Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne.
Notice I didn't power rank the 5 Texas prospects I had there because I was taking a little bit to task for my love of power rankings yesterday by In the Loop. So I thought
it's mean.
It was it was maybe a little.
No, it was mean, Sean. They were mean to you.
They brought it up several times in the open to their show after I left the studio, so I thought it would be a good idea. I'm going to power rank the personalities on In the Loop right now.
Okay.
Now the good news for Landry and John is they both made the top 5. They're tied for 5th on personalities on In the Loop. So they're tied for 5th. I couldn't separate the two of them. I didn't want to split hairs. I feel they're both equals. Number 1, clearly Figgy. Like Figgy's the man. Figgy might be like the best person in the building here at his job. I'm not saying like best producer. I'm saying like here's your job assignment. Like Figgy checks all the boxes. I've long thought Figgy is tremendous here. So Figgy is number 1. Brandon Scott, when he comes on their show, is number 2 to talk about the Rockets or the Texans or whatever. That's number 2. Number 3, Adam Spillane, when he comes on to talk about baseball once a week.
Yeah,
I like this.
Number 3.
Baseball Spo.
Baseball Spo is really, really good. I like Baseball Spo a lot.
So the top 3 so far.
Figgy,
to recap of In the Loop with Locker and Lopez.
Yes.
Okay.
Figgy number 1, Brandon Scott number 2, Spo number 3.
It's hard to dislike any of those guys.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of Attorney Sam when he used to call in back when there was a lot of legal wranglings going on with Deshaun Watson and one. He's a big fan.
Yeah,
Sam's a good lawyer and a big fan of the station and a really good dude. Yeah. So I put Attorney Sam. This is just off the top of my head, just chicken scratch right now.
No, he was great. I love him. But
and then Landry and Lopez are tied for 5th.
Oh, they're tied for 5th.
Tied for 5th.
Okay.
So
they're actually one of them is
get off the damn fence.
Well, you had to decide.
If I
said though, Those top four, they're hard to dislike, though. You know, it's yeah. It's a good power ranking.
Thank you. I wonder what they think of it.
I can't believe you punted and tied the two of them.
Yeah, no kidding.
I can't split.
This is because you're a father of twins.
Yeah.
You just spent you've got too much training and like, oh no, I love you just as much as the other. No, yeah.
Okay, fine. Landry 5th, Lopez 6th. There, we did it. We split the hairs.
Who Landry's?
Because Lopez is
Lopez 6th.
Because Lopez is the one that started that whole cycle of bloodshed about free agency when he called us the epitome of something.
It's nice that you feel that way.
Yeah.
Listen, Sean, I've got more experience with this than you. Us blaming Lopez for that is exactly how Landry planned it out. Okay, this was not. We're all pawns in Landry's game, man. You don't.
And I can't control.
Lord
my
of
hand.
Radio sets his sights on you. You're kind of screwed.
My
dude.
hand is moving by itself. And it's moving Landry up to 1.
Landry is the kid that was applying pressure to the Ouija board thing. Like I guarantee you when he was a kid, Landry had so many kids terrified around a Ouija board.
Doing it by itself.
What is a Ouija board?
You know, where you try to predict the future. You've seen them probably.
Never.
Figgy, you ever seen a Ouija board?
Yeah.
I
It
have
has
no
that
idea.
little, almost like diamond-shaped thing, and it says,
Never seen it.
"Am I going to have a date this weekend?"
Yeah, and it move
and it
to
moves.
letter, the letter,
never
and
seen
then
it.
start moving by itself.
Yeah.
Never seen it.
Light start flickering and all that stuff.
Ever.
Yeah.
So I'm to blame for y'all's beef?
Yeah, how'd that happen? Well, yeah, I guess you kind of are.
What do you mean? How? I wasn't even in that.
What we were talking about is power rankings.
Well, the power rankings was just because Sean said it was like it was common knowledge.
Yeah, the first.
How about those Texans power rankings, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it sounds like they trying to blame Landry, or Seth is trying to blame Landry for the beef with the free agency thing.
Which is weird. Lopez said epitome. They reacted to the promo, and then it took on a life of its own.
Yeah.
They hated Saquon. Mm-hmm. How the hell I got that blame?
They're getting very sensitive.
I don't know. I just don't know how I'm being blamed for that. I'll take blame when it's due, but they said you couldn't fill a roster. That was my disconnect. The roster thing. That was my whole thing. You said they were the epitome.
Yeah, I did, and I never backed down from that.
I get blamed for this, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Trying to figure this one out. But yeah, I don't hate those power rankings. I think those are good power rankings. B. Scott, by the way, 11 o'clock today.
Mm-hmm. He's got a great personality.
Number 2 in the ITL power rankings.
Yeah.
Shout out to B. Scott.
And there's Figgy Fig.
Yeah.
Number 1, baby.
Can't do anything wrong, man. The guy.
Except to be me, man. Can't do nothing wrong.
The number 1 dude, man.
Man, Figgy. How do we feel about that?
How do you feel about that?
I love Figgy.
Yeah, I love Figgy too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all got the number 1 guy on the show, man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
We
number
sure
1.
did. Yeah. Absolutely.
Do you feel like this is...
Uh-oh.
No, hold on. Okay, so like, this is like when somebody says, running backs, you can't sign running backs. And then everybody just
Signs running back.
signs on with that line of thinking, with
Yeah.
that narrative. The narrative is built. It takes hold.
Where is this going?
Hold on. The narrative is built. It takes hold. And then all of a sudden, that's gospel. Like, everybody adopts it. Figgy is one of the best people that any of us would ever know.
Here comes a butt.
Do you feel like the narrative, though, is now just extending to people who may not even know him very well? And they say, oh, he's the best guy at Sports Radio 610. Because the narrative is out there? Kind of like running backs?
I don't think so, because the people that saying it, I helped them in some type of way before, so we had some type of relationship. It's not somebody that don't even
How
know
much
me.
do you
saying
help
that.
Seth?
Yeah. How much? What do you do for him?
It's a bunch of times I help people. Like, it might be something small, but it was a bunch of times.
Well, I help Seth.
I talked to him about.
Sometimes I talked to him.
How did you help Seth?
I don't know.
We
Same
talk.
as
Never
Figgy.
helped Seth.
We
No,
talk-
I've exchanged texts about stuff with him occasionally.
Yeah, me and Seth talked about like podcasting and equipment and all that stuff.
Okay.
And he actually hit me up and asked me what I use and all this other stuff.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. There you go.
and that makes it happen.
I guess so,
That
man.
makes the
I ain't had
magic happen, you know?
Hey, I ain't had to do it. A lot of people don't do that,
Makes the
man.
magic happen.
A lot of people don't answer the phone,
makes
man.
makes you the number one guy on the show, man.
Y'all got to start answering the phone then, man.
Little text.
Start checking in on people, man.
Figgy is like you can't sign a running back of radio hosts. Oh, Lord.
I texted him, man.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, give him the one, man.
No, he
know one spot. I got it.
I'm not saying I'm against that.
No, he's got it, man.
I just think like everybody's hopping on board and they don't even really know him that well.
I disagree with that.
He is number one.
Nah, I disagree with that. Because all the people that's saying something, I had some type of relationship or did some work with them or something.
Mm-hmm.
See, I talk to everybody. Y'all don't be talking to everybody.
Oh,
I'm cool with everybody.
Come on.
Wow.
When y'all see me around here, hey, good morning, what's up? I talk to everybody.
You're talking.
I'm busy. I talk to people when
I'm busy preparing the show.
Nah, see, I talk.
Yeah, I'm busy preparing the show and not making the rounds.
I'm busy making sure the station is running good.
Oh wow, Figgy!
I'm doing all the behind the scenes stuff that y'all don't even know.
What Figgy's doing?
Yeah. Can't see it.
Figgy,
y'all hear that promo that played when we go to break? Guess who did that?
Figgy, I am the master of working the room, man.
Hey, nah. But see, I talk to
Sean's
people.
the man of working the room.
See,
I
talk to people when it don't benefit me.
Well,
like,
so do I.
Nah,
so do we.
What are you saying?
Man.
So do we.
What are you trying to say?
So do we.
See, I don't be trying to talk to people to try to get something out of them.
Neither do
I'm
I.
a genuine person.
Yeah, I don't think I have either. I don't know that anything.
I talk to
really
people from other stations. I'm good with everybody.
other
I
stations.
never do that.
Look at this guy.
y'all don't talk to people
Yes,
from the
I
Bull
do.
or Mix.
Well, not
Okay.
occasionally, but not like
We don't
that.
talk to people from
exactly.
the Bull or
I
Mix
talk.
now. Look how
That's what I'm
mad
saying.
he's getting.
That's what I'm saying. I talk to everybody.
Yeah, we're talking to everybody.
Y'all will walk past somebody in the hallway,
like-
don't say nothing.
Now he's just lying. Now he's just making stuff up. Now my man is just making stuff up.
See, y'all can't get mad at me.
Now he's just making it up. Wow.
I communicate with people.
The
Figgy's
power
taking
rankings.
shots at us.
Hey, I'm telling the truth, man. I'm number one for a reason.
Yeah, you are.
I talk to people.
Yeah, me and Lopez had nothing to do with that.
I need to start talking to people.
We got to figure it out.
No, for real.
Because I hate talking with people.
We got to figure it out. I got to get out.
How about start talking to people when it don't benefit y'all?
Oh, yeah, I need to do that because
Yeah,
every time I
gotta
talk
do
with
that.
someone, it's because I have an angle.
Got to do that. Got to get out there and figure that out.
0061 got it figured out on the power rankings.
What'd he say?
Attorney Sam is rich. That's why Sean ranked him.
That is true. Attorney Sam is a rich
You
guy.
got a little bread.
Yeah.
He was very, very pivotal during the Watson thing. 2031, Landry, how are you not pumped for March Madness? And you're a sports guy. What is wrong with you? I'm pumped for it. I'm not an expert on it. I turn on the TV. I watch the hoops. I enjoy the, I don't want to call it ignorance. I enjoy the surprise element of seeing these, man, who's 32?
Yeah.
Who's 20? Who's number 20? Who are these guys? What's up with these guys? That's what I look forward to the most. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up, let's answer this question.
Why is Figgy so popular?
It's just talks to everybody. Let's
Take some notes, y'all.
Yeah, got to get it.
Y'all might get number one.
Got to figure it out.
Step y'all game up.
Got to
Note
go talk
to
to
self.
folks.
Talk with people.
Talk to people.
Step y'all game
Get
up.
out there. Get on the streets. Coming up next, is this Texans team better than last year's? Right now, about a month away from the draft, is this Texans team better now than they were before free agency? We'll discuss next.
Sports Radio 610 is your exclusive.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Is this Texans team better right now than it was at the end of last season? Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. B. Scott joining us in 35 minutes. He wants to defend the honor of a Texan that has left us. Might be a Ring of Honor ceremony or something like that. Is this Texans team better right now than they were when they walked off the field after getting beat by the Baltimore Ravens?
So the afternoon guys and the morning guys were kind of going at this a little bit, right?
Yeah, Clint says no. There's some who would argue yes. It's a good discussion. It should be noted that it's incomplete because there's a lot of time left in the offseason. But as they sit right now, are they better?
Well, let me throw it out at you a little bit because I frankly I think the argument is close. Like, are they better right now than the team that entered the offseason? All right, well, let's get the easy ones out of the way. Quarterback, duh. You know, I mean, they're going to be better.
You sure?
Yeah, I mean, it just stands to reason.
Yeah, I mean,
they're not worse.
Yeah, they're not worse, but you never know. I mean, I don't think he's going to fall off, but you never know.
Yeah.
You never know.
And then I want to come to a conclusion on this, keeping in mind that there's the draft, there's more free agency, there's all of that. But, like, are they better now? It kind of, like, even my wife came home and says, what do you think about what they were talking about in the afternoon? She was listening to Clinton's show, Clinton Ron. And I was like, that's a good question. I might have to bring it up. Running back. Are the Texans better now than they were when they entered the offseason?
I would say since they're back, then Singletary, but I would say the depth sucks just as bad now as it did before. Because I'm not going to sit here and assume that Dameon Pierce is going to be playable, but based on last year at the end of the season, he was not playable. You need multiple backs that can make multiple plays. The depth is the same, but I think Joe Mixon is a better back than Singletary. Although Singletary was really good last year, I don't want to minimize that.
Figgy?
I think they did get better. I think Joe Mixon is better, and you got to think about this too. Singletary didn't come in as the starter, so he was a backup. I think he did really good too, but Joe Mixon been the starter since he got into the league. So I think it got better, but I do think we need more running backs.
Need some guys who can make plays.
I'm going to lean toward your side on this.
Yeah.
It's not, they're better.
Yeah.
Like, it's almost a TBD.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what Dameon Pierce is going to be. And I keep going back to what Nick Caserio said about, like, well, we'll see. You know, he's a great player. He's a great guy. It almost was sounded, again, always reading between the lines.
He wasn't trying to lay out expectations for Dameon Pierce.
Yes, exactly. Wide receiver.
They're the same. They might be worse. I honestly, and we had this discussion yesterday with AAA, angry, argumentative Andy. But
that's what it is now.
Yeah, AAA. Nico Collins is coming off his best year. It's his most healthy year. Mm-hmm. You would hope he can build on that, but there's no guarantees. Tank Dell missed 8 games. We don't know if that's going to be something that's going to be consistent or whatever happens there. Mm-hmm. Noah Brown had a career year. Like, as good as that was, do you expect a guy who Dallas didn't even want as like their fourth receiver? Do you expect him to do that? And then I don't know what to expect from Mechie and Hutchinson. So I would say wide receiver is at the very least the same. I won't say worse, but I'll say at the very least the same with potential to be better. Potential to be better.
Yeah, I would say the same too, man. The same guys. I think the good thing is you'll probably have Tank back, but you know, you never know, man. I think it's the same.
I'm gonna say flat out, they're the same. They're flat out. There's a lot of work to be done there, and a lot to be proven, because you know, obviously Nico another year, et cetera, et cetera. Here's where it gets starting to get real interesting. Tight end,
same. Same, and I don't know. Is Schultz going to get better? Like, you can make a case for me. You can tell me. And the Mixon thing, I think Mixon's obviously better than Singletary. I think the depth sucks, but you can make a case Mixon is going to be better than Singletary. I think it's an easy case to make. You can make a case that Nico and Tank are going to take the next step, and eventually they're going to fix. We're just judging it based on what it is right now, and eventually they're going to fix the depth or something like that. You can convince me that. I have a hard time envisioning Dalton Schultz being much more than what he was last year. I think it's good.
Yeah.
And maybe there's more opportunity if you fix the other stuff around him, but it's the same. You have Brevin Jordan and you have Teagan Quitteriano, and Quitteriano can't stay on the field. So tight end's the same.
I agree. I think it's the same. Same players, man. I don't see Schultz getting any better.
See, this is where what have we determined so far?
They need everything. They need weapons. Like
everything about the offense is at best the same.
You need weapons.
Except for quarterback, where you could have to imagine that he's going to get better. Offensive line.
It's better because it's going to get healthier and you're going to have more options. Like I'm not saying it's going to be elite, but it's obviously better because you're going to have competition. Guys are going to get healthier.
Yeah, I think it's going to be better. The injury bug hit them hard on the offensive line, so I think it's going to be better. But
we're projecting, though.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, is it better today than it was at the end of the year? The answer to me is no.
Can I say what John McClain has said the last 4 years about the offensive line?
What's that?
Ready?
Yeah.
Couldn't get any worse.
Yeah. Like I'm saying today, is it better?
A couple times it did.
We don't know about Kenyon Green, no matter what Nick Caserio said. We don't know what Titus Howard is going to be if the injury was that big of an impact. I'm going to say no. It's the same. It's not better. Interior defensive line. With a shout out to Brandon Scott.
Worse. But yeah, worse. Rankins, Collins, got a bunch of bodies. But does the interior defensive line get better if the edge guys are better?
Well, you would stand to reason, but are they better today? Again, we're looking at like this roster, this lineup today.
I guess worse, but not like a panic worse.
That's a good way to put it.
Worse, but not panic.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, this one will be pretty easy. Edge.
Way better.
They're better.
And they signed Derek Barnett yesterday, if you're just tuning in. So Derek Barnett is now, he might have arguably been one of your three best guys last year. Now, I mean, he's 4 or 5.
I have a very weird, I guess, affinity for him. I like him.
Oh, I love him.
Yeah.
Crazy SOB.
Yeah.
Unrealized potential, came in. Hot and ready. He was like a Little Caesar's pizza, man. He came right in there. He was hot and ready. He was ready to go. Who's 95?
Yeah.
Oh, that's Derek Barnett. That's the guy they signed out of nowhere.
Big plays and big games. Inside linebacker.
Inside linebacker? You're talking Cashman for Shire? Is that what we're doing?
Pretty much.
I'm not going to disrespect what Blake Cashman did. I want to see how Shire fits. I know that it's cool that Caserio likes him, D'Amico likes him, but look, what Blake Cashman gave this team last year and what we didn't even expect him to start and what Minnesota obviously saw, I'm not going to sit here and say they're better at that. I'm going to say worse with potential to improve, but I'm not going to dismiss what Blake Cashman did.
Yeah, you're reading my mind.
Yeah, I was going to say probably about the same, maybe. I'm not sure. I feel like Blake brung a lot, man. So I don't want to say they got better at that position, but
they like him.
Maybe about the same.
I am with you. I don't think they're better just yet. Outside linebacker. You got Christian Harris and Henry To'oTo'o, pretty much.
Better, because I think Christian Harris gets better. I think Christian Harris naturally gets better, and then To'oTo'o I would hope gets better. I'm not going to assume that. But I would say Christian Harris, his arrow is pointing so high up that I think he could just crank it. I think he's going to crank it up a notch to where it's better.
I think it's about the same, man.
That's what I'm going to say, Figgy. I think it's about the same. Like Christian Harris is another one. It's projection to me. And I'm with you on the projection, but right now it's the same guy in To'oTo'o who kind of faded a little bit at the end of the year. Cornerback.
I mean, you got to say worse. I still think Stingley gets better, but even though Steven Nelson kind of wore down late last year, they don't get to where they did without Steven Nelson. So as much as I'm ready to move on from his silliness, and I think they maxed out everything they could get from him, I don't want to sit here and say Jeff Okudah is going to come in here and make the plays for Steven Nelson like the way Steven Nelson did. Now, I do think there's still work to be done at this position,
Yes,
but if we're just talking about right now, do I feel like Derek Stingley can miss a month and a half, 2 months, whatever he missed, and Jeff Okudah can hold it down? No, I don't feel that way.
Yeah, I think it's worse too, man. He's not better than Steven Nelson on any day.
Okudah's a project.
Yeah.
And then you got
hope.
Desmond King. I mean,
yeah,
whatever.
Let's hope.
And then finally safety.
They're worse. Jimmy Ward's a year older, and we don't know about Jalen Petrie. So I would say they're worse. Like you can't there's some injuries that if you want to be optimistic, you can point to and you say, well, Tank's back, well, Titus is back, but when you get to the age of Jimmy Ward, I mean, you can't just dismiss, well, this guy missed this many games.
Yeah.
It doesn't get any easier to stay on the football field.
Yeah, I'm going to say worse, man. They didn't address that position at all. And we don't know what Jalen Petrie going to be. If he going to be last year's Jalen Petrie or rookie year Jalen Petrie.
See, that's what's so interesting about this exercise. There are very few, like less than 2 places where you go, they're better. It's interesting. Now you can project.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what it's all about. I think we're kind of hoping that they take the next step.
Yeah.
Because it was only year one.
Mm-hmm.
So to go back to the question that we started this exercise with, are they better?
Not really.
You're saying no?
In a couple of places.
On paper, they're not better.
I would say yes, just because I like the upside of a lot of the guys.
Right.
On offense, no.
Yeah.
On offense, they need weapons.
Yeah.
The good news is they got plenty of time. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. What do you think? Put it on the YouTube. Put it on the Twitch. Come on through. Coming up, the one move that could completely kill the Texans' momentum in a number of ways. Are you scared? That's the question. Let's discuss next.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton.
If you had to grade this free agency process for the Texans over the course of the last 4 days, how are we feeling?
If we're already saying they're better now than they were a year ago, does that constitute an A?
I think so.
I mean, that feels like a lot of winning.
Radio hits different at night on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture on Bell Price's Traffic Center, this is brought to you by Kirk Homes. Not a lot of activity. I-45 Gulf southbound near Airport Boulevard. That wreck that was blocking 2 right lanes. Looks like most of that's been moved off to the shoulder. May still see a little bit of activity there, maybe 20, 30-second delay. It's 73 degrees. I'm Laura Houston, Sports Radio 610.
I'm Brad Heller with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The number 1 quarterback prospect, Caleb Williams, worked out at USC's Pro Day on Wednesday in front of all 32 teams. Bears GM Ryan Poles, head coach Matt Eberflus, and newly acquired receiver Keenan Allen were on hand to evaluate their potential QB of the future. NFL Network's Steve Weish asked the former Heisman Trophy winner if his expectation was to be selected number 1 overall by Chicago. Williams answered by saying, quote, "It's not my full expectation. Obviously things can happen. Things can change." Veteran running back Deontay Foreman signed a 1-year contract with the Browns, according to NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport. Foreman started 8 games for the Bears last season. New Jets receiver Mike Williams was formally introduced and said he sees a great fit with Aaron Rodgers and feels like the team has a pretty good opportunity ahead. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure they'll get you your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt!
Switch to Jackson Hewitt and we'll beat what you paid last year, even if you filed online. Ain't nothing to it. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and pay less for tax prep, guaranteed. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones
who get it done. Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Lansdowne Moody's zero-turn preseason blowout is on, and that means a whole lot of Kubota. Cut like a pro, turn on a dime, and ride high in the saddle. Kubota zero turns make easy work of your world for a lot less than you might think. Get 0% APR for 60 months with no money down on select in-stock Kubota zero turns. Grass is growing. Let's get to work. Hands down, it's Lansdowne, lmtractor.com. Now through March 31st. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for more information.
Ready for some big news, Texas? Drum roll, please. Teladoc Health is now covered by major insurers in Texas. Why is that a big deal? Because Teladoc Health brings together all of your healthcare needs into one place. Primary care, mental health counseling, and 24/7 care with same-day appointments at a low cost. Teladoc Health is accessible via phone, online, or app. It's healthcare on your terms. Get started at teladochealth.com. That's TELADOC Health.
If you've been thinking about building your dream home, it's simple. You got to call Our Vision Homes ASAP. Whether you want to build on your own land or you need assistance purchasing the dirt, Our Vision Homes is where it's at. Here's what you need to do. You need to attend one of their Build on Your Own Land workshops. It's a free 1-hour workshop where the folks over at Our Vision Homes walk you through the process of building on your own land. The next workshop, April the 20th. Get the details at ourvisionhomes.com. Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
LoneStarChevrolet.com. Log on and get the low Lone Star Chevy price on over 600 brand new Chevys and find out why we're Houston's favorite Chevy dealer. LoneStarChevrolet.com or visit the legendary Lone Star Chevrolet, 290 at Eldridge. Chevy, together let's drive.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader, like that car right in your tail. Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro, cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. AutoTrader.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, this is the one move that I really want to take a look at, because I think when it comes to building on what the Texans did in this year-to-year league, I think this could be the one that impacts the Texans the most significantly. And there's been kind of a roller coaster ride of it, but I think the low point could happen in less than 40 days. And let me just lay this out for you. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. B. Scott coming in. I think he wants to have a Ring of Honor ceremony for a Texans player who left us.
Oh, man.
So we'll do that at 11. We're going to have another. Yeah, we might need to get the tissues out.
Yeah, get some bunting and some streamers.
Yeah, we got to get ready for this.
Yeah.
But I think what the Jags were trying to do this offseason, and we saw the Jags win a playoff game 2 years ago. there was talk about, Trevor Lawrence, is he going to take the next step? Or the Jags ready to take the next step? And early on in the season, it looked like the Jags were going to win the division.
Mm-hmm.
They ended up melting down, much like the Titans did the year before, which you could mention that. And a lot of people were questioning the Jags, and there was a health question with Trevor Lawrence, and you wondered what they were going to do with this offseason. Like, were they just going to try to run it back?
Yeah.
And originally, it seemed like that was their plan, because it seemed like they were going to sign Calvin Ridley. They were going to bring Calvin Ridley back on top of some of the other stuff they did. They brought in Gabe Davis, but at the last second, the Tennessee Titans, the old Oilers, they swooped in. And they took Calvin Ridley, and they gave him what most of us consider the worst free agent deal of this offseason. I think most of us would say that was a weird move.
Yeah.
So as a result, the Jags, they decided to pivot.
Mm-hmm.
And they went with Eric Armstead, who the Texans we were big fans of, perhaps the Texans bringing in. And they went with Eric Armstead, and they added Armstead with all his questions. They added him to Travon Walker, Josh Allen on the D-line, and they have one of the most athletic D-lines in the league, assuming that Armstead's good.
Yes.
So as a result of not getting Ridley, they put together they went from decent wide receiver core to perhaps elite defensive line, depending what happens with Walker, depending if Josh Allen continues what he's doing, and there's a lot of depending-ons, and depending on Eric Armstead. Here's where I think it could get even worse. We talk about blessings in disguise, and Bryce Young, at this point, it appears that the Texans benefited from him being selected number one, and we all think the world of C.J. Stroud. Sometimes there's blessings in disguise, and you just benefit from those blessings.
Yeah.
What if a new part of this Jags pivot is with the number 17 overall pick, they get in this wide receiver market, and they decide to take a wide receiver in what is regarded as one of the deepest wide receiver drafts that we can remember. Mm-hmm. Because if you look at the last time a wide receiver draft was talked about this way as far as depth, I would go back to 2020. And in 2020, there's chances that a wide receiver is going to end up being a bust. He's not going to be what you think. Mm-hmm. And then right there in that middle range, I'll be damned, you find an elite receiver.
Yeah.
It happened twice. This is the order of the receivers that went in 2020. You had Henry Ruggs, Jerry Jeudy, CeeDee Lamb fell to 17.
Mm-hmm.
Then at 21, Jalen Reagor out of TCU. And then at 22, I'll be damned, Justin Jefferson right there in your lap. And then Brandon Ayuk at 25.
Yeah.
What if the Jags at 17 now, because they didn't get Calvin Ridley, they've already added Eric Armstead. What if the Jags at 17 decide, all right, we're going to get in this mix? And what if the Jags hit? Because one of those wide receivers in that range, it can hit. Sometimes it works that way. The guys you expect to be ballers, they're not ballers. What if at 17 the Jags decide, hey, you know what?
Yeah.
We like this Adonai Mitchell out of Texas.
That's the exact one.
We didn't get Calvin Ridley, but Adonai Mitchell is a guy who has unrealized potential. We're going to go with Adonai Mitchell, and we're going to try to make it happen as a result of not getting Calvin Ridley. And let's say that Adonai Mitchell ends up being somewhere in between CeeDee Lamb and Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
That makes Trevor Lawrence better. It also gives Jacksonville an opportunity because of what they would have paid Calvin Ridley, although they're paying Armstead. It also gives Jacksonville an opportunity to develop Trevor Lawrence while having a young receiver. That is my biggest fear. Maybe I'm getting a little bit too scared, but I'm worried about Jacksonville perhaps grabbing a really, really good receiver at 17 as a result of the Tennessee Titans coming in and taking away Calvin Ridley.
So I was looking at, we don't talk about him a lot because it's kind of silly to say, well, this mock draft said this mock draft said that. But I was looking at a mock draft just for my own curiosity. Adonai Mitchell to the Jaguars. Like, flat out. That's what they're talking about with the Jaguars. That exact player that we've talked about here, that Nick Caserio was doing his little power stance watching yesterday as the Longhorns had their
Do you have a problem with the Nick Caserio power stance? Some people
I'd say it's funny.
Some people thought the spread legs is too much. He's stretching, man.
He's
stretching.
He's intense.
Yeah.
He's intense.
Stretching.
No, I'm just referencing it because it was kind of making the rounds yesterday. Like that exact player right there to the Jaguars. So you got the defensive line, you got the quarterback, and then you add a guy on a rookie contract with that level. But really, any of those types of wide receivers in that range. I mean, Mitchell's there, Brian Thomas from LSU's there, Ladd McConkey's in that range. White Rice,
if they hit.
If
because that's a hit range right there.
Yeah,
in deep wide receiver groups. So, does Jacksonville hit on a young receiver and let Calvin Ridley go? Because I think Calvin Ridley has a limited ceiling. I really do. He's 30 years old. He is what he is. Also, he kind of strikes me as, and this might be unfair, he strikes me as a once I get paid, I'm not going to do the same thing. Like last year, Jacksonville got him. He was trying to stay in the league. He was trying to prove himself. Now, he's gotten paid. He's basically robbed the Tennessee Titans. I don't think you get the same guy. Maybe that's unfair. I just kind of feel that way.
No, I mean, I don't know. I don't have a feeling one way or the other.
I mean, this is a guy who was filling out parlays.
Yes.
and taking leaves of absence when he was with the Atlanta Falcons.
What do you think, Shohei? Yes, I think that's very much a possibility, and that's something that should be unnerving for Texans fans.
And I think even with the risk, my thing is like Armstead, the things that are negative about Armstead and could happen, I think it's a better risk taking than signing Calvin Ridley to a 4-year, 5-year deal.
Yeah,
I think sometimes people do you favors, and that goes back to the blessing in disguise.
But to their credit, they made that decision themselves. We ain't going there. We're not going to pay that much. The Jaguars.
Or he made it for him.
Well, but I'm saying that there was no way that they were going to pay him that.
Yeah.
So credit to them if that's their strategy.
Yeah, props to them. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. March Madness beginning in about 24 minutes. John Lopez pumped for this one.
I am.
You got Michigan State, Mississippi State.
Yes, I am.
The 9-8.
See, you're not going to ruin this for me. I know you try to ruin everything for me.
I'm not trying to ruin this. I'm saying I'm pumped.
Pretty much everything in my life you try to ruin.
I'm pumped.
Or downplay.
I'm pumped for this. This is going to be great.
But I refuse to allow you to do that today.
I'm excited for this, man. This is going to be a good one.
I actually called it up on my TV.
Look at you.
On my computer. I got Hulu screen and I got Xfinity screen. And right now I'm watching Price is Right as we're talking.
Who hosts that?
I don't know, but they got a boat up there right now.
Is it still Drew Carey?
Yeah, Drew Carey. Got a nice little Bayliner boat.
Is Drew Carey good at that or what?
Yeah, he's good at that. Yeah.
We'll go ahead and put in a bet on this first game.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
The line has gone down.
I'm just going to take the over. Just why not?
Well, Michigan State was favored. Not that I was paying attention.
They're still favored.
But the line has gone down.
Yeah, 2.5.
Yeah. I think it was 3.5 to start.
Let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
No, it's down to 1.5. I don't know what this 2. Oh, it opened at 2.5. You're right. Yeah, it went down a point.
Yeah.
There you go. All over this.
Jump on that Michigan State, man.
Nah, I don't like Tom Izzo.
I don't like Tom Izzo either.
I could never bet for Tom Izzo.
I bet on a lot of people that I don't like.
He is. I will never root for him. I don't like big coaches.
Yeah.
Coming up, Brandon Scott, man. We're gonna have a Ring of Honor ceremony for one of the Houston Texans players who left us. Brandon Scott is up in his feels, and he does not like the way he's been discussed on this show. That's next.
Texans GM Nick Caserio on trading the 23rd pick in the draft.
I'd say a big part of the discussion was getting a future second-round pick. Just creates a little bit more flexibility and optionality for your team and organization. Does it maybe potentially eliminate a certain pool of players? Potentially, but it doesn't mean we can't come back into the first round. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be good players available to pick.
Hear the full conversation with Payne and Pendergast now on the Odyssey app.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Up to the minute upstate traffic. So not a whole lot of activity. Got a crash there reported along Highway 290, a little bit west of Dingle Road. That was in the right lane. Minimal delays there, not that bad. It's 73 degrees. I'm Laura Houston, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers. This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. We're in an era of upsets in the NCAA tournament. A number 1 seed had never lost to a 16, but it's happened twice in the last 6 years. 3 straight years, a 15 seed has beaten a 2 seed. There's going to be a huge upset. If you're one of those people who picks all 4 number 1 seeds to be in the Final Four, it's not happening. Finding upsets isn't easy, but going chalk has never been a worse strategy for your bracket. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Heard the catchphrase that's sweeping the nation?
Jackson Hugh, yeah.
People are saying Jackson Hugh yeah to Jackson Hewitt because they love saving money on tax prep. Do you love saving money? Then switch to Jackson Hewitt today and pay less than last year. Thousands of people have already made the switch. Why haven't you? Stop waiting and start filing. You won't get a better deal or a better catchphrase. All together now.
Jackson Hugh, yeah.
Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Can't sleep with this cold.
Honey.
Honey?
Honey, you need NyQuil Severe Honey.
NyQuil Severe Honey gives you powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a dreamy honey taste.
Feeling better, honey? Honey?
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's going down. H-Town. Hiram Clark. B. Scott from 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 Hiram Clark. B. Scott.
Brandon Scott in the building. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. You're on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. B. Scott, you miss one of the Texans' departures perhaps a little bit more than myself and perhaps John Lopez. You're
probably only a little bit, but the disconnect that we have is the reaction to it and the follow-up thinking about it. This is where I was disappointed. Like, we can joke around about Malik Collins, put him in a what do we call it, Ring of Honor, Wall of Fame, whatever.
Warren Sapp.
Go ahead and make him Warren Sapp. Yada, yada, yada. We can joke about that. Fine and dandy. But on a serious note, this is way, way, way more about the two of you.
Hey!
And really, hold on, Lopez. Really, really Landry specifically, because Landry's the one, and both of you to a degree, brag about this show being the one, like, real, true journalism show, the show with the journalism background on it, right?
Those are just facts.
And it is facts.
Yeah.
And given that those are the facts, it's a little bit disappointing when you realize that there's no genuine curiosity about a true, real story. Like,
explain yourself.
The Texans trade a starter who they just gave an extension to the previous year to another team for a bag of chips. And Landry, you guys, this show has reached a point of trust in Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, who I also trust, by the way. But y'all have reached a level of trust so much so where it ain't no level of curiosity. There ain't no story there. Nobody wants to know, hey, what happened to the dude that has started for this team for the past 3 years? They gave an extension to, did not suck for them last year. Now, we did hear D'Amico Ryans at the end of the year talking about how they needed to do something with the that was something to put a pin in. Do something with the defensive line, get elite there, or whatever it was he was saying. But Malik Collins didn't suck last year.
He's all right.
They traded him. Yeah, and this is what I thought.
He's a guy.
I thought the Texans got to a point where he was better than a guy.
He's a dude.
He was probably their most consistent guy on the defensive line, not named Jonathan Grenard, who they let go and signed another dude.
He's there.
Yeah, I thought we reached a point where, like, the players that we were bringing in, or the type of team that we were trying to put together here in Houston, were guys where Malik Collins was like at least the bare minimum standard of a kind of player you would get. So to me, when you release a guy like that or trade a guy like that and don't replace him with at least somebody of that caliber, and let's be honest, I don't feel like we've seen anybody of that caliber yet that's been replaced. That to me brings about a question.
I think he's a guy. I mean, I think they have a bunch of guys, and I think he's a guy.
I think he's a little bit better than the guys that they got, and I think that's noteworthy.
I'm curious what the journalists in us and you should have questioned.
Where did the Texans sour on Malik Collins, who is better to me? And here's where we disagree. I think he's just slightly better than just a guy. I think the guys that they have now are just guys. Malik Collins is somebody that they gave $20 million to last year. Somebody liked him at some point.
They watched play, right?
Yeah, and they watched him play the years before that,
they gave
too.
him away for a 7.
Yeah.
So they gave him the money before the season. They watched him play, and they gave him away for a 7.
And this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, this is what they did, so I don't have to question it. I trusted. That must be the right thing. Where's the questioning of that? To me,
let me say something.
That's what they did, but I question it because something don't smell right about it.
It wasn't a matter of you know better than this when it comes to me, because I try to be very honest. So does Landry on all the moves with our opinions. So what I was doing, with, I guess you can call it as a journalist or whatever, is trying to interpret their line of thinking. And to me, their line of thinking, which I said from day one, was I could see them moving to Nico Autry inside.
Yeah.
And he's better. He's better than Malik Collins.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you
that's
on
why
that.
I didn't fight it too much. I'm like, he's going to be better. If they can move him inside 40% of the time, 30% of the time, especially in passing situations. Because in running situations, you can get by with, the guys they got, the guys like Tim Settle, you know, you can get by on first down with that. Was that Fadakasi is the one I was thinking of.
Right.
But my interpretation was, okay, I see him working. I think he's going to move him inside on second and passing or third down.
To me, it does show you how much of a shift the Texans have taken in terms of their roster construction and their roster building, because Malik Collins has been a starter for them. Was it 3 straight years? 21, 22, and 23.
Yeah.
So he's a starter for them for all of those years. And like I said, that seemed to me to be at least, hey, you went from this is one of your best signs in free agency to me, the bare minimum type of player that you should have on your team should be, at the very least, a Malik Collins. I am not trying to make the case that Malik Collins is some irreplaceable player or that the world is coming down because they got rid of Malik Collins. To me, though, going into the offseason, find me the person that was saying, you know what they really need to do? They need to upgrade from both of those defensive tackles. Now, fine if D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio were saying that in the background, but let's not act like throughout the season we were just looking at Malik Collins the way we were looking at Jalen Petrie, or the way we looked at Dameon Pierce, or the way we looked at other guys on the team that weren't performing. To me, he performed fairly well. He's a good ball player, so that raises a question.
I mean, he's not as good as they're paying him. Like, he's not. I mean, I don't think he's worth what the extension they got. I think he's just a guy. Like, I don't look at him that way. And this is how I look at Malik Collins. I don't think he's going to get better. Like, I don't think he's going to get better. I don't think he's going to be hard to replace. If you look at the Texans, look like a year ago today, if we're going back and we're talking about the Texans and we're talking about the guys who left, there was no one in the world that thought Blake Cashman was going to warrant the deal he got with the Minnesota Vikings. Nobody in the world. We didn't even know if he was going to play linebacker. So
he'd never started more than 5 games in a season.
And he went out there and balled his ass off. Right, he got better. Jonathan Grenard. I don't think that we thought that he was going to get the bread that he got with the Minnesota Vikings. He went out there, he balled his ass off. Sheldon Rankins got a better contract this year than he did last year when the Texans sent him to the 1-year deal. So he went out there, he balled his ass off, he got a contract.
Yeah.
So we've seen Devin Singletary. Devin Singletary was brought in to back up Dameon Pierce, who had somewhat of an injury-riddled rookie season, rushed for how many ever yards, and he was coming in here being a willing change of pace back for Dameon Pierce. He got a starting opportunity in New York, to the surprise of me, but he got it and he earned it. So we've seen this organization, like, from 1 year to the next, have guys just completely overachieve, and their value just jumps up. Malik Collins got traded for a 7th-round pick.
No, but
I mean, like, what? Do you think they should have gotten more? Do you think they should have just kept him?
No, absolutely not. To me, the curious part is when you get rid of a solid player, a starter for you, there should be a clear and obvious plan for how you are going to replace him. Now, they might have that. I just am not privy to it, and I'm willing to acknowledge that. But to me, in the immediacy of it, it is a curious thing. Nobody went into this offseason talking about, you know what, they got to replace that whole damn defensive line except Will Anderson. Nobody said that. We knew this.
D'Amico kind of did.
But I'm saying D'Amico did, but that wasn't the conversation that we were having. It's cool. I get it. D'Amico's running the show.
Yeah.
We trust D'Amico. But I'm talking about in our own opinions when we evaluate it. To me, it's got to be some, I wonder what happened there because that guy didn't suck for them last year. I wonder what their plan is at that position.
Churn it. Get rid of it. Let's go. Let's bring in some hunger.
Let's bring in Tim Settle and Foley.
You said there's not a clear and obvious plan, and you're right. But I think there's a plan, and Caserio kind of hinted at it, as I said, with Autry.
Yeah.
So that's where my mind is.
I had this opinion before he mentioned that.
Yeah.
But also with Autry, it's not like he's a full-time interior defense.
No, but look, he doesn't need to be.
There is a way to figure this out. My thing is just from a curiosity standpoint, I found it just shocking that the two of you were just like, all right, shoulder shrug, no big deal, nothing to see here. No, to me, that was a very, like, there is a story behind that. At what point?
I think the story is they want to get better.
But at what point did they look at Malik Collins and start talking how Landry is talking? Because Landry wasn't talking about that. Malik Collins was solid enough that nobody, it was almost like an out of sight, out of mind. Nobody even really needs to say nothing about it because
what if
he was just decent?
What if D'Amico Ryans looks at it, and I know this was kind of the criticism of J.J. Watt on the back end. There's a lot of spinning. There's a lot of not staying in your lane type of stuff. What if D'Amico Ryans doesn't? What if he looks at Malik Collins that way?
I think that's entirely possible. And I think if you watch Malik Collins play, that could be a criticism.
I think it's strongly possible.
Yeah, no, I think that's in play. It's just, again, not something that we talked about, something that I found more interesting than I guess you guys did, just with the shoulder shrug of Malik Collins is gone now. And I did not
When do we talk about Malik Collins, though?
Friday. You were,
I mean, like, when do we ever talk about Malik Collins? You act like his jersey's in the shop or something
when
like
it
that.
happened. Oh, you mean like in general?
Yeah, like when does Malik Collins get spoken of? He's a guy.
Again, that to me was the benefit of having him. And I'm not trying to make it like he's not replaceable, but to me it warranted a little bit more, hey, I wonder what they're doing here, as opposed to like,
well, what they're doing is they're signing Daniil Hunter, they're signing Autry, they're improving the edge.
It's not the same thing.
The edge can improve the interior, right? I mean, I don't know. I would think so.
I get that, but I'm not going to say that and just say, okay, so since the edge can improve the interior, we can just throw anybody out.
Do you think they got better on the edge?
I do think they got better on the edge. I would have liked to have not taken a step back on the interior. Now,
I don't think they did. See, maybe that's the shoulder shrug you're talking about.
And they might not have.
Okay.
But Nico Autry is not going to play every down on the inside.
But he's going to play the downs when it's a pass rushing situation.
Yeah, sure.
Then you got Daniil Hunter and you got Will Anderson. Hell, give me that over Malik Collins.
I love look, this faith and trust. Y'all sounds like a Texans Reddit board or something like that.
Yeah, well,
y'all are all in.
Yeah,
everything they do and discuss.
You obviously haven't been reading the text I've been getting from that building about my rant on the uniforms.
Oh, that is different and was very clippable for our YouTube. I appreciate you doing that.
All my friends over there, I might have to go talk to them, Figgy, and just have a nice little chat.
No, I don't have blind faith in Caserio and D'Amico, but I just don't think much of Malik Collins. I know that sound. I like the guy. He's cool, man. Good for him.
All right.
I look at. I mean, good for him. Like, rotate the bodies in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm not.
And bring me Sweat. I'm really high on that kid.
Tavondre Sweat.
Yeah.
Nick Caserio was at Texas Pro Day yesterday.
All right, yeah. Maybe I'm crazy.
There's your first down guy. There's your first second down guy.
Yeah, there you go.
Now,
I don't know if he's going to
look. Watching Tavondre Sweat and Rod Wright talk.
Yeah, Rod Wright, Texans D-line coach, former UT D-lineman.
Yeah. That got me thinking, man. Are they talking scheme? Are they talking game
I got
plan?
2 players that I'm focusing on. He and Edgar and Cooper from A&M.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think
focusing on defense, huh?
Defense.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Maybe I got to check with my journalism instincts now, because I thought that there were more questions to be asked about that.
No, you don't got to check anything, man.
No, because
it's healthy. Healthy.
Well, look,
Lopez, I didn't know you wanted to go defense.
When a starter,
just players I like, man.
Lopez is like Amber Rose,
well,
man.
he's
focused
like
on the D.
Is that it? But that's because they traded back now, right?
Yeah, because they traded back.
Yeah, because of where they're at.
Or give me White Rice.
McConkey, I don't think he's going to be there.
Yeah, I don't either. That's why I'm kind of focusing on those other 2 guys.
Yeah, I need some weapons, man.
Mm-hmm.
What if he doesn't even freaking draft right there? This is the problem with draft discussion with Nick when Nick Caserio is involved.
He moves, baby,
and especially once he makes a move this early before the draft. You're like, all right, now let's start looking at who's going to be available at 42, and the Sun Gun is back up to 30, 35, or pushes further back, and he's in 55 or whatever it is. Like, we can't rely on this guy to really evaluate, or rely on this guy to stay in the space for us to evaluate the players that are going to be available there.
Yeah. I don't like talk about Nick Caserio. It does feel like there's like a honeymoon phase where you're talking about him almost like Jeff Luhnow.
Yeah,
like around town, and you mentioned
probably not the
Reddit
best
boards.
example, but yes.
No, but it's like, oh, Caserio, look what he's going to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have like incredible trust in Nick Caserio. I think he's done a good job. I think there's been some good stuff that he's done, but I mean, first round, I damn sure don't.
Here's the other thing. Just one last thought.
His only good picks are in the top 3.
When they say
his only good picks are in the top 3,
that we need to improve the defensive line, and you add one guy and lose 3, I like the guy that you added. I like the Nico Autry. I like 2 of the guys that you added. But you created a problem that didn't exist before, And I'm just interested to see how they're going to solve it. Not that they won't, but I'm interested to see it.
Here's my last thought on that. I guess if you want to say whatever, I don't think we're like swept up in Nick Caserio and everything he does is right. Because if you listen to the show, you know we say otherwise on the air on occasion. But I just feel like, and I've called him the cyborg and all that, I feel like every decision he makes is part of a bigger plan. Like, that's the confidence I have. Like, he wouldn't do that unless he in his mind already has 2 or 3 options that he knows he's going to go with to fix that.
Yeah, and the other part, and I did want to mention this, we got to be honest about something. And I'm a cop to this myself. Mm-hmm. Whenever we talk about this hole in the middle of the defensive line, got a bunch of people that feels like acting like they've seen more of Fatukasi than they actually have. Like they've watched a little bit more.
Yeah. I just know
like and I'm not saying y'all are doing it.
No, I just know he's a guy.
But
I don't know
I've seen it on Google. Or like they've seen more of Tim Settle. This is where I'm willing to acknowledge.
I had to go to Wikipedia.
Yeah, I've seen it on Google.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I had to go to Wikipedia. I don't know who these guys are.
As odd and as strange as it is to me that they would trade away what seemed like the most easiest. Mm-hmm. It seemed like the easiest veteran to keep around on the defensive line. I can't like pretend that I know these other cats.
But I feel like they're good at finding guys. I feel like they just re-signed Derek Barnett, Khalil Davis.
Khalil Davis is actually one I'm more excited. I'm like, okay, let's step on up, Khalil Davis. At least I'm familiar with your movies.
I feel like they at least are good at finding just guys.
Yeah,
which is what Malik Collins is to me.
Wow, just a guy. I'd love to be a $20 million just a guy.
You need to get you it customized, man. 96, Malik Collins. Get B Scott one of those. Old school jersey.
Hey, let's do a jersey swap. I'll take your Caserio. You take my Malik Collins.
Oh wow!
You get your Caserio jersey ready. I get my Malik Collins.
I don't know how
jersey.
I'm getting accused of this.
Well, just Malik Collins is just a guy. Trade him for a 7th round pick. No big deal. Tim Settle, bring him on. Let's go. We got it.
Have you seen Tim Settle?
He knows what he's doing. All right.
This dude thinks he's in California, man.
How's that?
He thinks it's 9/16 and not 11/16. This ain't the Nick Caserio love fest here, man. You're in the wrong time slot, sir. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader Sports Radio 610. March Madness.
We're playing basketball.
It's about to happen.
Oh, it's happening.
And we'll get you updated on that. Me and Lopez both got action on it. Not sure if it's good action or bad action, but to quote Marshawn Lynch, we just about that action, boss. I've avoided talking about this with Brandon Scott on purpose. Like I have avoided it. I've talked to Brandon Scott. I probably talk to Brandon Scott daily.
No, you don't.
What do you mean?
You don't just talk to people.
I talk to Brandon Scott all the time.
No,
of course he do. It benefits him.
No, oh wow,
it benefits y'all. So yeah.
Do you feel a little inadequate today in the presence of Brandon Scott and Figgy Fig?
I don't. I don't.
Hey, we like Kobe and Shaq in here. Number 1, number 2.
I always feel good with them in here. But I've avoided talking to him about this, and I can't wait to get his takes on the uniform unveil that went wrong. Next.
Sports Radio 610 is your exclusive home for March Madness.
And Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Brandon Scott in the building. So I haven't talked to you about this. What did you make of? I know Lopez had takes. I had takes. What did you make of the failed uniform launch last week?
I wasn't mad. I was just disappointed. I wasn't mad. I was just disappointed, both in how it all was unveiled. Obviously, I did think it was cool that once it got leaked, that Cal jumped in front of it and kind of owned it and everything. I did think that element of it was cool.
Yeah.
But I'd have to side with Lopez on one specific part, and that's the idea that this could have ever been a secret. Whew,
There's no way. No way.
Who told them?
Yeah.
And I really hope for their sake that they'd be able to kind of hold this in. And I thought that they would until I realized, I don't know if I'm saying too much here, but until I realized that the fan council was also going to be privy to the same information that the media was. I'm like, hey, you're going to have to pick one. You can't get all your media corps and all of your fan council, which is like, what, 50 people or more? 75?
It's in that neighborhood.
Something like that. Like now it's too many, not too many cooks in the kitchen because we're not cooking anything.
Too many possibilities.
But it's way too many possibilities. You're asking way too many people to keep their mouths shut. Now, I do suspect that perhaps they didn't care as much about it getting leaked, maybe, because no way you.
I don't know.
Well,
they were wanding us,
man. I know, because we had to sign the NDAs and everything. If it really
had
mattered,
the same thing with my cell phone that I had to do when I went to Dave Chappelle.
Yes, I went to that show too.
You were there too.
Yeah.
Like I had to. Yeah, I saw you. You were double-fisted.
I don't know about that part.
Yeah, it was hot. It was hot in that place.
That's me trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, because if not, like, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt of, hey, maybe they just wanted it to play out clunky like this, because if they really, really cared, I'm even more disappointed.
Yeah.
Because, like, you got to be smarter than that. You got to know that, loose lips sink ships, and you were going to have somewhere, whether it be the media, who are by nature chatty, or these folks on the fan council who are just elated and glad to be around, and they're going to, guess what I saw? Come on, man.
I wasn't even worried about the chatty. This is 2024, man.
Well, that's what I mean.
It's gonna get out.
Digital chatty.
It's gonna get out.
Yeah.
I don't care what you try. There are glasses now that have cameras on them that are connected to your phone. Like it's gonna get out. Yeah. I mean, there's no question about it.
But that, again, is why I keep going back to, no way they really thought that this thing wasn't going to get out. Maybe they thought it would last a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But between that and Cal so readily just dropping them out on his Reddit, I'm like, okay, so maybe they
had to do that,
but maybe they were willing to have a little bit more fun with this than I originally thought. And then the uniforms themselves, I'll get used to them.
That's not a ringing endorsement of the first uniform that was revealed.
What did you think of the models?
What are we doing? Hey, so who looked like more of a football player? Those guys are my 165-pound self. I think I would have, at least with my locks down behind the bottom of the helmet, I would have looked more like a defensive back than one of them cats.
I think I said this when we were doing Cross with the afternoon show. Landry, Seth, Clint, and you would have been 10 times better.
I don't know about that.
10 times better.
Well, we're at least like tall.
Yeah, at least you're tall.
You know what I'm saying? Like I am at least, minus the muscles, roughly the size of a defensive back.
You got a little.
Well, yeah. I mean,
definition working.
Yeah, I way better than what they went with.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not trying to pump myself up at all. Y'all know I'm not that guy. But way better than what they went with. I was shocked they could do better model-wise than that. So Doug Vossick could have just modeled it himself.
He's athletic.
He would have looked better.
Are they going to hold this till the 23rd now? Is that what we're doing? Or are we going to get some sort of adjustment?
Man,
what are we doing?
Man, we might as well just go ahead and drop that bad boy. Go ahead and drop that thing. I have
a hunch something's going to come.
The timing of it would be interesting. Like, do you do a lead-up reveal, or do you just go Beyonce and drop it at midnight? Or like I'm just trying to figure out
that'd be kind of cool.
What is the best? What is the best way to reveal something that everybody is now already anticipating?
Yeah, I have a hunch something's going to come. Not any like inside info. I just feel like they have to manage it now. The Cal did manage it, And I think that's the route they should go. Like just have Cal own this thing. It'll help his brand, his popularity, and it'll expedite something that people are going to be talking about for until the 23rd if they don't.
One thing I agree with Landry on 100% was the helmets.
Should have been red.
Helmets should be red or white.
Yeah.
That, like the blue helmet should be like an alternate maybe, and I think you can only do maybe 2, right?
2.
I think you only get 2. So, but those would be mine. Like when they
you can do 3 different helmets.
Yeah, 3.
Can you do 3?
Yeah.
Well, they should have all 3 of them in the mix.
Yeah.
I always hated that they revealed the team way back when in 2001 or whatever it was.
With white helmets.
With the white helmets.
I was there.
I remember I watched it on TV as a kid, and I'm like, where are those white helmets at?
Yeah.
They never showed up. Very disappointing.
The good thing is that we're talking about something that really, in the big scheme of things, it's not like the biggest deal. I mean, the disasters used to be much more costly when we discussed them. So that's the good thing.
Oh, I can feel a lot more. I feel a lot more liberty and comfort talking about it now that I know the team is good. Because it doesn't feel like weird or dirty. Like, hey man, y'all need to get y'all what together before we start talking about this. No, they have. So now we can have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all good. Shout out to the Texans. We'll see what they do with those uniforms.
The legendary number 24.
Well, that guy probably thought he was doing something too.
Hey, we couldn't really see his face though. I bet you he's glad that he's not like.
Did you really? You really couldn't, but you could kind of.
Would you recognize him if he walked in this room right now?
No.
Yeah. So I think that's good.
But he's telling all his friends, "That's me."
Is
That's
he?
me, man?
Now?
Is he?
Yeah.
Now that he's getting kind of clown?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
He's a legend.
He's a legend, but I might want to avoid that one.
Yeah, I just take that check and go.
For real. Do you think the Texans are better now than they were at the end of the season?
I do. I do think that they are better now, which makes a lot of the complaining that I did in the earlier segment sound kind of silly, but I do because of the Danielle Hunter. I thought, look, I was excited before the Danielle Hunter signing. It was just the Nico Autry, and I was like, all right, a cheaper. Older.
Well, we were all penciling him in on the edge.
I was too. I was right there. I was like, all right, let's go. And we probably better than most around the league know the Nico Autry because of his history in the division.
Yeah.
Both with Tennessee and the Colts. So like, man, every time they played one of those teams when he was playing on it, I'd always make a note of, hey, the Nico Autry's on the other side.
You know, he's a junkyard dog.
And that wasn't a term I would use, but it damn sure plays out on like that. Like he's not just bigging him up or hyping him up. Like he's a dog out there for real. So no, I love it.
Syria loves him.
He's a junkyard dog,
and I can see why. I can definitely see why.
And a bad MFer.
Yeah, him and Aziz Al-Shaair.
So Autry's his guy. It's very clear.
He talked pretty big about both. He said
not like Autry.
I like that.
No, he gave 3 superlatives about Autry, but then he compared Al-Shaair to Zaire Franklin, which is pretty high praise, I think. So, yeah, he likes both of those guys, and neither one of them is the marquee signing on that side of the ball or really of the offseason. So I think those are 3 big pieces on defense that I like. I think, again, Jeff Okudah, who I know you're not as high on Lopez.
I'm just reserving judgment.
Which is fair. I think that's a fair play.
Yeah.
I'm slightly giddy about it just because of the opportunity. He's not going to be having the expectations of the number 3 overall pick, or like he's going to come in and be the savior. Just come in and a thing that the Patriot way likes to say, do your job.
Yeah.
If he can just come in and just do his damn job.
Everybody says that. You can give them credit for that. You're still letting them hijack just basic principles.
But who
do your job?
Because they highlight basic principles. They say them more. Everybody says them behind the scenes.
Do your job.
But that's a thing that they say. Well, maybe it's because I just watched that Dynasty documentary not too long ago. And a lot of that was in there.
The Brady propaganda?
Yeah, it was Brady propaganda for sure. It was also well done. But it was Brady propaganda for sure.
Do your job, man.
Do your job, Landon.
Do your job.
Do your job. It's a simple concept, but it works.
It says a lot.
Didn't they trademark it?
Did they?
I don't know. Did they trademark do your job? Is that not most ridiculous thing you've ever heard?
Who do they
trademark that? Yes.
Who do they think they are? LeBron?
What did he trademark?
Didn't he try to trademark Taco Tuesday or something ridiculous like that?
Yeah, he did. He did.
No, he did.
Yes, he did. I remember that.
No, he did.
It was around the time I started souring on the guy.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I want to root for you so bad, but you are not likable.
Don't do that,
at
LeBron.
all.
Don't do that, LeBron.
Didn't he get mad at There was another thing that he kind of tried to take credit for. It was some barbershop show or something. Like Nick Saban, like
Alabama, credit for everything.
Alabama kids are going to try to do like a barbershop concept, and he was
The Shop.
The Shop,
Yeah.
the shop, and he basically acted like he invented just sitting and talking in the barbershop.
Yeah, and
It was
people-
him.
And
What's up, Ice Cube?
People have been doing videos like that for right, exactly, and even before that, what's up, Coming to America?
Yeah.
It's been barbershop talk, sports scenes for since the beginning of time, dog.
Texans are hosting another former first-round pick in town. Could the Texans be adding to a position of need? We'll talk about that. We'll give you the latest on March Madness. Also, a huge scandal. But is it an even bigger scandal than we're talking about? The hits are lit next.
All right, guys. You guys know
877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Texans, another tire kick and a familiar face will be back. The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, former 9th overall pick C.J. Henderson is visiting the Texans today. This according to Adam Schefter. He's 25 years old. He's really been kind of a disappointment, obviously, since he's on the market. They already got the number 3 overall pick in that draft. Hell, why not bring in the number 9? Let's just take 2 top 10 corners from the 2020 draft and see how that works out.
I actually feel much better about the position if that does work out.
Really?
Yeah, because you got 2
C.J.
chances.
Henderson?
No, because you got 2 chances to try to get it figured out.
Yeah, I mean, it tells you a lot about the talent that they're trying to bring in at the very least. Like, for various reasons, things have not gone right for C.J. Henderson or Jeff Okudah. But the roll of the dice that one of them could work out at fairly cheap prices, like first-round talent at borderline roster guy salary, 1-year deal, to neither of them be the number 1 guy, that's good value. That's smart, small money.
Yeah. That's not even smart, big money.
Yeah, that's smart, small money, which I can actually get with, too.
And to channel another New England protege, Bill O'Brien, it's all about competition, Landry.
Okay.
It's all about competition, Landry.
I like do your job better.
Texans are bringing back Derek Barnett on a 1-year deal. They brought him in last year, number 95. You immediately wondered, who the hell is that guy? He was a really nice addition. Straight off the streets, former Eagles number 1 first-round pick, Derek Barnett back on a 1-year deal. He's going to be in that edge mix, which sign me up for that too.
It's just small doses, and he's made big plays. What was the game down the stretch where he made
Titans
had a big play there at the end?
Yeah, I think he had a play in the Browns game too. Had a sack.
Yeah,
forced the interception.
Small dose. I told Landry off air.
He forced.
I have
he hit Flacco's arm.
I have a weird affinity for this guy. I really like him. I just think, I don't know why, because he's a backup, but I just like what he can bring.
You like backups. Backups got feelings too.
They have feelings too. You're right.
Yeah, they feel good.
Yeah, and you want your depth behind Will Anderson, who had an injury at the end of the year, and Daniil Hunter, who is, a prized possession at this point, a very expensive free agent. You want to have solid backups behind them.
We have a scandal in baseball. So Shohei Ohtani's interpreter is accused of stealing millions of dollars from the MLB superstar to use in an illegal sports betting ring, despite the two being close friends. Here was JR Sport Brief. Let's hear him summarize it. Yeah,
I missed this.
Go to my guy JR Sport Brief, our guy, friend of the show. Here was him kind of summarizing it. This was like an after-the-show video. So this wasn't like on air. This was an after-show video from our guy, JR Sport Brief.
I hope you are not getting robbed by your friends. I hope you're not getting robbed by your family. Shohei Ohtani allegedly robbed $4.5 million by his interpreter. The Dodgers gave this dude the boot, and allegedly the interpreter was making between $300,000 and $500,000 a year, but that wasn't enough to satisfy his gambling debt. Gambling is a serious addiction. Shohei Ohtani did not come to the United States of America to get swindled and bamboozled by his interpreter. I've seen this interpreter standing next to Shohei since 2018, and this man has been running through his money. Now look, we don't know the full story, if Shohei knew what Shohei did not know, but Shohei Ohtani just plays baseball, okay? He shows up, he hits home runs when his arm works. He strike people out. I don't think he came all the way to America to get involved in illegal activity. And if I'm wrong, then we got an even bigger story. And this is not the story that baseball wanted at the start of the season.
Yeah, there's some holes.
I know you got thoughts on this.
There are some holes.
I have thoughts
here.
on this.
Go ahead. I want to hear them.
No, go ahead.
Well, I just want to piece it all together, because the story originally was that Shohei gave him the money, and then the story became that the money was stolen. And so now I'm trying to figure out where is the truth line somewhere in between here, because it feels like they're saying the money is stolen now because they don't want Shohei to have any kind of culpability for whatever the money was actually supposed to be for, whatever gambling debt was actually supposed to be existing here.
Yeah.
They don't want Shohei to have any kind of tie to it.
Call me cynical, and many people have, but call me naive. This isn't even cynical. Call me naive. You can combine the two. I've seen those guys since Ohtani came to the country, shoulder to shoulder, his only line of communication. They seem to be tight. I find it very hard to believe, and maybe this is stupid me, that guy is ripping off Shohei Ohtani to that level. I find it hard to believe.
Thank you. I'm not going to.
I might be an idiot.
No, you're not
moron,
an idiot.
all that. I find that hard to believe. That's not like some middleman there. That's literally shoulder to shoulder, the only guy that you have that you can communicate with 90% of the time, shoulder to shoulder, every step of the way. I don't believe that.
It be the people closest to you sometimes, but the way this story played out makes me more skeptical.
I'm trying to use common sense here. That's the first thing I thought of is kind of along the lines of what Landry said. And this is the main reason. I don't care if you make $300,000 or $500,000 a year. There isn't a bookie alive because this was an illegal bookie. This wasn't online gambling, or there isn't a bookie alive that'll spot you $4.5 million.
No,
not one bookie.
Not just
anywhere.
Snack has to get on planes.
Yes, he has to go to do it. There isn't so. Yes, Landry. I mean, I am being cynical, perhaps, but I think I'm also being logical. Shohei Ohtani had to know something going on while it was going on. I'm not making any accusations because I think he's a smart dude that knows his brand and knows what's going on. But he had to have known what was going on, why it was going on. Because if you have a $4.5 million debt, that bookie had to have contact with Ohtani. Like, you got this? Even that is going to get him in trouble. You got this guy covered? Yeah. Boom, he's in trouble. Like, he's not gambling, but there isn't one. Not one.
Maybe the bookie knows who the interpreter is, but even then, it's...
No, I think the bookie does know the interpreter.
But
I'm saying he might have had... He had to have had
what I'm saying,
contact with Ohtani.
Even if he doesn't have contact with Ohtani, I could still see him doing it off of the strength of this is Ohtani's right-hand man's. Like, this is Ohtani's.
Ain't no bookie going to give him $4.5 million.
I could see.
Ain't no bookie going to do that.
I could see it happening.
No way.
But probably not.
And you know the other side?
And also, like the way that the story was told originally.
Thank you. That's the other reason.
It's probably closer to the truth.
They're in the middle of chaos management now. ESPN, the worldwide leader, scrapped the story. Like, killed it. Because they had doubts. And those were the researchers, which, by the way, in that original story, which I saw, they had tracked down two $500,000 wire transfers from Ohtani to an associate of the bookie. This isn't good. This isn't good, reportedly.
I get that Ohtani just signed this huge deal, obviously.
Yeah.
But
he's on loan.
I'm trying to think.
It's on loan. Remember the weirdness of it? It's on loan.
I'm trying to think of who closest to me that I would break this kind of bread with.
Yeah.
Like, other than my mother, my children, my parents, my children. Like,
if my sister asked me for $5,000 and, my husband's good for it, I'd want to talk to the husband.
Yeah.
For $5,000. So if you're spotting $4.5 million, Ohtani's good for it. Well, I want to talk to Ohtani. That's the problem. Just the conversation is the problem.
Yeah. The more you articulate that, the more I think about it. Yeah. He's got to be somewhere.
He's in it somewhere. Now, he's not gambling. I don't think he's gambling.
Nah.
I think he's too smart.
Yeah. No, that would just be.
But just the
foolish.
contact.
And you know what kind of sucks about this for Ohtani?
What's that?
He's going to have to go face the music and eventually talk about this.
With no
interpreter. So he's basically, it's a new interpreter, the first time that he's had this interpreter, and he's going to have to, it's going to be his most important press conference ever, and he's going to be shoulder to shoulder with the new interpreter.
Who screws it up? Does any journalist screw it up and ask the interpreter a bunch of questions? like how do you feel to be replacing whatever the dude's name is, and like trying to get trying to get a sidebar. You know how it is, Lopez, at the newspaper, where you try to get that sidebar.
Who's got the sidebar on whether this guy gambles?
Yeah.
No, I'm telling you, man. Like, just putting the pieces together, ain't no way he wasn't contacted him.
Yeah, man.
Ain't no way.
College football, ESPN and the College Football Playoff have reached agreements that ensure ESPN will continue as the exclusive worldwide rights holder to the postseason through 2031 and 2032. Got to think that expands, so that partnership going to continue. NCAA tournament tonight, teams of local interest. Colorado State takes on Texas at 5:50-ish. On TNT, and then NC State versus Texas Tech, 8:50 on TBS. Already underway. Michigan State in the West region, they're on top of Mississippi State, 27-18.
Let's go, -1.5.
With 4:04 remaining. And you also have BYU trailing by 7. They're down 7-0, 15-41 in the first half.
Duquesne,
huh?
Yeah.
Where they at?
Isn't Duquesne in Oklahoma?
Ooh, don't get me lying. I'm glad y'all pronounced it and it wasn't me that had to say it out loud.
Yeah,
Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Why didn't I know that?
Yeah.
Why didn't I know
I have heard of Duquesne, but I've not
Yeah.
ever researched exactly where they're located.
Yeah.
The better round, let's be honest, Lopez, college basketball guy. The better round.
Dude,
is gonna be,
I got 2 screens open. Don't tell me about
no, I'm not gonna.
I did this last year. I did it the year before.
I'm not gonna pee on college basketball or the tournament. I'm not gonna do any of that. I'm just saying the better round, objectively, is coming.
Oh, I'm not saying that. That's
you know what I mean?
wrong.
Like it's cool of like the first, the opener.
But
it's a
first
lot
round's
of.
pretty damn good.
It's gonna be a lot of. It's gonna be a lot of blowouts. I feel like
it's interesting. Well, there's a lot of upsets. There's always upsets.
Yeah.
Text line: if Altuve were doing this, Altuve would be suspended or banned from baseball.
Oh, come on, man.
They would investigate like they're going to investigate Ohtani.
Don't do the false equivalence.
Dude, I saw those 2 $500,000 payments, according to ESPN, that they tracked down, wire payments. I went, uh-oh, that ain't great.
Yeah, man.
Maybe the guy just said. Maybe he knew the guy was gambling, and he just said, "Hey, all right, I got you."
Could be, and that's what
he's being a friend.
His spokesman. He's a good friend. Then he's a better friend than I am.
That's what I'm trying to think. Who are the people in my life where I would cover their gambling debts? Make it the equivalent to $4.5 million for me, whatever that is.
That interpreter just seemed like a good guy, man.
Oh.
That's surprising. Like he didn't seem like a slime ball.
I don't know that he is.
Yeah,
he's gambling and he's just got an issue here.
I mean, that much debt, you're kind of slimy.
But it's like JR Sports Brief said.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, it's an addiction.
Yeah, he might be sick, Landry. Yeah. He might be sick.
It's an addiction.
Come on, man.
Yeah,
it's 2024, man.
I get that it's an addiction.
People, everything that's bad, that's wrong with people, they're sick. Anytime somebody does something bad, they're sick. Yeah. They've got an illness. They've got an ailment. They've got something that you need to be more sensitive toward,
I think
Landry.
Shohei Ohtani is about to claim mental health.
Yeah, there you go.
Take a
I'm just
leave of
saying.
absence.
I'm just
2
saying.
Weeks.
What?
2 weeks to figure it out. Adam Silver. Rob Manfred, go Adam Silver.
Now you're on it.
Give him the Draymond.
Now you get it. Now you get it, Landry.
Give him the John Morant.
Welcome to 2024.
Go get some counseling. Landry Locker, John Lopez, B. Scott in for his weekly visit. B. Scott, we appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Very much so. Landry Locker and J-Lo. Coming up next, who do you think will be the big free agent busts? John Lopez has a list. He has some questions. We're going to attack him as lunchtime begins next.
All right. How about old Heidi and Richard?
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, biggest free agent busts. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. March Madness is upon us. Michigan State up 5, about 16 seconds remaining in the first half. BYU, they've pulled to within 7 against who? What's that team
Duquesne.
called? Duquesne, which is in? Pennsylvania. There we go. Shout out to Duquesne. What are we looking at when it comes to biggest free agent busts? For me, it starts with Calvin Ridley. Calvin Ridley to the Titans. That is at the top of everyone's list. Could impact the Texans, though. Could make the Jags draft a receiver. They've already brought in Eric Armstead as an indirect reaction to that. But where do we sit here? What are the biggest potential busts? Let's get into it as lunchtime begins.
You know there's going to be busts, right? I mean, that's how this whole – well, you don't want to spend too much money. Have you seen all these guys that bust? Well, they're going to be a bust. I was scrolling the interweb today, and I came across a post of the 10 most likely free agent busts. And I'm not going to go through the whole 10, but a lot of them have Houston Texans connections. So I'm interested to see what you think, and I have some thoughts on if this is something that's reasonable or likely or not. The first one was Saquon Barkley. And the reason that they said that, injury history, recent production, et cetera. I don't feel this one. I just don't feel Saquon Barkley as a bust. I mean, I don't know. I mean, what do you think?
I mean, it's not – given what the impact can be, it's not a lot of money.
Right.
So, I mean, I could see – I mean, maybe he gets injured. Maybe Philadelphia just crumbles. Maybe the surrounding cast around him is not as good as maybe we've envisioned. The way that it would be looked at as a bust is that the expectations are so high for Philadelphia because they've been to the Super Bowl 2 years ago, in the playoffs the last 3 seasons. It's kind of a make-or-break type of situation for Nick Sirianni. If they wet the bed and they don't make the playoffs, he ends up getting fired, and it just Philadelphia as a whole is looked at as a dumpster fire. So I guess I could see it as a possibility if that's how we're evaluating it, just based on the surroundings in the situation. But I think he's a good fit there. Will be interesting to see what they look like this upcoming season. That's probably one of the 3 most intriguing teams heading into the year.
He's playing it to a different standard, right? Because their standard now is Super Bowl. And he won't be the face of failure if they don't, make it happen, because they've got Hurts and a lot of people will be the face of it. But I could see where maybe the standard is why he could be perceived as a bust, like what you said. This is an interesting one because a lot of people had very strong feelings about this. Patrick Queen. Now their likelihood of
the money was less than originally thought. 3 years, 41, I think, was the deal.
He had one breakout season, was their point.
Well, and Baltimore didn't pick up his option. Roquan Smith, some would say, had a big impact in allowing him to do what he did. I could easily see this. Same situation, Pittsburgh. We don't know what Pittsburgh's going to be. I could easily see a situation where Patrick Queen doesn't live up to the hype. I will say that
age, performance, price. And you brought up a good point. I mean, he might be. I don't know if he strikes me as that, but he might be one of those guys that once you get paid, a lot of teams have a good free agent year. A lot of players have a good free agent year, and then they're not quite themselves again. So Barkley, Queen, Ridley. The next 2 are very interesting to me. The first one with the Texans connection, likely busts according to, I found it. It's SI.com. Josh Jacobs. And the argument,
it's a 1-year deal.
I know, but the argument they have there is
basically
he's going to kind of rock the balance that the Commanders have got. I mean, the Packers have gotten going right now. That they've really got a good thing going. They're in a groove. They all know their role, and they're saying he's going to have to be fed a lot.
I'll be honest. I thought it was kind of weird that. And I think the Packers ended up bringing back A.J. Dillon. I thought it was weird that they felt that they needed to replace Aaron Jones.
Yeah.
I mean, they were beating San Francisco last year. Jordan Love, the arrow is pointing up. The expectations for Josh Jacobs are so high, and they're coming off a pretty good season that I could agree with that. Like, what is this? How is this going to fit? Because I thought when they had it going, did you watch Aaron Jones against the Cowboys?
Yeah.
He had 2 touchdowns in the first quarter or whatever. And then they had A.J. Dillon, which was a nice change of pace. I'll be honest, I was a little bit surprised. Not that Josh Jacobs got the year $10+ million deal or whatever the hell it was. I was surprised that Green Bay just decided this is a clear upgrade over Aaron Jones and what we got right now.
And he does have to be fed a lot. He's going to have to be a kind of a workhorse guy. And they're talking about the balance that they've kind of the team they built, and it might disrupt that a little bit. And then there's this one. And a couple of things you can say about this one. Jonathan Grenard. They're saying
that's a bust.
There's a big – oh, you think so?
That's a bust.
Based on what? What they're saying is one truly good season. Like, he's had one good season. He's missed games elsewhere. And he was pretty expensive. I think it's interesting. I don't know, mate. I'm not going to flat out say I think he's going to be a bust, but that's a big price and big expectation.
It's too expensive, man.
Yeah.
It's too expensive.
And it could make the Texans look really, really good. Moving on, letting him get his money, being happy for him, and then bringing in, Danielle Hunter.
Let him use you to get more bread.
Yeah.
Yeah, all good.
Yeah. I think I would have to rank him Ridley 1, because I'm with you on that one. Maybe Patrick Queen 2. Or Grenard. Are we jumping off the ship with Grenard? He ain't here no more. But it has the markings, man.
Yeah, I got to give it to Grenard. Grenard's up there.
Mm-hmm.
That was a lot, man. That was a hell of a lot.
It was a lot of money.
A little bit of an overreaction.
It was a lot of money.
Shout out to Jonathan Grenard. So we'll see what happens. What about of the Texans signings? Let's not be unfair. Let's put our eyes on our own paper.
Yeah.
Of the Texans free agent signings. Not saying we're predicting it's going to be a bust. But which ones would you say could be the most likely disappointment? And we're not predicting injuries or forecasting injuries or anything like that.
Yeah, no, just if they play, 15, 16, 17 games. I don't want to say this because I'm hopeful. I'm just kind of skeptical. Jeff Okudah.
What's the expectation, though?
Well, the expectation until they signed Henderson, which they're not signing him. They're meeting with C.J. Henderson today, another cornerback, is that he's going to be Steven Nelson. That's actually, that's asking a lot. Steven Nelson was not a Pro Bowler, but he made some big-time plays as well and kind of filled the role perfectly opposite Derek Stingley.
I would say, I don't want to say Okudah because if that goes bad, I don't think it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
But I would say this is a big if.
Yeah.
If they don't add running back depth, I think it could be Joe Mixon because I think they need multiple running backs.
Yeah.
And Singletary was kind of finding his groove. If they don't add depth, you could get to a point where you're asking Mixon to do too much. I know he's been on the field a lot, but I think they need to help Joe Mixon, and they need to help their football team by adding running backs or a couple of running backs that can make plays to where you're not asking them to do everything.
We should have just kept Singletary. Yeah. That would be coming.
Yeah, and I think Mixon's a better player, but I do think that the danger that I see in this Mixon thing is he's such a good all-purpose back. He's such an underrated receiver to where what was one of your biggest problems last year, running back depth.
Yeah.
You put that down the list of priorities just because you got a guy like Joe Mixon. I don't think you should do that.
Yeah, I mean, I still think we both think that they're still going to try to get another running back, but Joe Mixon is clearly the headliner here. Like, he's the guy they brought in to be the workhorse. I think another possibility might be just interior defensive line. I know that's broad, but, a lot of expectations there. The Malik Collins trade for whatever, however good you think he was. Fatukasi, Settle. I think Autry's going to be in the middle and he'll be good, but just like against the run, interior defensive line, this is all pre-draft, of course, so we'll see how that plays out. But I think interior defense, I would have to say Okudah and the interior defensive line are riskiest. They're at the highest risk of being bust factor.
And I don't know how much they trust Okudah. Like if it were June, would we be talking about Okudah as perhaps the starting corner opposite Derek Stingley? Who knows? By the way, Steven Nelson's still on the market.
Yeah,
hadn't quite gotten what I think he probably wanted. So You never know. They might be able to just call up old Steven Nelson and say, hey, how about a 1-year deal? I don't know how he's going to react to it at this point.
Boy,
where he's at.
He and Nick together again. You should wear a vest to the press conference.
Wait, you're giving Steven Nelson a press conference?
Yeah.
Damn, okay.
Press availability.
Okay, I don't know if I'd give him that either.
You know who's not going to we can go the other side here. Cup is half full. I think Daniil Hunter, Danico Autry, and Alshire are going to really bolster that defense. I'm not saying the defense is automatically better, but I think they're going to be – you're not going to miss on those guys.
Yeah, I think they did fine there.
Yeah.
They're very, very well off when it comes to that. March Madness underway. Shout out to all the people that called off work. You have Michigan State leading at the half 31-24 over Mississippi State. And then BYU trailing, what's it called?
Duquesne,
24-20, 6:06 remaining in the first half there. Cougs play tomorrow, so you can stand by.
There's some jazzed up people in this building right now about the Cougs.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. I was talking to Bill in the bathroom.
You were what?
Talking to Bill in the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
He's a big Cougs fan.
Bill Powell.
One of our sales, yeah.
He'll get in there.
Boy, he's a big Cougs fan.
He'll get in there.
He is a big Cougs fan.
Does he make you want them to win, or does he make you want them to lose?
I want UH to win their first game, and then I'm going to fight it out with my son on the second game if they face the Aggies.
But there are some fans who make you want their team to lose, and there are some fans who
fans
make
or coaches, because like you refuse to go with Michigan State.
No, I'm talking about like there's some people that are fans of teams, and when that team has success,
like just people you know,
you're happy for your friend.
Yeah.
But there's some fans that are fans, and it makes you root against their squad.
Yes, all the time.
Is Bill Powell, which one is he? Does he make you want the Cougs to win, or does he make you want the Cougs to lose? Bill Powell,
that's a
OG
great
sales
question.
guy here. He is a massive Cougs fan.
Yeah.
Does he make you want them to win, or does he make you want them to lose?
I'm going to sound wishy-washy here, and I don't like that. A little of both. Because I'm happy for him. Like the Cougs are so good. They're number one.
Kelvin Sampson.
Want
him to get one really bad.
He goes to coaches' night.
Yeah.
He goes to the coaches' radio show.
Yeah.
You know, he's a season ticket holder.
Yeah.
So I'm happy for him.
Yeah, but
sometimes it's just like all the time.
Okay.
And that's what the qualifier is, right? Like I'm sure you know guys like that. It's like, hey, did you see the Aggies did this or the Red Raiders did that? And you're like, it's June and you're talking football.
You're just yes or no. Do you,
I'm being wishy-washy. I'm telling you.
Yeah, don't be wishy-washy.
I have to be because I'm really kind of happy for him because he's such a good fan. But when it gets too much, I'm like, all right.
All right, Sean Pendergast. He's a Notre Dame guy.
I want them to lose everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Sean makes you hate Notre Dame.
No, I just hate Notre Dame anyway. He knows that. I've told him that.
Okay. See, I've never been a Notre Dame guy, but I would be happy for Sean.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sean's the type of fan that if Notre Dame wins, my immediate reaction is to ask Sean, feel happy for Sean.
Yeah.
I'll text him during Notre Dame games, not like
That's a bad move, man.
No, I have instincts.
Yeah.
Not when they're like getting their ass whooped or something like that.
Yeah,
but I'll text him and be like, hey, what's up with this?
Yeah, that's better.
With this quarterback or something like that.
Yeah.
So,
you're going to always cheer against the Aggies because of me.
What about
100%? You're going to always cheer against the Aggies because of me.
No,
and I don't even talk about.
You
the
don't
Aggies.
even cross my mind when it comes to the Aggies. Honestly, I know too many people that go there.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm
happy
for A&M when they win.
I'm pretty laid back
Doesn't
in
bother
terms
me.
of like talking about it. I'm like, whatever.
Doesn't bother me.
I'm all in, but
doesn't bother me.
But I don't beat you over the head with it.
What about Kansas with Show?
KU, I like for Kansas to win, by and large. Depends on the opponent sometimes too, but in terms of like the people, because we have like what do we have like 4 KU people in the building? At least 3.
Too many.
Yeah.
It's a lot, man.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Kansas.
It's a lot of KU people.
A lot of KU.
Yeah.
Kind of an invasion here.
Mm-hmm. What about you?
I've never really been upset with Kansas folks.
No, I'm talking about people. That makes you want to cheer.
That makes you want to cheer against their squad?
Yeah.
In this building or just
just friends,
as a whole?
people that we might know, or in this building. No.
I'm trying to think. Jets.
Oh.
Yeah, Jets.
Yeah.
For sure. Jets. Absolutely. Jets is my number one. I've never gotten more DMs. And I actually had to turn DMs off because
of a particular Jets fan?
Bro, I said that Zach Wilson sucked. I said Joe Flacco was better. That was it. This was 2 years ago. I said Joe Flacco is better than Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
He sucks. DJ Bieneme, who covered the Jets, quote tweeted it. I don't know how many people reacted. The tweets have been deleted by them. But I think it's a weird approach to slide in another man's DMs about sports
Something
just to talk crap.
Said. Yeah.
Probably about 80 of them.
Yeah.
I think that's weird. I hate the Jets.
And then there's some teams that you just really cheer for because they're such a good fan. Like I know a bunch of people that are big Sam Houston Bearcats. B. Scott was living and dying with that tournament that they were in. I'm always cheering for Sam because of that. Like I said, some of the KU people, same way.
Well, I would say Texas, and that's me. I've been a Texas fan since birth. I was born there. My parents went there. Some Texas fans make me want them to lose.
Oh, Texas! Like now you're talking about the fans.
No,
in general.
Yeah, like it's as far as like these people on Twitter that are big Texas fans. Y'all are a bad representation. I think that's a lot of. I think there's an element
Kentucky
of that
basketball.
I think there's an element of that with the Astros.
Oh,
where it's like, dude, y'all are claiming to be like the biggest fans, obnoxious. Y'all are the worst representation of this fan base that there is,
and they've
like
had
the way that it acts.
They've had a long history of that, or reputation, I should say.
Yeah, but I mean, even sometimes, like when Texas loses, I'm like, well, at least I don't have whatever. Billy Lucci, he kind of make one A&M lose. I'll be honest.
I like Billy.
Oh, I love Billy.
I like Billy.
No, I love Billy.
He's a real fan because he can be real about the opponent too.
No, I love Billy.
He's not going to say
I love Billy, but I don't mind when they lose because of Billy.
No, he's not
because he gets all the smoke. And he embraces it.
He handles it. That's what I'm saying.
But he interacts with it, so I don't feel bad for him because he loves the smoke.
Yeah, no, he does do that. He does absolutely.
Shout out to Billy Lucci. Coming up, lunchtime confessions. The Texans are doing something that makes me feel very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Next,
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I said before.
or imlistening.org. Eye on Houston, weekly public affairs program airing Sundays at 7 a.m. on Houston Sports Leader.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I was embarrassed for our engineer, Aaron, yesterday.
Oh, God. That was bad.
I was embarrassed for, legit.
Aaron Raybold.
I kind of covered my hand.
Aaron Raybold, our guy, Aaron.
Figgy.
Keeps things going here.
He's awesome. He's a great engineer. He's not a good comedian. So we had...
This has to be a Slime Off nomination.
Well, we can go there, but let me tell the story first. So we had Figgy and Landry and I and some great people here at Odyssey were on a panel. We had a panel discussion with the grad school students of the Texas A&M Sports Management Program. And it was really fun, really good. Excuse me. And then we took a picture. Like all the students and us on stage, and gave Aaron the camera, and he's a big Longhorn fan, and he said 9, 16, 13, 21. Isn't that how y'all count? Instead of saying 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
And it was like, it was so quiet. I said that didn't hit, and the whole room heard it. Like that was bad. That was bad. Oh, an Aggie joke. Okay.
I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
No, I was really wondering what was going on there for a sec because it went kind of long and then yeah.
I thought he was just being silly, just throwing out random
1, 2,
numbers.
3,
then when he said, "Ain't this how y'all count?"
Well, the other thing is, it wasn't like he was wearing a Texas hat or anything, so people just didn't even know what was going on. People didn't know what was going on. They were like, yeah, that one did not hit. It was also a little bit awkward.
These are my confessions.
Texans are making me feel kind of uncomfortable, man.
They are.
They're making me feel a little bit uncomfortable.
How's that?
Did you watch the press conference with Joe Mixon and Danielle Hunter?
I mean, bits, yeah.
When did we start putting the Kroger logo behind them? I know that I know that
since they became a sponsor.
Yeah, I get it, but it doesn't feel right to me, man. I'm an HEB guy. I'm an HEB guy. I get it. Y'all got your sponsorship, but it just doesn't seem right to me. It doesn't seem appropriate. We are in HEB territory, and we got the Kroger logo behind it. It makes. I
don't
me
think
feel
HEB is going anywhere.
Well, they still work with them and stuff like that. It doesn't look right, man. Doesn't look right.
Kroger can be good, man.
Hey, they spent that money, man.
Yeah.
That's why they back there.
It's almost like in the early 2000s. Oh, wow, you're sponsored by Adidas. Cool. And I know that's kind of changed over time, but it's like, good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
This Kroger right here is really good.
Yeah, it's fine.
There's some Krogers that are not so much.
Yeah, well, there's some HEBs too. But
yeah, I feel like HEB is a little more consistent.
Well, I just think HEB is Houston, man.
Of course.
You got Kroger.
They're Texas. They're Houston.
What the hell are we doing?
All that stuff.
Worried about the Texans, man.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I feel like you need to get on board with me.
What do you mean?
Dude, ever since we went to Las Vegas, I actually don't think I've lost a bet.
Good for you.
I went to Vegas, came back with a little over $2,000, bet on the Super Bowl, went 4 for 4 on my bets there.
Was it 4 for 4 or 3 for 4?
It was 4 for 4. And then right now I'm crushing my first bet. You got to bet on the first game.
You're going to jinx it now.
I'm not going to jinx it. I got Michigan State minus 1.5. Whoops, they're down to they're up 8. So they'll be all right in the second half. You need to hop on board, man. I can.
No, thank you.
I'll be no charge.
Nah, keep your own thing going, man.
No charge. I'll give it to you.
Nah, keep your own.
I'll give you all my picks.
Nah, you're good.
You don't want them?
Keep your own thing going.
You don't like money?
Nah, you're good. Keep it going, man.
I mean, I'm on a roll. When the thing about hot streaks is you got to ride them.
It's all you, man.
You got to ride them.
Nah, you got it.
All right. All right.
All good.
What'd you bet on?
I just bet on the over/under, but yeah, not looking awesome, not looking terrible.
All right.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I got to confess, I think Texas might get bounced in the first round. I feel like they might lose tonight. I feel like I'm starting to think Texas might get bounced.
Are you just nervous?
Today. No, I'm not nervous. I'm not going to lose any sleep over that.
I mean, you get nervous about your squad.
Nah, I'm not going to lose any sleep over Texas losing. But Colorado
You did a little
State
digging on Colorado State?
coming in hot. I didn't do any digging. I've just seen this many times. I don't have the confidence in them, so I'm starting to feel a little bit of an upset there.
Well, Duquesne's 11 seed, and they're up 9 on BYU right now. 11
down
seeds,
to 6, 33-27.
Okay, 11 seeds and 10 seed is what Colorado State is, right? They can. That's prime time.
7-10, man.
Yeah, that's prime time for something of an upset. But it happens. That's what makes it great. I mean, not great for Longhorn fans.
You think the upsets make it great?
Yes, especially that's why you have.
I feel like the upsets make it worse.
No, well, the millions of people will disagree.
Because eventually the consequence happens. But I don't think those millions of people. I think those millions of people are just saying that.
What about ratings?
Well, the ratings actually favor the teams that the blue bloods. The blue bloods, whenever they're in like the Final Four of the Elite Eight, those are higher.
No, that's different. I'm talking about like just rating, like right now. Like
the ratings?
Right now, I mean, they're through the roof. They're like nothing else.
I mean, I think they'll turn to the game. I don't think you're sitting there like, man, I really got to see Duquesne play. But if they're up with 2 minutes left, you flip to it.
No, I think everybody's cheering.
People are posted for it.
People are cheering for their bracket because of the upset possibilities and the upsets that they've picked. Nah, man, it's that's what makes it.
You think as many people are doing brackets today as they were 15, 20 years ago?
I would say so.
You think?
Yeah. Easier to do, too. You don't have to longhand write everything out like we used to and all. They just click, 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 and there you go. Like I did the bracket here during a break yesterday. Just in like 2 minutes. Yeah, no, I agree.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I kind of hesitate to bring this up. I feel like we struck a nerve with Figgy this morning. I feel like
you are wrong, my friend.
I feel like it was all. See,
you are wrong.
I feel like it was all fun and games until it got real.
Yeah.
It was all...
Well, I mean, you called him an overvalued running back.
I called him. Who started that entire discussion?
No.
Who said I feel like he's overrated?
I feel like he's getting overrated now.
Yes.
That's what I said.
And I said, okay, so he's like.
And then you laid it out.
Yes.
And then
but you said I didn't start squat. You started it.
I just had the man, he might be getting a little overrated now.
And then Figgy got.
But then you went in depth, man.
I gave an analogy.
I just had a little nudge.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that was a nudge.
I just had a little
You went
nudge.
back and forth with him like he was Andy. I mean.
on behalf of it.
Do you think we kind of hit it? Like, it was all fun and games, and he was laughing.
Oh, he wasn't playing.
Nah, I definitely was playing. I felt like I might have struck the nerve with y'all.
Not me.
Oh, not me.
Because y'all keep bringing it up.
No, I'm just.
Not me. Who was y'all?
Y'all.
Who just brought it up?
In the loop.
Who just brought it up?
In the loop.
Let's individualize this.
Now,
let's draw a line here, okay?
Yes.
Who brought it up?
In confessions?
Brung what up?
He did.
I didn't bring up. No.
Y'all?
See, this is where you're wrong.
This is where I get it.
No. Let me explain. I didn't bring that up. I said I feel like we struck a nerve.
Yeah.
You brought up.
But that's bringing it up.
No, I just said I feel like we struck a nerve.
And then it was another segment where John said, "Oh, I'm speaking to somebody."
So can we rewind?
If you don't think that
can we rewind and can we say John brought it up instead of me. I do what I do. I'm going to get enough crap. Can we at least separate the two of us?
Okay.
And say who's brought it up twice.
So you don't know.
I brought it up the first time.
You don't know. You don't know a smart aleck comment like, "Oh, I'm talking to somebody. Sorry, Figgy," versus like actually bringing it up like that.
What do you mean?
I was just kidding around. Obviously.
I was kidding too. It didn't strike a nerve, man.
Yeah.
I like to fight fire with fire.
Yeah.
So if you come at me, I'm gonna come at you.
Fire with fire.
So I'm good.
Is that really fire with fire? Is there anything more a-hole-ish than saying, "I think we struck a nerve"?
No.
Did I strike a nerve?
No.
Why don't you just tell him he was triggered?
Okay, that's a fancier way to say it. That's a more common.
Rent free.
Yeah, that's a more contemporary way of saying I struck a nerve. However you want to say it. I just felt like that's what I brought up.
Nah, I'm good, man.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's making me feel better.
Thought we'd been past this, and you just
we did
just completely stepped it back.
No, we did move past it. We did. I just said, hey, you know what? It's confessions. That's why we're
living
here.
rent free. Rent free in Lopez head.
I am never going to say that. You can call me out on that if I ever say that.
I do think y'all's relationship will never be the same.
Oh, shut up.
I do feel that way. I've developed a strong enough foundation with Figgy to where.
Oh, yeah, because I haven't.
Well, I mean, let's just count the ways.
Mm-hmm.
My interaction now you're dividing us. Now I'm bringing it up. And this is
I blame Payne and Pendergast for this, man. They started all of this.
Good, but I'll say this: my interaction with Figgy is deep.
Oh, because mine's not?
Well, yours is, hey, can you upload the Bite Me podcast?
No,
that's been your weekly interaction with Figgy for a long time.
Figgy, how often do I go over to your cubicle just to talk to you?
You do it pretty often, man.
Thank you. See, Landry is like, he's on a talk about hot streaks. He's on a real hot streak of anything I say, he's going to twist.
Twist? What did I twist?
Like all day long.
No, but what was the twist here?
Like saying that I don't have a good relationship. I like you do with Figgy.
No, I'm just saying when he was getting mad.
That's
you brought
twisting.
up him getting mad and saying you only talked. He said the talk to when it benefits. Hey, upload the Bite Me podcast is a benefit.
And again, that's not true. You're on a hot streak of twisting everything I say.
And I wasn't mad, for the record. I wasn't mad.
All right.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You sure?
I'm positive.
Okay.
It's hard to make me mad, man.
Gotta confess, I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. That's Lunchtime Confessions.
That might be wrong.
Here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the Elite Eight. Things you have to deal with in your everyday life that annoy most. March Madness is upon us. In the Loop. March Madness Volume 2 next.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Elite Eight. Things we have to deal with in our daily life. Yesterday, we had the worst types of people. Shopping cart guy, not putting up the shopping cart guy or girl. Won that one. Now we have things we have to deal with in our daily life. By the way, speaking of March Madness, we have Michigan State on top of Mississippi State, 49-39 in the West region, the 9-8 matchup, 12-10 remaining in that one. BYU down 8 at half, 38-30 to
Duquesne
from Pennsylvania.
BYU's a 6 seed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Big 12, man. Big 12.
Oh, God, I always forget that.
Big 12 struggle. No more independent for them.
Yeah.
Which was always weird that they were. The Elite Eight, daily annoyances, 2 out of 3 advances. Take it away.
All right, so let's talk about the things that we have to deal with. I'm not going to go like a lot of people do, like foods and all that stuff. Yesterday,
You don't have to do a food. You can pick, right?
No. I'm talking about like their little offshoot of March Madness brackets. So this is just things, Figgy, you got to get in on this. I know you're going to have some opinions. This is things that we have to deal with, sometimes on a daily basis, that are just absolutely annoying.
Hey,
first round.
I feel like you're attacking me, man.
Well, that's a different case. We'll do that tomorrow. Well, actually, I'm off tomorrow. But we'll do that another day. Spam emails versus reply all people.
Reply all.
Why?
Because spam emails, they happen. I mean, it happens. You can unsubscribe. You can block. Sometimes it actually will get your attention, and you'll be like, oh, wow, I didn't know that.
But don't click on it.
Yeah,
because then all the ads start popping up on your phone.
I didn't know that they were having a sale or something like that. And sometimes it can actually, oh wow, holy crap, they just brought that back.
Yeah,
like reply all, like come on. And if it's a genuine reply all, okay. But the problem I have is this email's sitting here for 45 minutes. I know you saw it. Just because one person replies all, now you want to reply all. And I think you can kind of connect it to the Kiss House. Reply all day.
Yeah, I agree, especially if it's like a simple little happy birthday to so-and-so, and you'll have somebody reply all. You'll have somebody reply all that say HBD.
Yeah.
It's like, come on,
Text
man. Yeah.
All right, so reply all is going to win, but let me tell you why I'm voting spam emails. Because you touched on it. There's always one, and I'll give you an example. This happened about 2 weeks ago. So, time to start doing some gardening, around the house. And we have these garden beds. You've seen them. They're really cool. Grow lots of fruits and vegetables, whatever. So I got a
doing work out there.
It's fun. I got a spam email about these raised garden beds when we're thinking about adding one. I made the mistake of clicking on it. Bro, it hasn't stopped yet. Like every time I open any social media, every time I open my email, like different companies too. It's not even the one I clicked on. Like the analytics they have, the algorithms they have, it's just stupid. Like I'm not even sure I want to buy another raised garden bed, but I get those damn things like 6 and 7 times a day, man. At least a reply all you can delete. And I know if somebody else replies, it comes back up, but just delete.
It also, the other case for you on the reply all is it stays in one email.
Yes.
Like the spams are just
all over. But reply all is going to win. So I will put reply all in red. Next, things we have to deal with that annoy everyone. This one I feel is going to be hot and heated. Air hand dryers in public bathrooms. Versus,
what, you want paper towels instead?
I hate air. You always wipe your hands on your shirt.
Yeah, I don't like the hand dryer.
Yeah,
it doesn't do anything for me. I'll just wipe up.
Yeah. Versus the person in the bathroom handing out bad cologne and paper towels.
That's the worst. What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? This is awkward. People aren't carrying cash. Sometimes they put a Cash App thing up there.
Yes.
And a lot of times it's at a place that's so unnecessary to have it. It's insane. Like you're sitting there, you're staring at me while I'm taking a piss. If I need to, if God forbid, in the rare situation where I need to go number 2, You're basically sitting there, like listen, like on the number 2. The best thing if you need to do a number 2
I'll go
out
to
in
another
public.
bathroom.
Well, if you're doing it at number 2 in public, the time you want to do it is when no one else is in there.
Yeah,
you got some jamoke in there sitting there, handing out
stool
Curve
in the
cologne
corner,
and some damn Lifesavers mints and stuff like that. It's absolute. So you know where they have one, which is absolutely asinine.
Where?
Bombshells.
Real? Well, it's kind of. I could kind of see
Bombshells on a Saturday.
I could kind of see
that. They have a guy up back there. What is the deal with that?
Yeah,
it's a joke.
Yeah, Figgy.
Yeah. What did you pick? You picked the guy in the
I'm gonna pick
the bathroom guy.
Okay.
He picked the bathroom guy.
Okay, I was gonna pick the hand dryer, man, because I feel like they don't work.
It's the worst.
They never work.
The worst.
And I agree with y'all with the guy in the bathroom, but at least he trying to get his hustle on.
I
ain't gonna knock the hustle.
I hate technology that makes things more inconvenient. You know what the purpose of technology is, buddy? It is to make it better. There's a reason there's a light switch and the whole lights turn on. I don't have to carry a damn candle around. What was wrong with that white-ass blow dryer with the little metal circle that I just hit and put my hands under?
It worked better.
And I didn't have to sit there and wave like I'm sitting there doing something like that.
Little thing.
There was nothing wrong with that.
If you wanted the handcuffs?
Yes. Yeah. If you wanted to modernize it and you wanted to figure it out, fine. But there was nothing wrong with me slapping that metal circle and getting my hands dried.
Yeah, exactly. So, Figgy, you're saying hand dryer?
Yeah, I'm saying hand dryer.
This is a huge upset, man. This is Duquesne. This is Duquesne BYU. I'm going to say hand dryer.
Really?
Drives me nuts. Because not only what you said.
What about the automatic water?
Oh, yeah. It never works.
Dude, I look like I'm rocking a baby.
Yeah, you're
I'm
going
rocking a baby. I'm sitting there like this. What is that?
Yeah, you're going up and down,
and then you have to wait for the light. You're sitting there and someone's looking at you.
The water be cold.
And every time I'm doing that, the person that walks up just makes it easy.
Yeah. They just go right.
They do the same thing as me. Those are worse.
Have you seen the hand dryers that are like a V with real
thin
slits on top?
What is that?
And you're going like this over the top.
What is that?
I'm going to go air hand dryers, man. Big upset there. But I can't stand them. All right, things that annoy you that we have to deal with. Resetting your password every 90 days. Yes. Or online office HR videos.
Oh, God.
Yeah, this is a good one.
I guess I understand the password because it kind of protects me.
I hate it. Because I run out. And then they say, oh, you used that password in the last, 6 months.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all. I don't got much. I don't have a lot that I can remember.
So what are you going with?
I'm going to go office online HR videos.
Me too.
God, I hate those too. I don't even.
All the fake acting in it.
Yes, it's horrible acting.
My problem with it, and I don't. God, never mind. Yeah. So office online HR videos.
I can't tell you.
There's an agenda now. It's opinion.
Yeah.
Like it's not fat. Like a lot of it's like there's not. It's not like some of the stuff that they say you shouldn't do. I'm like I don't know that that's true. And I'm not sitting here. I'm not sitting here talking about like
you mean
know,
I can't do that?
I'm not sitting here talking about like sexual harassment or something. But some of it's like
was that wrong?
I don't really know where y'all are getting this from and what's going on here. And then y'all are like making up definitions and stuff like that. I feel like they've gotten weird.
If you see Jimmy take $20 out of the register, do you A, tell your manager, B, don't say anything, or C, confront him?
I can't tell you.
And plus the actors are always really creepy.
They're awful.
Creepy as hell.
You can tell they work in some office in New Jersey or something, that's the accounting department or whatever. But I can't tell you how many times I've done them like during the show.
Yeah.
At least 5. I turn it on.
How many times have you failed?
Never.
Had to do it again.
Well, no, I've had to do it again.
I dedicate my full attention and time to it.
Lying your ass
I don't do that.
I'll start the video.
That's slime ball.
I'll start the video. We'll have a conversation, and in the break, I just answer the questions.
I answer them all. I pay full attention.
Yeah, sure you do. You don't even pay full attention to the show, much less the videos. So online office HR videos wins. Last one of the Elite 8. People who have to look at the picture you took of them before they let you post it, which I can't stand that. I'm like, dude, whatever, or girl, versus people posting grotesque injury pictures.
Oh,
Selfies.
Lord.
Yeah.
Like some kid got staples in his head the other day,
Yes.
and someone on my Facebook newsfeed just felt the need that I needed to see that.
Yeah, I had a guy with a knee replacement. The scars went all the way up from his shin to his thigh, and it was all bloody, and the stitches were fresh. And I'm like, why? Why are you doing this?
Is hospital bed pick okay though?
No, it's a done.
Going in for the surgery.
Nobody wants to see that.
Well, I don't mind if you're in good spirits.
I'm talking about
I don't
the
mind seeing.
grotesque.
I don't mind seeing the person in good spirits in the hospital
Yeah,
bed.
just had my lower intestine, pierced or whatever.
Like imagine when I got that. When I got that thing off my back, if I would have just said, "Hey, let me take a picture of that."
Yes,
let me
people
get
do
up
that.
there.
Here's the scar, guys.
Yeah, people do that. But I also hate. Oh, don't post it. Don't post it. Let me see it. Oh, don't post it. Don't post it. Let me see it. No, let me take that again. Oh no, not that
It's
one either.
necessary sometimes.
No, it is.
Some people have good sides. Some people have bad sides. That's necessary
Completely
sometimes.
unnecessary.
Sometimes I understand.
I think it depends the vibe, man. If it's like a big group picture and somebody say, "Oh, I don't know where I do it again," or I think that's very inconsiderate.
The answer
if
is
it's just you and a buddy or something, I wouldn't mind that.
So what's it going to be?
Them injury videos, I guess. Those are nasty, man.
Yeah, I'll say the injury.
All right, I guess I will. But I don't like that other stuff either. So, want to do it at 140 with the Final Four?
Yeah, Final Four. What are our matchups in the Final Four?
We're going to have, we're going to have grotesque injuries versus online office HR videos, and reply all people versus air hand dryers in bathrooms.
Okay.
All right.
There you go. Coming up next when we go around the NFL, New York and Houston United. How about that? Plus, speaking of unity, why Texans fans should be rooting in the offseason for Taylor Swift. That's next.
All right. La Michoacana, baby.
Kelsey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so I'm going to ask this question. Might surprise you, but could Taylor Swift help the Texans reach the goal that they want to reach?
She goes full Yoko Ono?
Well, she creates opportunities for Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce right now, they're saying he's perhaps going to host Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
Yeah.
He's getting all these opportunities, getting all these chances. He's been on vacations. Should Texans fans want Travis Kelce as busy as possible this offseason, getting as much money as possible this offseason, and perhaps creating a life after football to where a guy who Patrick Mahomes has never gone without, Travis Kelce is either distracted and has other things on his mind, or maybe he just decides to retire.
Yeah.
Should Texans fans be cheering for more opportunity for Travis Kelce?
Oh, all the time, man. Yes, 100%. And I said this the other day when we were kind of talking about it. I don't blame him. Do it. He's comfortable in front of a camera. He's got experience as a podcaster and other things, and he's been on reality TV. Do it. But if it helps the Texans in the process, let's go, Yoko. Let's go. Let's go.
She's a little more than Yoko. She's more Lennon, right? She'd be like Lennon
she
and
is,
Yoko.
Yeah,
she is Lennon.
She'd be like Lennon and Yoko.
Well, I don't know if you're blowing my mind or not.
Yeah, she could be Lennon and Yoko.
She's definitely Lennon.
Yeah.
Big time.
Okay, well, there you go.
She could be Yoko as far as his career, though.
He's pissing off a whole new demo. First, you had to put her against Michael Jackson. Now you're putting her against John Lennon. You're going against your own there, buddy.
And how did I do that exactly?
Because there's going to be some Beatles truthers that are very upset that you're comparing Taylor Swift to Lennon.
She ain't in the same sentence as the Beatles.
I'm pretty sure you and you did too.
Did what?
Compared her to Lennon.
Well, I was just saying she's a musician.
No, you said she's more Lennon.
But you emphasized. You said,
I emphasized it, so that's why they're coming after me.
You said she's definitely.
It's
Lennon.
how I said it.
Well, I was just saying that she has talent. Like Yoko Ono did not have talent.
It's the tone.
It's the attitude.
I was just saying that she had talent.
Yeah. No, you said John. You said
but
Lennon.
You said, she is Lennon. Is she?
No, you said she. You said the same thing.
Is Taylor Swift bigger than John Lennon?
Figgy, let's go to the tape. We might have another slime ball nomination
713-572-4610.
Dude brings up John Lennon and then says they're going to be mad at me because I agreed.
Well, because you called her Yoko.
I did call her Yoko.
Yeah.
Yoko to him, like his Yoko.
So, do you think that Taylor Swift is on the same level as John Lennon?
That's a different one.
Is she bigger than John Lennon?
Well, yeah, she's bigger than John Lennon.
So you don't think John Lennon and Michael Jackson are on the same category then either?
They
right?
absolutely are.
Okay.
Yeah, they absolutely.
But if Taylor Swift's above Michael, then she would be above Lennon, right?
Yeah, but he was in a group when he was really at his apex.
Well, he was the best, right? He was the Timberlake. Right?
I think he was the best.
He was the Timberlake.
I think Paul McCartney was third best. People will argue that, but
I agree.
I thought George Harrison. Yeah, I thought George Harrison.
George Harrison was strong too.
Second best. Yeah.
So, Lennon,
as an individual, she's miles ahead of him. He only had like 2 albums or something like that as a solo artist.
It's fair.
Yeah,
it's fair.
I know my stuff sometimes, man.
You know your music, man. Saquon Barkley. So if you didn't want the Texans to get Saquon Barkley, you might have a bond with one of the biggest big mouths in New York, friend of the show, Sean Mraz. He's apparently been going at it with Eagles fans over Saquon Barkley, and I think he's repeating a lot of what Texans fans who were perhaps against Saquon Barkley were saying when free agency began last week.
Eagles fans are morons. They are, by far.
Why? What did they do?
I'll just tell you right now, they have come across as the biggest hypocritical, whiny babies that don't watch the sport outside of their team, moron fans that I've ever seen.
Why? What is this coming from?
I'll tell you, because I have been in a war with Eagle fans since the Saquon thing happened, and I've seen at least 100 messages at me featuring these 2 sentences. Number 1, well, he won't have that offensive line anymore. Interesting, because when you bash Daniel Jones, you don't mention the offensive line, Eagles fans, but now it's an excuse for Saquon because you got Saquon. So which is it? Convenient that you're leaving out when you have Daniel Jones, but the offensive line didn't matter for him, only for Saquon. Number 2, if I see this one more time, you know why he's not going to get hurt? Because we don't have that MetLife Stadium turf. Dummies, he's had 3 major leg injuries. At Tampa Bay, an ACL at Chicago, Chicago and at Arizona. All 3 fields made of grass, what you play on.
Right.
So stop with your uneducated BS that Saquon Barkley got hurt because he's playing on the MetLife Stadium turf. He got hurt on grass all 3 times that you have, dumbasses. Dumb asses, Eagle fans.
Why are you fighting with Philadelphia I know. fans?
Because they suck.
Because I think they might be fighting with him in social.
What I can't take is stupidity. I'll give Jet fans this. You're not stupid. I mean, you idolize a movie boxer and a cracked belt. Eagle fans, I'm sorry, when it comes to football knowledge and actually doing your homework, are flat out morons. Idiots.
Say it. All right.
Good points. I think you could push back on both of his points, though. Like the
Well, he wasn't saying that till now.
The Daniel Jones thing, he sucks. So he's going to look worse behind a bad offensive line.
Yeah.
You know? And then the other one, as far as the turf, people are talking about the cumulative effect of playing on that Giants turf. You know, it's not just like, oh, you heard it in Chicago. Well, yeah, but what happened in the 4 games before that? You know?
That's dumb. I mean, he's calling people dumb. That's dumb.
No, like I said, he made strong points, but you can push back on both of those.
See, he had his stroke at church. It's not because he was drinking. He wasn't at the bar.
Yeah, well, it's not that extreme, but yes, that's the gist of it.
He was at church. He wasn't at the bar.
Yeah.
It wasn't why.
Yeah.
He wasn't doing blow or anything like that.
but he did for the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, it kind of wore on him.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry. Speaking of running backs, going around the NFL here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610, Derrick Henry, he's very happy to see what the market was for running backs during this free agency cycle.
I was actually happy. I thought it was kind of, going into the season, stating our opinion on what a running back market is and the value of the running back position, trying to fight for everything that we can get, as far as a group and forming that message and us trying to do something collectively to have a better market overall for the running backs. But I seen Saquon go and Josh, I thought got what they felt like they're worth. I was happy for every single guy to finally get their share of due. Hopefully it continues. And I feel like teams want to get away from not acknowledging running back, but I felt like this free agency, they were like, well, we still have hope that these backs that are on the market can change the game.
Good for him.
Yeah,
I still didn't think they were like breaking bread, though.
I think it was a little more than we expected.
It was a little bit. Yeah, it was more. But
we were talking 10.
Yeah.
10 or 11. It was a little more. Hey, man, it doesn't sound like much to them all the time, but $1 million more, $2 million more, it matters.
Some brands in the NFL are stronger than others. Like there's the Texans haven't built a brand. They haven't established a brand. It's a cool trend right now, but there's not like like around here there's tradition, but around the country there's not.
Yeah.
Like people don't look at the Texans logo and say, damn, okay, I got it. It's just not there.
Yeah.
Newer franchise, and quite frankly, it's been very average during its duration. I say all that to bring up Deshaun Elliott going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. He was asked about what drew him to Pittsburgh. You're going to hear a little pause here. He's actually pointing to the logo at his press conference. Here's Deshaun Elliott talking about being brought to Pittsburgh.
What was the Steelers' pitch to you about why here's the right fit? What made you want to sign here?
The logo. This is championship football. This is the culture. This is real smash mouth, real gritty, cold weather game football. And I mean, why else would you not want to play here? Growing up, watching Troy Polamalu play, the steel curtain, like this is real football. I'm excited to be here.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Made me so jealous, man.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
People were saying the steel curtain wasn't around when Polamalu. Yeah, it's the steel curtain legacy. He wasn't alive when Jack Lambert played.
You don't have to be alive.
Come on.
They got a strong legacy, man.
Big time.
Yeah.
Big time.
Just that black and yellow.
And how many head coaches they had in their whole?
3.
Yep.
That tell you right there, man.
Yep.
3, man.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable.
That's crazy.
That's
man.
ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. And 2 owners, right? Or they're starting on their 3rd now?
Man, I don't know. Man,
yeah,
it's crazy, man.
I'm
program.
still kind of over Bill Cowher on CBS, though.
Yeah,
there yet?
I'll agree with that. Yeah.
We can agree on that.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Donald, he tweeted this out why he retired. He was doing an interview and one of the best defensive linemen to ever do it explained why he decided to hang it up this offseason.
10 years, 10 Pro Bowls, 8 All-Pros, 3 Defensive Player of the Years.
And Rookie Defensive Player of the Year.
Rookie of the Year, 2 NFC Championships, 3 NFC West Championships. Went to 2 Super Bowls, won 1, lost 1. I'm complete. I'm full. I think the passion to play the game is no longer there for me. I will always love football, but to think about going through another camp and another 17 season, I just don't got the urge to want to push myself to do that no more. I'm burned out. You know, if anything, the best way to say it, I'm full, I'm complete. I'm satisfied with what I was able to do in 10 years, and I think it's time for me to, at 32 years old, retire from football and jump into the next step of my career in my life, and it's time to move on.
How about a round of applause for Aaron Donald?
There you go.
That's perfect. A round of applause, people.
What's the next phase?
I mean, whatever he wants. But that was about as good as you could. Yeah, I'm burned out, man. I've done everything. I mean, then he did a whole resume. Good for him. He wasn't crying. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying, but he was like,
Cry after you retire?
Yeah, a lot of people do.
Hey, he did it. He did it all, man.
Yeah, he
What was the purpose of playing some more, unless you want some more money?
Yeah. And money's not going to be an issue.
He's burned out, didn't want to go to camp. What if they could have just said, well, we won't make you go to camp. You can just come through and play when you want to play.
Man, he's done. He would have to go to camp, too.
He's just going to hang out.
He can do anything he wants. And if it fails, he'll still have a lot of money.
We asked this question earlier today. Are the Texans better now than they were before? I say yes. What say you?
And you got to keep in mind, now, today, we know there's projections. Like, so-and-so is going to get better, and maybe they still need to add a receiver, maybe this, maybe that. But today versus the team that ended the season, position group by position group, I think we landed, or I did anyway, on 2 position groups where we think they're better. That's not to criticize. I'm just saying, like, it's easy to get swept up in, hey, we got a new guy here. Well, are you better in the room? I think you're better in the room on the edge, you know, and that's
there's no doubt. Can that make the interior, like all this talk about the interior, can that make the interior better?
Yeah. I think maybe it was 1. Because at tight end, we said no. I mean, it's kind of the same. They're running it back. At wide receiver, we said to be determined, but no, not right now. And even at the other one I mentioned was quarterback. So we landed on the edge rushers and quarterback as you're going to be better there. Just another year with C.J. Stroud, and then of course Danielle Hunter, et cetera. But even running back, Landry, like Joe Mixon is going to be the guy, but I don't know if the room is better at running back.
No, the depth is just as bad as it was before. Mm-hmm. I mean, now maybe Mixon's more of a workhorse, and you look at it that way, but the depth, the overall depth, playable running backs that can make plays for you, it's just as bad as it was before.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you think Dameon Pierce is going to have like some sort of miraculous turnaround.
Yeah, exactly. Cornerback, are you better? I don't know. A lot of people are higher on Jeff Okudah than I am, and I'm not down on him. I'm in let's see mode.
I mean, that's a tire kick.
I'm in let's see mode.
That's if it's a disaster, it's not all that bad.
I really like Al-Shaair, but I mean, that's one guy on the inside, and Blake Cashman had a hell of a year. So if you're just saying that what Blake Cashman was and what you think he's going to be, well, sure. But right now, I don't even safety, and I'm admittedly more not feeling it at safety position, but I think they're hurting there.
I feel like Caserio wants a tight end. He mentioned 3 when he was mentioning value picks.
Yeah,
mentioned 3.
It could have been that those were the only ones that came to mind.
Perhaps he wants a tight end.
Yeah,
they've said that they want more blocking there.
Mm-hmm.
Got to figure that out. Around the league, here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Texans, have they gotten better? It seems like mixed reviews. A lot of focus on the D-line. I did not know that was that big of a deal. Maybe I just I don't respect the trenches as much as I should.
Look,
I'm just being a jamoke.
I think you're really going to have to project, But they did get better almost by default if you got Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson getting better on the edges. We'll see on that. I'm not going to sit here and tell you everything I know about Fatukasi because it's not much, or Settle because it's not much. But I do think they're definitely going to add more pieces there, or at least one more piece.
Yeah, they got plenty of time. They'll do that. They don't have to. They don't have camp for a while, so we'll see how that goes. March Madness first game has concluded. Michigan State all over Mississippi State, 69-51. BYU, they're still trailing. They've cut it to 8 though. It is 46-38. Plenty of time for them. 14:05 remaining. They were down by 14 points. So. If it's exciting, we might go to it on Westwood 1. But Michigan State, they are the first team to advance in March Madness. Cougs play tomorrow. Texas plays tonight, as well as Texas Tech.
And other games that are starting, Arizona is up 4 on Long Beach State. That's the team with the fired coach. You're going to hear from him when the internet goes nuts because he was awesome. He
had a lot of fire jokes
in the press. Yeah, in the press conference.
Yeah, heard that.
Yeah, and Creighton up 5 on Akron.
Coming up next, the internet goes nuts. The Texans they had their eyes on someone, and they got some really good one-on-one time with perhaps one of the most popular prospects in the draft. Plus, if you think baseball's in bad shape, wait till you hear from one of the most storied franchises and their fan base. Internet going nuts. March Madness upon us. Next. First, though, speaking of mad, it's a
It's your home for the latest Texans news. Missed a free agent signing? Don't worry. We've got you covered on the Odyssey app. Every segment of every show broken down into chapters so you can get right into what matters to you. Just download the Odyssey app, search for Sports Radio 610, and tap on a recent episode of your favorite shows here in H-Town.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Stories that broke the internet, courtesy of your boys from In the Loop. Nick Caserio, he was at Texas Longhorns Pro Day. Rod Wright, former Texas Longhorns defensive lineman, he was visiting with Tavondre Sweat, your guy, big dude, damn near 400 pounds.
Big young man.
They were talking. Picture kind of went viral locally, and it led to a lot of people, including you, John, wondering about the possibilities of Sweat being the first name called by Nick Caserio and the Houston Texans. Not going to lie, had my imagination going wild a little bit. Also had me feeling a little bit old because I remember when Rod Wright started on the Texas Longhorns with Vince Young, now a defensive line coach for the Texans.
Yeah, I've liked him. Well, I've kind of liked him all season long, but certainly after the season, we've had this discussion. I think that he would be a really, really, people talk about Byron Murphy, obviously a great player, but I like for what the Texans need, that dude right there. And so we'll see. I like him a lot. I like Edwin Cooper a lot. So I'm thinking defense, which is kind of counterintuitive, but that's where I am right now with where they are in the draft.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, I started out with just one really cool anecdote on the Long Beach coach. They're playing right now. Long Beach State coach that got fired. It quickly has turned into two, but let's go to the first one first. Dan Monson, 3 clips you're going to hear. This is from the NCAA tournament before they started their game today.
I don't have to answer anything I don't want to because I'm working for free today. So it's like you guys see the Seinfeld when George Costanza was trying to get fired and couldn't lose his job and still going to work every day, and that's me. Is it an opening statement? Was that it? What do we got going?
Yeah, well, I think you nailed it, Coach. We'll go ahead and start with questions, right?
He's owning it. That's pretty dang cool. And then
I knew you'd like that Seinfeld reference.
I knew you'd give me a hard time about it. Then he said this about just listen.
It's been awesome. I mean, the Monday of the decision, was the hardest thing professionally, you go through. I guess, top 2 because I went through it in Minnesota also, but professionally is different than your rest of your life, and I think separating them is hard sometimes. But then to go to the locker room and tell the players, it was super, super hard, obviously. But to see their reactions, as a parent or as a coach, you're always disciplining your kids. You're always holding them accountable. You're pushing them, and you don't really know, how they're taking it until they tell you they love you or they show you. And those guys showed me they loved me that day, and I'll never forget it. I mean, that was just all you need. And I've reflected this week that I don't have a job, but I don't need one. I've got everything I got with my family, with my players, with my friends. It's been a life-changing week, and in a good way. And next week I got a car payment, house payment. I don't know how it's going to do it, but don't really care.
By the way, Long Beach State actually, with about 7 minutes left in the first half, actually beating number 2 seeded Arizona right now, 22-19. Last one.
Oh my God,
they're winning. They're beating number 2 seeded Arizona.
If that happens,
yeah,
he's got to get his job back, right?
Well, hold on. I'm kind of dominating here, but I think there's going to be a lot to talk about here. Then he's got jokes.
And you're watching film, and you hear guys sniffling and everything. And so the first thing I said is, just bonding together and this galvanizing is not going to be enough. Our defense has got to get better. We've got to be a better basketball team this week. And I said, just look at this first defensive clip, guys. I said, we close out short here. I said, the guy's wide open. We don't get a contest. These are the kind of plays that would get a coach fired.
So predictable.
And the whole room just broke up. And it just started right then. It was like, okay, we're going to be all right here.
That was so predictable.
So good, though.
You knew that was coming.
This is gonna. Well, now there's an add-on here, which I think is utterly ridiculous. They interviewed the Long Beach athletic director today. Let me read you the quote. My belief and hope is that by doing what I did and the timing of it.
Oh no, he's not taking credit for lighting a fire under the team. There's no way. Dude, don't read this. If he's going to do that, don't read this quote. Don't read this quote. Don't tell me the athletic director's taking credit for this. Don't even do this.
My belief and hope is that by doing what I did and the timing of it, they would play inspired, and that's what they've done. I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but it worked. They fired the wrong guy. This AD,
that is a jerk.
Slime ball.
That is a jerk.
Look at this slime ball.
That he's taking credit for the run.
That is awful.
Yeah, I knew they'd get inspired. Bro, that is awful.
Even if you think that.
You don't say it.
I got the internet going nuts.
Xavier Worthy at Longhorn Pro Day, he was talking to Mike McDaniel, and he was asked about Mike McDaniel, coach of the Dolphins. This is from Corey Mose out there at KVUE in Austin. Listen to what Xavier Worthy said about Mike McDaniel. I don't know if this helps him or not.
And what are these moments like when you're able to just talk to Mike McDaniel, chop it up with him, and have a conversation? Man, it's crazy, man, just to be able to, like him, he's just like a coach known for just how goofy he is. So just, being able to talk to him, it's like he's like a legend. Like, a lot of people, wish to talk to them. So it's crazy just to be able to have that platform and do that and just talk to them.
All right.
There's nothing wrong with that.
He's goofy. Good to get to talk to him.
Yeah.
There you go.
There's nothing wrong with that.
All right, Xavier.
I got the internet going nuts.
He's got the world's internet going nuts. Shohei Ohtani in the midst of an enormous controversy. Long story short here, his interpreter, he had to basically borrow $4.5 million, he says, to cover a gambling debt. And Shohei Ohtani did. Conflicting stories. An ESPN story in which they spoke with this cat has been scrapped because there's holes in it. But in that story originally,
so they just got rid of it?
Yeah.
What do you like? They just said, okay, we're not going to go with this?
Because he said that Ohtani kind of knew about the gambling debt and lent him some money or whatever.
Okay.
And Ohtani's people said, no, there is no truth to that. Ohtani didn't do this or that or whatever. But here's my thought on this. There's a giant hole here, and there's a giant risk.
You think?
For Shohei Ohtani. No, I mean, the thing about it is, there isn't an illegal. This was an illegal bookmaker, by the way. It wasn't DraftKings.
Where was he?
In California, which it's illegal to gamble. In California. Well, it is.
Yeah,
especially big money.
Well, there's bookies here, right?
Well, sure. I mean, that's how I just won $50.
I would say it's about the time the bookie got busted.
I'm kidding. My son has an account.
The biggest tab I'd ever had.
Mm-hmm.
Bookie got busted.
And you didn't have to pay it?
Hell no. I was real happy. That was like 14 years ago.
There isn't a bookie alive on the planet that, unless they spoke with the guy that had a $700 million contract or whatever it is, that would float $4.5 million for an interpreter that made anywhere from $300,000 to $500,000 a year.
But what if he knows Ohtani?
Still wouldn't do it. I mean, flat out. He would say, okay, I need assurances from Ohtani that he's got this covered. There would have to be a text, conversation, something.
Well, then they'd really be in trouble.
Then that's what I'm saying. There's a giant hole here in this story that it just doesn't. It doesn't pass the smell test. It just doesn't add up. Ohtani had to have known something at some point. And in the original ESPN story, they said, the reporters tracked down evidence of at least two $500,000 wire transfers from Ohtani to one of this bookie's associates. This is going to be around for a long time, this story.
Just let it go.
I don't think the feds would like that.
Can we just let it go?
I don't think.
Please.
I don't think the feds are going to let anything go.
Just leave Ohtani alone.
I mean, if I had a nickel for all the times, can't you just let that slide?
Just leave him alone.
Can't you just let that slide?
Leave him alone and put Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame, and let's just move past this.
We might have a nail biter in March Madness.
He needs to claim cultural disconnect.
Yeah. Well, who's going to interpret that for him?
I don't know. It's got to be weird for him now. Like his line of communication towards his fan base is gone. Different guy.
And he's going to be dealing with a different guy. Yeah.
We need to start keeping Ohtani stats post exit of translator.
Yeah.
That's what we need to do. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. March Madness upon us.
I got the internet going nuts.
Little known fact, too, the MLB season's upon us. The Dodgers are 1-1. The Padres are 1-1. How about that? Now, it's one thing for us to say, yeah, well, MLB opening day was under the radar and nobody knew that it happened and yada, 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 yada. Let's go to Boston. Would you say Boston has pretty good sports fans?
Yeah.
This is Boston. This is NBC Boston. This is one of their news stories leading up to opening day for the Boston Red Sox.
Opening day is right around the corner. However, no one seems to be talking about the Red Sox. We sent our Mary Marcos out to Fenway Park to find out if anyone cares. Mary?
Well, if you walk around Fenway Park here and talk to people, you'll find not only are they unaware of opening day, many of them can't even name a current Red Sox player. How many current players can you name on the Red Sox?
None.
Current? Danvers? That's probably it. Damn, I'm blanking right now. It's the camera.
When I was a kid, must-see TV when Pedro Martinez was pitching.
Usually other years, I kind of hear about it, or people are talking about it, but this year I didn't even know that they were starting. I had no idea.
In fact, you can find ticket prices for regular season games as low as $11 on Vivid Seats.
They're not willing to plunk down money to go to Fenway to see the Red Sox, and that typically hasn't been the case over the last 20 years. They've had the highest ticket prices in baseball, and this is how you end up with this sort of apathy that we're talking about.
Now, the Red Sox are away for their first game in Seattle on March 28th, and opening day here at Fenway is on April 9th. Live at Fenway Park, Mary Marcos, NBC 10 Boston.
Damn, it's like that?
$11? That's a baseball problem, though.
Yeah, it is a baseball problem, but it's also a Boston doesn't give a damn about.
No, it is. But baseball didn't even. The biggest star in the game, they're like, oh, by the way, he's playing, and it's a real game.
Yeah, it's 3 a.m.
Yeah.
You might be in bed, but it's 3 a.m.,
Just a huge problem.
Weird. Really, that baseball sport. Very weird.
That baseball sport?
That baseball sport. Very weird. The one move that could impact the Texans in a big way, plus an update on what's going on in March Madness. In the Loop continues next.
What did Daniil Hunter say?
800-761-0000.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, we got one final in March Madness right now. Michigan State has advanced. BYU down 2 with 3 minutes remaining. Arizona, they're taking on the Fire coach. They're up 36-35. So there we go. Creighton 47-40 over Akron. So that's where we're at.
Long
BYU
Beach State tied with 2 minutes left.
Arizona start off a little slow sometimes, won't they?
Yeah, they're well known. They're the Purdue of the West.
Been known to
been
known to mix it up a little bit.
Well, they've been known to choke in the tournament.
The Jacksonville Jaguars, are you at all concerned that they may be looking for a receiver at 17 now that they lost out on Calvin Ridley, and that receiver in this very deep wide receiver draft could end up being a hell of a player and help Trevor Lawrence and give the Jags kind of a blessing in disguise with Calvin Ridley's abrupt departure?
You don't want to get that team life. I think if you're not a little bit apprehensive about that, you should be. Only because, look, I'm big time spoiler alert, well before the draft and well before any other signings, I'm going to pick the Texans to win the division. I mean, I like what Jacksonville has been doing. I think they've been aggressive. They brought in some good players. And maybe I'm going to have to reserve judgment, and I'll change that opinion, but it's going to be based on C.J. Stroud. But if you're not a little worried about and apprehensive about that team becoming a real threat, I don't know if you've been paying attention, number one, and at the wide receiver position in the first round, after passing on Calvin Ridley, in essence, and bringing in a guy that you wanted in Eric Armstead, then they draft a wide receiver that could be Adonai Mitchell, who's a player that the Texans and Texans fans have kind of been eyeballing as well. Then I can't help you. I think that's a concern. It's at least bolstering a team that is already going to be nipping at your heels, and probably was not probably, they were odds-on favorite to win the division last year, even midway through the year.
I mean, even late through the year, even like 75% through the year, even heading into their last game of the season.
Yeah,
against the Titans. They were supposed to win that game.
Yeah. So
I just wonder, the C.J. Stroud blessing in disguise, does that end up being the case in Jacksonville? Final four.
Let's do it.
Of the most annoying daily things. Lay out the results in the first round, and we will get to the final four.
Things we have to deal with that annoy everyone, but we got to deal with them. The elite was spam emails versus reply all people, and the reply all people won. Air hand dryers in bathrooms, just a complete waste of time. Beat person in the bathroom handing out bad cologne and paper towels. Resetting your password every 90 days lost to online office HR videos. God. And people who have to look at the picture you took of them before they let you post it actually lost versus grotesque injury selfies. Hey, look, I just had a 2x4 go through my thigh. Here's a picture. I mean, why do people do that? So,
why are they allowed to post it?
I know. First match, reply all people versus air hand dryers in bathrooms. This is a tough one.
I'm going with the air hand dryers. I'm sorry. I don't know why they changed it. The old one with the little metal knob on the right, you punch it, it's right there.
It's like a blowtorch.
I don't know what we're doing. Yeah. I don't know who fell for this.
Now you got that little wing-looking thing.
How this went down.
And the thing that looks like handcuffs, you got to put your hands down in.
Yeah. Give me that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the air dryer too, man, because it's one thing to have an air dryer anyway, but a bad one at that too.
They've gone backwards.
Yeah, some of them don't even blow right.
All right, so air hand dryers, that makes it unanimous with me, is on to the final versus online office HR videos, grotesque injury selfies. I'll start this one. Online HR videos. I cheat my way through every one of those that I get. Absolutely fake my way through every one.
Dump that.
I mean, I turn on the video on my laptop. I just don't watch it. I wait for the time to run out, and then I start answering the questions. And it's funny how you can, every once in a while I'll miss, and I'll have to go back and do it again, but never more than once. So I'm going to go online.
I'm awful with that, man. I actually got to listen to it a little bit.
It's all common sense.
Biggie?
Man, the online pictures of the injuries gross me out a lot.
They're
man.
the worst.
I got to go with that one, man. I could deal with the HR, the corny little videos, but that I can't deal with that.
All right, you're going to break the tie.
I'm going to have to go with the HR videos.
All right.
I'll go with the HR videos because I feel like once you do that and you post your gross pick, I'm unfriending or unfollowing you.
You can't unsee it.
So it's done. These HR videos have gotten weirder and weirder and weirder.
It's so
a lot
bad.
of them are opinions. Like a lot of them are just flat out opinions.
I have a hunch we're both going to be getting a call here pretty soon, but that's all right. It's a show. It's a show, guys. All right, championship. Things we have to deal with that annoy everyone. Air hand dryers in bathrooms. Online office HR videos. Figgy, I'm going to let you start this one.
I'm going to have to go with the air dryers, man. I think it's awful, man. And I feel like people are trying to go with that to save their environment and all that stuff, to prevent the paper towels and all that stuff.
You said that kind of sarcastically. Save the environment.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why they did it, man.
Oh, yeah. It's absolutely why they did it.
But I don't know. It's just whack to me, man. I don't like it.
I'm going to go with the air dryers, man.
All right.
Yeah, air dryers all day. I don't get it. It's weird. They're not designed nicely. It was unnecessary. Why did you change the overall ones that worked before? They make no sense. So air dryers.
I'm actually shocked that everybody don't really care for the air dryers. Like I thought it was just me.
It's the worst. And Landry brought up a good point. Like even the automatic water now, you have to kind of do all sorts of gyrations to get it going the right way.
They give you water for like 5 seconds.
And then you move your hands and it's off. I was like, oh, dang, I still have soap on my hands. I was like, you got to do it again. Hey, we got a barn burner going on in the Final Four here, 63-60 with 44.6 seconds
BYU
left.
down 3. They got the rock.
Yeah.
35 seconds left.
How about that?
See how that goes. Could be the first upsets of March Madness, which I know, Lopez, you're excited for this one. Texas A&M tomorrow.
A&M tomorrow, 6:15, 6:20, something like that.
What will the line be if A&M takes on the Cougs? Like 12, 13?
I don't know if it'll be that high. Cougs have been playing their ass off, but they played in Houston earlier in the year, and it was a 4-point game. So I'm going to say 7.5. Let me look. Well, no, you can't look yet. But.
Not yet. BYU down 5 now, 26 seconds left. So
no.
Looks like they could be gone. So there's that. Big 12.
I think I had them going 2 rounds.
Big 12 not representing.
Yeah.
At least not yet.
Yeah.
Hard to imagine sometimes BYU is a Big 12 team, but that is exactly what they are. They're down 5. They're going to the line with 19 seconds left, so they're going to have to hit 2, and then they're going to have to foul and kind of cross their fingers and see what happens. Long shot right now for BYU.
I only had them winning 1 game. No harm, no foul.
Thanks for sharing that. Dan.
Yeah, I've got them losing to it.
Did you do a bracket, Figgy?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay. Lopez, you root for your bracket?
Of course. That's the whole idea.
Who y'all got winning?
I'm afraid to say
bracket?
right now because they're no. I'll say
Arizona?
it. Yeah, I got Arizona winning it.
They're up 6.
They're up 6 now?
Yeah, they're fine.
All right.
Yeah, BYU's cut it to 4. Dude at the free throw line. He looks like he goes to BYU. That'd be my first choice right there.
Yeah?
Yeah, looks like he goes to BYU for sure. He's definitely soaked. No doubt. 100%. There ain't no doubt about that.
Soaked. That's the weirdest concept ever.
Glad they're on the Thursday games because if I don't know that a man here would be ready for Sunday. 65-62, 19 seconds left. BYU about to foul, and then it'll get interesting. Yeah, they're fouling 18 seconds. So, Big 12.
It's not over yet.
Not good. I think of all the people that I want to win a championship, like if you look around this city, and obviously you want the Texans to win a championship, I think I would be most happy. I think Kelvin Sampson deserves it.
Oh, big time.
Like of all the people that deserve that ultimate goal and stuff, and it's unfortunate that sometimes that's just kind of.
And he's been so close already so many times.
He's been close. He's had good teams really throughout. I mean, even you can go back to Oklahoma. They had some really good teams early in his tenure. Of all the people in town that you would just be most happy for winning a championship, Kelvin Sampson has to be at the very top.
Yeah, and as much as I'm going to be cheering for the Aggies if they advance against U of H, it ain't gonna break my heart to see U of H advance and win a title.
I don't think anyone would. I mean, it's a likable squad. It's a likable program.
Yeah.
First year in the Big 12, come through, figure it out. BYU down 5 now, so.
And it's running out of time.
They're about done.
Yeah, they're about done.
Yeah, about
done.
Yeah. Unless, no. They done.
Yeah.
BYU, 12 seconds left now. They got fouled, so the same routine that they were in.
Arizona up Long Beach State for your bracket. You're creating up 14 in the second half over Akron. Duquesne is, as we just talked about to beat BYU, and Carolina and Wagner have just started.
Yeah, Carolina. That's who I think is going to win it.
Is that who you have?
I mean, when you have a 63-year-old on your team, you got the
that might be a little
NBA veteran.
Yeah. Might be a little bit of an exaggeration.
Yeah, I mean, he's been there for like 100 years.
Is that who you have winning it?
Yeah, UNC.
All right.
Yeah,
Figure who do you have winning it?
Put much thought into it.
I got UConn.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, everybody. I mean, that's the logical pick. Going back to back though, that'd be pretty sweet for them. I could care less.
Confession?
Yeah.
Forgot they even won it last year.
Oh, yeah? The only reason I remember is I was at the game, remember? It was kind of a letdown.
Yeah, I was there too.
It was kind of a letdown. Yeah.
It was rough.
I was waiting for a great game.
Salute and they just to that team, man. What, that team in Cali?
San Diego State.
Yeah, that was rough.
Drubbed them. I was like, hey, all right, national championship. Okay, it's over. You want to go get something to drink? I mean, it's awful.
Halftime, we was like, all right, let's get out of here.
We were getting full meals, man. We were sitting in the club level at that point.
When did you leave?
I left right at the end of the game. I wanted to see the little. I wanted to see all the little pomp and circumstance at the very end. But it was over before the half. I mean, it was over.
So how's this going to work? So Jim Nance isn't calling it. Is he going to? So Jim Nance, is he going to just? He's going to come out on the stage and like present, like, "Hey guys, I'm here. Here's the."
I hate that so much.
So Ian Eagle is going to call the game.
Yeah.
Jim is still.
Oh, you didn't hear about that?
Yeah, he's doing the post game
trophy.
That rat bastard.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the worst.
Are you serious,
yes.
James?
Last we heard.
Stay your ass at home.
That's the worst.
Go to the golf. Ain't you covering golf?
Ian Eagles calling the national championship
game. He ain't going to let Ian walk up there to...
Jim Nance is coming in for the national championship game just for the trophy presentation.
Are you serious?
It's the word on the street.
Do your thing, Jimmy.
Pat Summerall wouldn't dare do that.
Man.
To Joe Buck.
No way. Nobody would. Very few people would do that.
That's the word on the street.
I mean, it's his game.
It's his game. You know that was Jim's idea. They didn't come to Jim.
Oh, of course.
You think?
I mean, of course.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's the hardest thing for me. Jim was somebody I loved.
I like Jim a lot.
I memorized all his stupid, corny-ass calls. Mm-hmm. And they weren't corny to me at the time.
Yeah.
Whenever someone tells you can't, you just tell them, yes, you can.
You just shut up and let me do my job.
Reinstated the Magic in Michigan State. I used to love them all.
Oh, yeah.
So you're not a fan of this.
You can call the game, but I'm going to do the trophy, all right?
That was hell for me at the Fertitta Center. Kansas is down by 20.
Oh, man, I meant to ask you about that.
It's probably more than 20.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was.
They were never up, never in, man.
And Jim, with that fake-ass speech he gave to those kids. Sean Pendergast was there to hear it. By the way, Figgy, man, again, man, what a great guy you are. I just want to echo the thoughts.
Everything you do,
Figgy. I got a bottle of wine and some champagne for you, man. Appreciate how much you communicate with everybody around the building.
Yeah, you got the power rankings,
I appreciate
man.
that. Yeah. Bull, the mix, everybody.
Yeah.
But then I'd sit there and listen.
It's a rare Rare thing.
And drop that damn banner for Jim.
I don't even know what you're talking about when you say the bull in the mix. What are those?
You guys got to pick it up. Just let people walk past.
What
you
are those things you just mentioned?
Oh, a couple sisters. A couple sister stations. You know. And folks we see every day in the parking garage.
What folks?
You know what I mean. Oh, that is classic.
Is that those people Figgy's always talking to?
Oh, helping them out. Hey, man, doing work.
That's right.
That was fabulous.
You were listening the first time or the second time?
That was fabulous.
Right off the top.
I went back. I hunted it down. I heard about it, and I said, let me go ahead. Let me go hunt that down on my way in.
What was your analysis of that?
I mean,
come on. We brought it up. We brought it up. Give us the analysis.
I just laughed. I just laughed at it the whole way. I said, this don't seem like a bit. This seemed like a conversation they're going to continue after that teaser.
It didn't though.
Yeah.
You can see it on YouTube. It really didn't.
Yeah.
Moved on.
That's funny.
That's rich. That's rich.
So KU, they got no shot, right?
No shot tonight?
No. I mean, to do and make any real noise.
Listen, if they get to the second weekend, that's a
win.
That's a win.
Okay.
You lose your best all around player.
Yeah.
Before the tournament starts, that hurts.
Yeah.
They got a better chance in Arkansas.
Yep. Sure.
They got a better chance in Arkansas.
Yeah. What happened to Musclemen, Dave?
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't know. They had a little issue this year.
Why don't you
It's probably not made for
why don't
radio.
you give yourself about 15 minutes, take a deep dive into that Arkansas program. What happened this year?
Yeah, it'll make your show tomorrow.
Brokeback Mountain.
I think it'll probably make your show tomorrow. If I'm being completely honest.
There's a hint.
You're listening to KILTAM, KILTHD2. The Drive is live.
The Drive is live. It's my favorite time, baby. The tournament is here, baby. The tournament is here, baby.
You are giddy today, man.
I am giddy.
Come on, tap the table, man. Don't let me down. Tap the table.
The only thing that would get me is if I heard that March Madness music. I'm telling you, man.
Well, Tyler really dropped the ball with that. He got a late start, man.
Listen, you know me. I'm a guy who, for 2 consecutive years, found a way to skip school because Teresa was a hard ass and wouldn't let me miss it, which I understand now. I'm a guy who forced himself to get pink eye multiple years in a row because I knew that was a multiple day.
I think just out of spite for your mother, you should let Trey skip every Thursday, Friday of March Madness.
Listen, if Kansas were playing during his school hours, this may be bad parenting, but I would have pushed Courtney.
No, it's great parenting.
I would have pushed.
I don't think it's bad parenting
I would have
at all.
pushed it off. They start. They're going to start after 9 o'clock tonight. I'm going to let him stay up.
Yeah, I don't think that's bad parenting at all. I mean, you don't have to try, not you personally, but folks don't have to try real hard for me to lean into some bad parenting. That wouldn't be it. I think it'd be smart.
We've lost Strawn.
Oh God, right here. It's time, baby.
This is it.
It's time, baby.
This is
Jim's ass is out of here. We got Bird on the call now. Oh man!
You just found out Jim's coming back.
I used to
in the biggest one.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Shut up! You're not going to ruin it for me. I used to record. It used to take me 17 to 20 tapes. I would record this all day. I would the first couple of years.
That's a bit much.
It was. Yeah, I would have it in record the whole way while I was at school, and then my junior and senior year, I would start on Sunday night, rubbing my eye repeatedly. And until
you gave yourself pink eye.
I gave myself pink eye 2 years ago.
We have not talked about that enough lately.
She told me, but I went in there. I had Mr. Minor shaking the first year. Mr. Minor shaking, first hour. I said, man, my eyes. I knew I was good. Wednesday, my eye was starting to close shut when I woke up, and I had to pry it open.
Right.
And I knew I was in a good spot.
You were.
Thursday morning.
You were one sleep away.
I went to Glenn Minor shaking in the morning. I said, and my eye is really hurting. He said, my God, and Glenn backed off me. He said, it's pink. I think you need to go to the nurse. I said, bet. And she said, yeah, it looks like and you gotta go home. And I know pink eye is a multiple day.
So you had once the nurse made the decision,
Friday
you were
I
good.
wasn't going to have to, I knew on Friday I wasn't going to come back either. They called my mom and said, "Yeah, Miss Hughley, he's got pink eye. Looks like he's gonna go home." And then I knew this was coming. Yes,
got all dookie eye.
She said, "Ma'am, you think can you hand him the phone?" I said, "Ma'am." She said, "I know what you did. I know what you did." She goes, "I'm not coming up there to pick you up. You're gonna walk your ass home. I'm not coming up. It's about 4 or 5 miles." She said, "You're gonna walk your ass home. I'm not coming to get you."
You said, "Go ahead, leave."
She was a good 30 minutes away. I was like, "Bet." I said, I said, "Yes, ma'am." She's like, "Yeah, all right. He's gonna be a walker. Took my ass home." I promise. She got home from work. I don't even think she was mad at me. I think it was very much like Ron Burgundy.
That sounds like well.
It was Ron. Yeah, I think it was Ron Burgundy.
I'm not even mad.
I'm
impressed.
I'm impressed. I did. I'm sitting there. I'm in a kid at a candy store watching these games. I love it, baby. Big one. Big one.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Big one today, baby. I honestly believe this. Like I don't know what else you would put up with. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, hello. Tyler's camera, I don't think it's still working. Sorry about that. No nipples today. By the way, grab some Sky. You know we do this every day to start the show. Grab some Sky if you got on underwear today.
Yeah, I got me some. I was at Academy, baby.
I wear underwear every day, sir.
I got me some nice new Nike draws.
I was inspired. No draws for me today, baby.
Oh, you free-balling? He's free-balling in the windsuit.
Sir, baby.
I mean, good gosh.
No zippers, baby.
I mean.
That's risky, man.
Grab some Sky. Everybody around, grab some Sky. If you got some draws, if you don't, keep them down.
We got to come up with one day a week where everybody that's listening, including us, is just no draws.
I don't want us to plan it. I want to do this every day to see if all three hands are down. Just.
I'm never gonna. I don't really ever do that, dude. I don't find it comfortable.
When's the last?
You don't have a choice. We're going to turn Thursdays into no draws or something.
Have you done it this year? Have you done it this year? No draws.
No,
you have not done.
I have not.
It's my second time this week.
I don't find it comfortable.
It is. It's freeing right now.
I need more security. I need to be.
That old light switch sticks out, doesn't it?
You don't need more security.
Something like that.
That old light switch, huh?
No, I don't like the way it feels bouncing around, you know?
Well,
let's pump the brakes a bit.
What?
I mean,
I'm just trying. I have always said I will be honest with our listeners. That's my feeling on it.
I mean, I've seen you in the bathroom. Ain't a lot of bouncing going on.
What are you saying? Like he Kendrick Perkins.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I mean,
bouncing around.
Not even trying to be braggadocious. I'm just
or something.
I don't like the way it feels, man. Yeah. I don't feel secure. feels like a lot of things could happen.
Megan at the crib nodding her head. Yeah. He hates it. He hates it. No, God, I think today, for casual sports fans, not hardcore sports fans, I think there are two big days that casual sports fans will get into it. Even if you're not a sports fan, I think there's an argument that today, the first day of the NCAA tournament, is like the most watchable day for anybody in sports. A day of the sports. I think the Super Bowl probably rivals it. But I think the first day of the tournament, when the brackets come, everybody fills out a bracket. Everybody in an office or whatever, anybody job fills out a bracket. I feel like today is the day, even more than the Super Bowl, that casual sports fans or non-sports fans get into it. I feel like the first day of the tournament, maybe not the Final Four, maybe that, but the first day of the tournament when all these games going, everybody's looking at their brackets. I've already lost the Sweet 16 team. Damn it, BYU. But I feel like everybody gets into it. And I feel like the drive needs to help facilitate that.
Oh, well, hell, I mean, I'm always in. I don't personally, I don't agree with your overall point.
You don't? The Super Bowl
today doesn't move me at all.
I know it doesn't move. It may not move you. I know it doesn't move you. And I know it moves me more than others.
But it moves you more than anybody I've ever been around.
Sure, I'm sure it does.
I got some degenerates in the fam.
That's true. Except for maybe guys like Jay Billis or something like that. But other than that. But right now, Tyler, is Megan into this? Is Megan into the bracket?
Not at all.
She doesn't fill out a bracket?
No. Or no, in years past, out a bracket. I don't know if she did this year. But she doesn't really watch any of the games or anything.
Really? To me, the Super Bowl and then the first day, brackets, the tournament, all these games, that seems to be the time frame when people, like casual sports fans, jump in. More than
look,
like the
because
World
there's
Series.
I think gambling is so heavily involved in it that you're right. I mean, I think you have gamblers that don't give two rips about college basketball, that this time of year they get amped because before our show starts, you can lose a 5-team parlay. Like I did.
Did you lose a 5?
I've already lost one.
Someone texted.
They already paid me too.
I think the first two teams that of a 5-team parlay, I think the first two teams both lost.
Well, three texts in a row trying to absolutely crush my thoughts. Wrong, Ron. Opening day in baseball for a home team.
That's my favorite day of the sports
That's
world.
yours, but I don't.
But I get where I think.
I'm not saying casual fans don't get into opening day,
right?
But I don't think like this is not like the brackets. Anybody. Hell, my daughter has Stetson in the Elite Eight.
No, I think you're probably right. Like I don't think like non-baseball fans probably don't get into opening day.
Not as much.
I mean, I doubt they do at all. I mean, I've been an Astros fan for a long, long time. When I was playing ball and when I was living in Arkansas and there wasn't a team there to get up and physically go to a game and watch. Like I didn't pay much mind to opening day.
You didn't pay,
As the season went along,
it wasn't like I got to get to the TV in one day.
No. So I mean, what you're saying? No, I think the percentage of people on this planet that are engaged in sports in general, I think at the highest points, it's Super Bowl Sunday and first 2 days of March Madness.
Like you talked about, Vegas is crazy.
Oh, stupid!
Right, those are probably the two biggest days in Vegas. Right,
I would think so.
Around that,
at least with men, that's for damn sure.
Yeah. All right, like I said, I think the drive should get involved.
I think we should. In fact, we have. Let's tell the people. Let's make the announcement.
Money.
I think we should make the announcement.
We actually already did it.
Oh, it's in.
It's in, huh?
It's in.
I got to put my $33 down.
14. Yeah, get it out of your pocket. You got 39
right.
too, Tyler. He's got 39 in his pocket, so get it out now. Even though you're not going to need it because we're gonna win this thing.
Right.
And
explain to the people what the deal is.
We got a 4-team parlay.
My $33.
We got a 4-team parlay that is going to pay. It's $100. It's a $100 parlay.
We each put 33. We're doing this as a show.
Yeah, the drive, the drive, fellas.
Yep,
here.
the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. ... and T Mills.
That's right. That right there. And we've got
some dots.
We got a 4-team parlay rolling here, and the biggest. You just got through telling us how big of a
day
March Madness fan he is. He watches college basketball throughout the year. So he's by far the most knowledgeable on this show as it comes to college basketball. And we got a 4-team parlay here, and it's the games that are going on. They're starting during our show, right? Morehead State. Tyler, you're going to get the lines because I
got them.
We're taking Illinois.
Illinois minus 11.
Take that. Yeah, feel that.
So Illinois minus 11. Yeah. Oregon.
Terrence Shannon's going to be too much.
Oregon's 11 seed. South Carolina's a 6 seed. We're taking Oregon, correct?
Yeah,
Oregon minus 2.
What a run through the Pac-12 tournament. That big fella on the inside absolutely took over the game at the end against Colorado. Let's go.
All right. At 3:30, we got Nevada, 10 seed. Dayton, 7 seed. Who would take, Ron?
Dayton plus 1.
Severely underseeded right there. Dayton had a great year. Had a little lull in the middle of the season, but they're playing like they did at the beginning of the year. I like the Flyers.
This fourth leg I do not like.
The fourth leg Tyler doesn't like just because he's got maroon blood running through his body, but I think his brain loves it. Colorado State is a 10 seed.
Yep, Colorado
versus
State.
Texas, 7 seed.
They've already won a game. They were on the other half of that ridiculous game against Virginia, and if you really look at it, they didn't play great themselves. They've got a couple of guys there, but Texas is way, way, way more talented than this group. And what's the line again?
Yeah, Ron made us take the fourth leg of Texas Longhorns minus 3.
Minus 3. Yes, I'm taking it. So right now, we need Texas to win by more than 3. We need Illinois to win by more than 11. We need what? Oregon just to win, right?
By more than 2.
By more than 2, and then what's
Dayton can either win outright or they can lose by 1.
Yes, so Dayton, and I think they're going to win outright. Those 4, and you're a part of this. We haven't told our boss.
You the people are part of this.
So Park, sorry.
I hope this is okay.
But if we win this thing,
forgiveness, not permission.
If we win, let me check this. When we win this thing,
yep,
And we'll be monitoring this throughout the show and the day. We're buying drinks for you, the listener.
Look out. Drinks on the drive at the Lodge.
That's right. Drinks on the drive.
And I ain't talking about the shake in Dallas. I'm talking about Twin Peaks.
With the winnings. How much will we win on this?
A little over a stack.
A little over 1,000.
We bet 100, and if we win, we're going to win about 1050.
We're going to take you to Twin Peaks, right over here by the station. Go to Twin Peaks, right off 59 and Kirby.
Outside bar.
If we win this puppy, the Drive family, you all who have helped make us the #1 drive time show in sports in Houston.
The top-ranked show in the city.
We'll take you for drinks. The Drive's got you.
That sounds like a damn good time.
And I'm gonna do Ron a favor here now.
What the hell I do?
We're gonna be at Twin Peaks, and our listeners that are listening, that are loyal, that show up, want to have cold beer with us, up to $1,050.
Yeah, they run out.
Up to. I don't want Ron to spend $1 more now.
I've done this before.
We usually do that when we visit Twin Peaks. We spend a couple of our own dollars now. Here's the deal. $1,050. $1,050. We're gonna drink that worth them 29-degree man-sized drafts. What do you say?
Let's do it.
What do you say?
Oh yeah, that's a lot of whiskey right
say?
there.
Yeah.
We just left down there as a show. We'll get Mahea to wait on us, right?
Yep.
We'll get Mahea to take care of us down there.
We got it.
Beautiful young lady.
So everybody out there, you need to be rooting. That's who you need to be rooting. That's it. Illinois, Oregon, Dayton, Texas. Illinois, Oregon, Dayton, Texas.
Let's go.
And Illinois is the one that needs that. They need to win by a chunk.
Y'all know that if the Texas Longhorns crap the bed, I'm never going to let you live this down, right?
It won't be the first time it's happened to me.
Because I told y'all when we were placing this damn bet, I said I don't want to involve them in this parlay.
Okay, since you're so passionate about it right now, when they hit to win it, stay your ass at home and you don't get $1,050 worth because it's a long
No, I'm risking my money.
Oh, you'll drink on them horns.
You'll
drink on them horns.
You put them horns up.
Yeah.
Oh, that ain't never happening, sir. I'll be pumped about $1,000 and partying with our listeners, but I will never throw any horns.
Twin Peaks, right here on Kirby, outside bar.
We got you. Come roll out. Hang out with us. We got you in a drink. We'll do it.
Come on, Illinois, man.
Come on.
Illinois is tipping at 2:30. 15 minutes that first leg tips.
Come on, Terrence Shannon. Carry this thing on now. I think so. I feel good.
I like it, man. I like where your head's at, man.
A little strong. I feel good, though. That's what we do.
11 strong, huh?
That's right, baby.
They're
good.
I believe in the fighting Brett Bielema's.
Yeah. The Dayton one is the one. That's the one that probably concerns me the most. So there we go. March Madness. We put a little something on it.
Ron quietly told us how nervous he was right there.
That's good, baby.
11 points. Illinois, that's a lot, man. Oh, that Dayton one got a little.
Illinois is not one. That Dayton one, no. That one.
Well, the good news is
good about Dayton, though.
Good news is we all threw in 33.
33 big ones.
$33, and you actually have had that cash on you all week, which is beautiful.
Had it.
Yeah, look, and here's the deal.
Probably try to keep that.
No matter what happens, Ron, you're still have $6.
6 big ones.
Hey, that's a silver lining right
I've
there.
Separated
you
it
got
already.
6 angles in there.
I've separated that already. Got this closed up right here. Got my 6.
You put that back up. You ain't gonna need to take that out, baby.
Got my 6 right here.
You ain't gonna need to take that out.
Take them 6 singles to Onyx.
Let's go. Let's win on the drive, baby. I know y'all gonna be following y'all asses right now. We will keep you updated on this thing right now. 4 games that really matter to us on the drive. Real quick, Nick Caserio continuing to make moves. Nick and D'Amico, Clint, I want to see what your thoughts are. The Texans make a move. They're really liking cornerbacks out of that draft, that 2021 draft, I believe it was. They have now signed former Jaguars top 10 pick, and then he was traded and moved to the Panthers. C.J. Henderson out of Florida. He was visiting the Texans, and they are going to sign C.J. Henderson. He will be added to the secondary. Clint, we were talking earlier at Twin Peaks. You like this move for the Texans?
Well, Ron, I like this. I like this on multiple fronts. I've told you guys this before. I'm not afraid to admit it. I really like the quote-unquote bust. If you want to call it that. He struggled, maybe not lived up to that top 10. I think he was number 9 overall draft pick and maybe hadn't lived up to it. I like the gamble. I like to roll the dice on guys like that. You got Jeff Okudah and now you got C.J. Henderson, 2 corners that clearly have the tangible skill set to be elite in this league. Now, whether they've taken care of their body and they're doing everything healthy and that those evaluations come to fruition, we'll see. I like that. I like that story that could potentially be written first and foremost.
They're taking a chance on two.
Yeah.
Okuda was the third pick in that draft, and then Henderson was.
Yeah. And I really like C.J. Henderson. I liked him in Florida. I liked him with Jacksonville. He got traded to Carolina, I believe, for a tight end. And at the time, Jacksonville or Carolina? Carolina. One of them, Carolina, had a good cornerback room, but had an injury,
They had just drafted J.C. Horn.
Yeah. So I really like that. For whatever reason, it didn't work out in Carolina. I have not studied his film. I don't know where he's at right this second or over the last year, but I really like the C.J. Henderson sign. I like we're looking for a number 2 corner here. I like the 2 former top 10 picks competing for that spot. I like what we've seen D'Amico and his coaching staff do in terms of bringing the best out of players. So I like this sign, man. I really like the C.J. Henderson sign. They did sign him, right? Or they just working him out?
I believe they're bringing him in and going to sign. I'll make sure of that, but I believe that's what I saw was reported. Coming up as we continue through NCAA tournament getting started. And a lot going on with the Texans. A position. They've been filling the position at corner. They've signed a couple there. But another position that it looks like they are trying to add to, and trying to add to seriously. We'll look at that and discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, Coshada Casino Resort, y'all. It's a short drive east on I-10, and I'm telling you, man, this time of year, well, with March Madness rocking and rolling, it's big time. They got the
big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a little correction there. You were wondering about C.J. Henderson. As I see here, I got duped by a fake Adam Schefter.
Oh,
it is a visit. It's a visit with the Texans, according to Aaron Wilson and the real Adam Schefter.
Nonetheless, I like the potential.
A visit from C.J. Henderson, former cornerback with the Panthers and the Jags. So we'll see and keep an eye on if that becomes more than a visit. If they actually bring him in, we will keep you updated on that. By the way, have we tipped off on these important games for us yet? I don't think so.
1 minute, man.
1 minute.
1 minute that Illinois game kicks.
Got to have it. Got to have it. Got to have it. If you're just tuning in or you're part of the Drive family, we got a 4-game parlay. We need Illinois to win by more than 11. We need Dayton. We need Texas. And we need
Oregon
to cover. If they do, we'll make a little cash. We all put $33 together. We'll make a little cash, and we'll take you out for drinks up here at Twin Peaks. The Drive family will hook you up with drinks if we're able to win that parlay. So those games we're paying attention to. All right, Clint, one of the things we heard coming into this week, and I know it excited us over here, was the Texans were really involved in the Keenan Allen situation. Keenan Allen himself spoke and said the Texans were a team that was involved and interested and made an attempt to go after him. And then there's reports throughout with that. That's high resource right there. That was going to be not only paying him in his contract, which is more than any other receiver on the team right now, but that was also going to be involved with having to trade a pick. So they were serious about trying to add to that room. Right now, their receivers are Nico Collins, who was big last year, Tank Dell, who had a big season as well, and then they bring back Noah Brown. That's their third receiver to go along with the guys you know. Robert Woods still here. John Mechie. Xavier Hutchinson is here. Steve Sims was signed, brought back yesterday. So that is the receiver room right now. You are you good? Are you for the Texans spending that type of resources, that major money, potentially draft pick, at getting a receiver like that? Do you find that type of need for a guy like that?
Absolutely. Yeah. No. I love the thought of the Texans really leaning into C.J. Stroud. I love the thought of the Texans being a pass-first football team, pass to set up the run, having a back that can help you, obviously in the run game, but is an absolute must that they can help you in the pass game as well. Yeah, look, I would like to see the Texans move from trying to be what we heard D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick talking about, this dominant run team that's going to be super physical at the line of scrimmage and move the line of scrimmage and all this and all that. I would love to see them make moves. They're not going to say it, but I would love to see them make moves to make this a pass first, CJ centric approach offensively. For two reasons. One, I think CJ Stroud is that dude. I think that's your best chance of winning ball games, is to consistently put it in his hands. And how many opportunities can you put the ball in his hands, in the pocket, processing and delivering? That's your best opportunity to win the game. How many times can you put him in that position? And number two, I just think that you're better off. You're better equipped from a roster perspective to be a pass-happy football team, a pass-first football team. Look at the two tackles. What we know they can do as well as anybody in the league is pass protect. When you look at Howard on the right side and Laramie Tunsil on the left. C.J. Stroud, what we know he can do is process and distribute the football as well as anybody in the league right now. I know that's a mouthful with him being a second-year guy, but we know he can do that. Clearly, we saw 19 games worth of Bobby Slowick doing more with less from a protection standpoint, as well as designing and scheming up, play design, and getting opportunities in the pass game. And then you look at the two dudes that exceeded expectations in a major way last year outside of C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins and Tank Dell. You add to that, if you could add a Keenan Allen type of player to that, hell, if you could add just a complimentary, bigger-bodied wide receiver to that, I think you're on to something. So yeah, I'm game, and I like that the approach if that is the route the Texans take.
To me, fellas, at the very least, like if I'm a Texans fan, if I'm in that spot and as we've talked about this, we're preferencing this in the thought process of taking the next step from last year. Like, not just, hey, man, we're trying to be a good team to improve to an AFC championship game level, improve to competing in the divisional round of playoff. For me, I wouldn't feel that comfortable with Noah Brown as the third receiver. To go where you are. Last year coming in, all right, man, you got a rookie quarterback. We're kind of maybe filling out, seeing what we are. We're not in a place where you're looking. And I'm not saying Noah Brown surprised at points last year, had some big games. And I could see him as a part of this. I like him better than John Mechie. I like him better than Xavier Hutchinson.
I think they expected more out of Robert Woods, if we're being honest.
I like him better than Robert Woods.
That was the one. I think Noah was a nice surprise. I think Robert Woods is the one that I think they probably expected a little bit more production.
Right. So even when they brought in Noah, they probably thought he would be hopefully a third or fourth receiver. To me, if it's not a Keenan Allen, there are some other guys out there. T. Higgins is expressed wanting to be traded when he got franchise tagged. There's some other guys. But at least somebody that maybe slides Noah Brown down. And if Noah Brown's your fourth receiver, hey, now you got something. But at least somebody that gives you more of a threat ahead of a Noah Brown. Maybe some people are comfortable with that, and I'm not saying you can't make that work. But going into it, the thought would be, can you at least slide somebody down? Right? You'd feel better if Noah was your fourth. If Tank or Nico was your third, that would be amazing. That's why with the Keenan Allen thing, that would slide everybody down, and now your expectations of what you need can be on par with what you think guys like Noah Brown can give you. So yeah, I'm with it. I think and I've said this before, I think I love the thought that they view that. They see that.
Yeah, I think more than the move, I think what the move would say about the direction of the more what turns me on. I obviously love Keenan Allen, one of the best route runners, possession guys in the damn game. I love quarterback friendly, one of the more quarterback friendly guys in the league. So obviously they didn't land him, but I love the pursuit of that guy. I more so love what the pursuit of that guy tells me that this team is loading up to do. And how they're going to do it offensively, at least how they're going to attempt to do it offensively.
Like someone texted in Tyler Boyd. Yeah, I mean, I would like to maybe do a little bit better, but Tyler Boyd would fit that. Tyler Boyd, at the very least, would slide Noah Brown down.
Yep.
And into that spot. All right, as we continue to roll through, we're getting close, baby. The game's about to get started. These games that matter to us, baby. These games that matter to us.
Can we get Illinois on this TV, man?
We're about to do it, man.
We got money on this, Tyler. What are we doing here, man?
Man, he's got to take this.
I'm going to do in the break.
You're going to stop cussing at me, man.
Oh.
I'm going to tell you that right
now.
You
listen, here I'm just kidding.
Well, I tell you,
never talk to you like that.
I'm in
you take Tyler on a date, and he thinks he can just talk to you any kind of way, man.
Y'all want the TV on the game or not?
A little lunch date, and you think you can just talk any kind of way.
Coming up next.
No game for y'all.
I'm a force Clint to a corner.
Jose,
a guy that Clint really likes. Clint's got to give me some of the potential danger zones with this player. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner.
then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, these games have started now. There's Illinois, Morehead State. Morehead State coming out like a crazy
bat out of hell.
Crazy bat out of hell. It's all right though. Terrence Shannon there keeping it close. It's all right. They'll get
Y'all
there.
ever watch horse racing, boys?
Yeah, I've watched horse.
Oh, horse jumps out there and gets to rolling out there in the front, man. 99.9% of the time, they fall on back.
Let's just hope. Morehead State's not
back.
Hope Morehead State's not Secretariat.
Come on back. Be all right.
Hope it's not Secretariat.
Well,
That'd be good.
Well, I think that's safe to say. I feel pretty good about my money if that's the case.
Text line rolls through Ron. Now, Noah Brown would be the second best receiver on the Chiefs.
Didn't have a protractor out there.
Get the best tight end in the game. That's maybe wouldn't be too bad idea.
I like that one right there.
Okay. All right. No, I'm not. I'm ducking that in.
Hold on, so.
Don't do it, man.
Almost reeled me on in on that one, boy. Almost reeled me in. All right. As we continue rolling in, we'll keep you updated on the 4 important games that are big for us and Drive listeners. But hey, man, yesterday was was Caleb Williams Pro Day, and right, you're a supporter of Caleb Williams. I don't put words in your mouth, but you're a supporter of Caleb Williams, at least from the standpoint of him going number 1 to the Bears, right?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, I think as we look at tangible abilities to play the quarterback position, there is Caleb Williams is in a league of his own. Caleb Williams is, I think it is very, very fair and very accurate to say, from a play style perspective, he is very similar to Pat Mahomes. I could see him transitioning to the league and having success, maybe not to the tune of 3 Super Bowls. How many Super Bowls he got? 3 or 2? 2 or 3?
3.
Maybe not to the tune of 3 Super Bowls. Maybe not the first year right out of the box. But I could see Caleb Williams' game in the long run, 1, being successful, and 2, looking very much like Pat Mahomes in terms of the loose arm, the crazy arm talent tied to an abnormal amount of arm strength in terms of being able to rip the football down the field when receivers are out of the range. For most of us human beings, he's a guy that can rip it 70 yards if he's set to get his right big toe in the ground. And so then you talk about the system he came from, same system that Pat Mahomes came from. So there's some similarities in terms of being a gunslinger, shooting from the hip, that come with Caleb Williams. Same ones came with Pat Mahomes. He was just able to overcome it, along with Andy Reid's help. He was able to overcome it. So, I think I'm at a point with Caleb Williams where I know there's a lot of smoke right now about Caleb Williams. Some people are saying he should be taken second or he should be taken third, whatever. That is not based off of anything physical, anything from a tangible ability to play the position. Nobody in their right mind believes that there's another quarterback in college football right now that does it as effortlessly, as consistently, and has a ceiling as high as what Caleb Williams has. Now, I chalk up all the smoke around Caleb Williams potentially not going number 1. I chalk it up to these talking heads. Some of them have connections. Some of them know a little bit more about what was going on at USC. Some of them may know a little bit more about what goes on with his daddy, because apparently Caleb Williams' daddy is running things, and some folks don't like that. I'm going to chalk it up to Dan Orlovsky. Ain't no way, shape, or form he watches the film and says anybody should be taking over Caleb Williams, unless there are some skeletons, so to speak, in that closet that Dan's had been made aware of. And so that's factoring in right now. Because from a physical, just a skill set perspective, there's there's nobody on the same planet as Caleb Williams. I mean, he effortlessly makes throws that dudes have to work at. Most quarterbacks have to work at.
Well, at his pro day yesterday, most people described it as solid. Louis Riddick said it was a solid performance. Many people said, wasn't like crazy great, but wasn't bad. It was just, routes on errors, you would say, solid performance. Didn't do anything crazy. Didn't do anything to hurt himself at all at this. And I'm just curious. You talked about.
Let me ask you a question about this real quick. At the end of his workout, he rips 170-plus yards on the button, right?
Yeah.
Why, when it's Caleb Williams, is it not like today? All we're hearing. Remember when Zach Wilson did that? The roll left, throw back across your body, and everybody just. I mean, it was the lead story on the news cycle
Malik
for 2-3 days.
Yep, Malik Willis threw something.
Yeah, Malik Willis. You're right. Why, when Caleb does it, is it not something that everybody writes home about and everybody stops the tape and talks about? It's just an interesting dynamic of how the narratives are spun. I believe by the time this is all said and done, and one or two things is going to happen. Caleb Williams is going to be on top of everybody's draft board, or number two, there's something's going to surface beyond just him wearing glitter glasses and crying in his mama's lap after they lost the game on the sideline. Something beyond that's going to surface, and we're all going to know why he's being questioned.
Yeah, it is. It certainly does feel like things are looked at a bit differently from him. But I know you've watched a lot of him.
Yeah.
You've watched a lot of Caleb at SC and at Oklahoma. And there are people who are really not fans of Caleb Williams. We get it all the time whenever we talk about him. He's going to fail, all these things. The Bears would be silly, whatever. But for you, you've watched him. I know you like a lot of them. What for you, seeing him, understanding the league, in your opinion, watching quarterbacks, understanding what you do, knowing the league, knowing college, what do you think would be potential struggles for him? What do you think would be the things that would potentially get him in trouble? We talked about with CJ last year, hey, boy, I wonder what it's like for him to have to play with receivers who aren't always, open like they were at Ohio State and things like that. And we saw him obviously overcome that. What about for you, Bryce's size? That didn't really him overcome a lot of that last year. What would be potential struggles when you watch him that he could have in the league?
I think what I just talked about, he's grown ever since we knew who he was, since he took the field against Texas, I believe, when he was at Oklahoma still with Lincoln Riley and brought Oklahoma back to beat Texas. I mean, he has been a guy that can run around and take monster hits and make monster throws, and a large percentage of his game is not on time. It's not in rhythm. It's not from the platform, right, on platform. Like, the only guy that we've seen be able to come to the league and play off script, off schedule, off platform, and win consistently is Pat Mahomes. And so all of a sudden we automatically think it's possible, when in reality, the reality with the NFL is if you're not a high-level processor, if you can't distribute if you don't excel and if you're not committed to distributing the football accurately, on time, from the pocket as often as you possibly can, to the point of where all of your training is wired around, I'm going to learn how to deal with more chaos in the pocket so I can stay on time and on platform. To that extent, like, if you don't commit to it wholeheartedly like that, whether it's by your doing or by the coach that's allowing you to do it, you're going to struggle in this league. You're probably going to stay injured in this league if you do that. And whether it's Lincoln Riley and him coaching to allow him to do that, or it's this air raid system, which is there's not a whole lot of timing in the air raid system. It's about you get to that spot, I'm going to get the ball to you. I don't care if I got to take a 3-step and drift or 3-step and slide step. It doesn't matter. I'm going to wait till you get there, and we're going to just kill these guys with spacing, right? That doesn't work in the league to that extent. And so he does have a huge step to take as it pertains to playing the game on time, on schedule, from the pocket, and not being so dependent on the big loose arm, the athletic ability that he's.
Do you think that's getting over talked about
with him?
Yeah. Do you think?
Yeah, because every quarterback has that. I mean, look, as
it feels like to me, and I watch SC probably not as much as you, but you would almost feel like man, he was never running offense on time.
Never.
Like it was everything was backyard, and that's not my experience watching him in Lincoln's offense. Right, Baker didn't do that all the time.
Right.
Kyler didn't do that all the time.
Right.
That wasn't my experience. I feel like it's for some reason being overblown. Like 50, 60% of the time, he's just free will.
Well, I think it's being overblown for him, but it's in reality, it's what every single quarterback in the draft has to do. For some reason, it's overblown for him, but yet when you talk about the Jaden Daniels the kid out of LSU being a 1 or 2 progression read guy, why is it not overblown for him? Drake May is as raw as he's been raw from jump, and he didn't do nothing but backslide once what can't think of the offensive coordinator's name. He was in an air raid type system. The coordinator left and went to Wisconsin or Nebraska. I can't remember. Phil Longo was his name, and his game slid a little bit. And so he's super raw. He's got to learn how to do it. All of these guys have to learn. It's a huge transition. Right? There's very few guys. I would say Joe Burrow is the most recent one that when you watched him play college ball, everything was on time, everything was on schedule, everything was accurate, everything was like, yep. If you give this dude some weapons, it's going to transition, right? CJ came out of nowhere with the way that he played this year. It's hard. It's hard. And I think all these guys are going to struggle. And then the earlier you go in the draft, the worse team you typically end up with, so it's even more difficult because the supporting cast and the coaching staff typically sucks. And so
that won't be the case for Caleb.
It will not be the case for Caleb Williams. I'm high on the Bears this year, actually.
Yeah, I like him a lot too. All right, coming up, we'll keep you updated on what's happening on one of the biggest days in sports as day one of the tournament, at least this round of the tournament gets going. The Texans bringing somebody in as well. We'll keep you updated on that, and then we have got to dive in what has become the biggest story and could be a story that is a story for a very, very long time in baseball. We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, spring is here. Summer's right around the corner. Y'all got to get down to Academy Sports and Outdoors.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, the NCAA tournament has started. One of my favorite days of the year.
Not one of.
Well, Selection Sunday is my favorite.
Oh, is it really?
My favorite sport. Yeah, the bracket coming out.
That's bigger than this.
For me personally, yeah, it gets me going. And then I can look at it because everything is the bracket. You get to look at everything. Yeah, that one's the excitement of it. This is right up there with it. But the tournament has started. Check your brackets. How many? Has anybody been screwed yet? I lost a Sweet 16 team. I really felt that BYU team who makes a bunch of threes and shoots a lot of threes and play weird. I thought they was gonna have a chance. And Duquesne kicked off the second half Sunday against VCU in the A-10 championship game, 1-27.
Yeah.
Then they came out just scored like hell today and beat BYU. That's a hurt for me. But real quick, if you're not aware of the drive bet, because this involves you, if we win this 4-game parlay, we're going to go to Twin Peaks over here, 59 and Kirby, and the drive family drinks are on us. All right, we put $100 down, $33 a piece, and we need Illinois to cover. They need to win by 11. They're the game that is tipped off. We need South Carolina to lose to Oregon, but Oregon's a 2-point favorite, 2.5. Or is it 2? I think it's 2. 2-point
no
favorite.
hood.
Need them to win by 2. Hell, this is a little different than what I got. Dayton against Nevada. We need Dayton to just outright win or lose
by more than one.
No more than one, but I think they're going to outright win. And then Tyler's favorite, we got the Longhorns, Texas versus Colorado State. We need Texas to win by 3 or more. Illinois, that's the game that started right now. They are appearances. They're taking a lead, but it's tied.
They just took a lead for the first time, I believe.
They're up 1.
I got 29-29. My phone's a little faster than
look
the
at
TV.
This guy.
It's 29.
Don't be that jackleg, man.
It is. I got it. It's a little
keep
quicker.
Your phone on and you're telling everybody the score. They just went up 29-27, so I guess Morehead State goes down the scores right here.
Yeah.
I mean, is there anything worse? Is there anything worse on this planet than that guy?
Yeah, you're way ahead of my feed, bro. Damn.
I mean, Altuve's at the plate. You're watching the Astros, and it's a full count, and the guy next to you goes, "Damn it, them Astros!"
It's good.
Hey man, can I enjoy this last pitch?
No, I
know Altuve strikes out.
There it is, 29-29. So I guess I need Illinois to get about a 4 to 6 point lead at the half, so this thing ain't nervous. If it gets nervous in the second half, that's
Chief. They've yacked 2 threes and they've
they're up 32-29 now.
And some old boy just easily got to the rack. Illinois got this one in the bag. I hope y'all are thirsty.
Just need it by 11. I'm telling you, need it by 11.
Drinking with the drive.
I tell you, get that first one down, baby. You feel good.
Come on. Golly. Outside bar at Twin Peaks, 59 and Kirby, by the way, when this happens.
By the way, the rest of the scores thus far, Creighton, they win by 17 over Akron. BYU, as I said, they lose by 4 to Duquesne. Michigan State.
It's over, man.
Did you have some money on Michigan State?
Oh, no, I didn't have any. Oh, yes, no, I did. No, I had a 5-team parlay. I didn't fill out a bracket. I just like to just randomly bet. I'm going to make some money, and if I lose, I want another shot here at this next round of games. But I had a 5-team parlay, and the first 2 teams that played both lost. So that parlay was no good.
You're past that.
I mean, I lost the bet. Look here, I paid Tyler. I lost the bet and paid Tyler before the 3rd game of a 5-leg parlay.
You did. I got a text on my phone. I said, Clint Stoerner sent me $100.
That means this 4-teamer we got for the people out there is fixing to hit.
Maybe he's going to hit now.
Yep.
Law of averages, right?
You got a little action on the side there, too, don't you?
I don't know if those apply to gambling, but okay.
Yeah, Carolina, Arizona are starting to dominate, pull away in their 15 and 16 seed matchups. But that Illinois Morehead State, that's a big one to watch for us. Illinois has a 5-point lead, needed to win by 11 or more. There we are right there. So you feel pretty good about it? Feeling pretty good?
I actually feel great.
Do you?
Yes. I feel it down in my loins, down in my plums.
You'll never forgive me if I miss these, right?
No, I would forgive you as long as it's not the Longhorns.
I feel like that's an
ruin
outside part because you're going with.
I do think it's important to note that Ron is the college basketball guy, really hell at the station, but definitely on this show, and so we put up a little bread. And Ron picked the 14.
Now I put up some bread too.
I said we, as in the drive, we all
some
did.
People
I mean, look, all of a sudden your cheap ass wants everybody to know.
Some people, I just feel like some people gonna say, "Oh, you letting them play with your money?"
Hey, no, Ron didn't even turn his nose up at it, man. He didn't even try to talk us out of it. He said, "I got $33. I got $33."
Text line said, "Y'all got to show up and pay for some beers anyway." Not the hell we do.
Yeah, you can kiss.
Who are you talking to, friend?
Okay, Tyler, calm down. You calm down. You calm down.
I'm feeling frisky today.
Who are you talking to, friend?
I know it wasn't me.
Yeah, friend. I love how he finishes it off with friend, like to try to soften the blow.
Right.
We know.
We're all a family. Family and friends get into it.
Yeah, we are. So we'll keep you updated on that as we need the Illinois Fighting Illini to go ahead. They didn't force Moorhead to call a timeout.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, before we get to the big story in sports, because there's a lot to get there, I want to get your thoughts on this, Clint. The Texans, they are at least entertaining bringing in former top 10 pick cornerback C.J. Henderson. He's visiting today, and there is potential they can bring him in to add to their cornerback room. Clint, what's your thoughts about that? As C.J. Henderson, if you remember him, he played at Florida and was drafted in the top 10. He started out in Jacksonville. He's had a lot of injury issues, very similar to Jeff Okudah, and not reaching the promise of a top 10 pick that his teams were hoping to reach. He started with Jacksonville, went with Carolina, and now he is visiting as a free agent with the Texans. Your thoughts on C.J. Henderson potentially as an addition?
Yeah, look, I like I'm on record. I know a lot of folks don't. A lot of folks will poo-poo it. But for me, I like the thought of bringing in guys that clearly have or have recently had the tangible physical ability to play at an elite level. Now, for whatever reason, they hadn't gotten there. C.J. Henderson was in Jacksonville with I believe, Urban Meyer. And then he bounced over to Carolina with what went on with the previous regime and Frank Reich. I'm not blaming anybody, but I'm saying it's not hard to maybe see a player in those two organizations didn't reach his potential because of what was around him, and probably didn't have the best supporting cast that he may have needed to reach his potential. And again, not making excuses, but that guy, I mean, he tested, and everybody analyzed him, and he's a top 10 talent at the cornerback position that can play. Now, can he get it together at the pro level and contribute and maybe get even remotely close to living up to a top 10 pick? I don't know. I just like my team to roll those dice. See if D'Amico Ryans and this particular staff that appear to be really good at developing and getting the best out of players, see if D'Amico Ryans can get Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson. I'm more of a C.J. Henderson guy, but those two guys, see if you can't pull the best out of those guys and get them to play and learn how to use and play the game with the skill set that everybody evaluated that made them a top 10 pick in the draft a few years back. I like that as your options at the number 2 corner. If C.J. Henderson becomes a Texan, I'll be a big fan of it.
Yeah, that's the one we'll look at. It's very similar to what you've got right now in that spot. Hope.
Yep.
Hope and and not just potential off of a draft pick, but potential off somebody who's been in the league and now been on 2 different teams with the hope that they can step up and see that potential. That is a route to go, certainly a route to go. We'll see if that works out for the Texans, if they indeed go this situation. Because it could be depth. I mean, I guess it could be depth right now. You know, they've got Stingley over there, and maybe they're adding to the back half of that. But that will be interesting to see if they go this route. Guys that they hope they can get the potential out of them. That'll be a watch. So C.J. Henderson, former Jag, former Panther, former Florida Gator, we'll let you know if this moves from just a visit to more than that.
Is CJ the one that threw the shoe?
I don't remember. Somebody threw a shoe
at George Bush?
Florida. You don't remember the game? I think the game was over and he picked. they threw the shoe. Was that him? Florida. The game was over as a pass breakup.
Not at
the receiver lost his shoe and he picked up the receiver's shoe and threw it, and there was a penalty. And
I don't remember that.
I don't.
I think that was him.
I remember George W. diving out of the way though.
Text line 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Is there a better shoe throwing situation other than when George Bush had to dodge
his face when he popped back up?
Hey man, he is great. Like I really appreciated him more and more since he's been out.
Have you seen that?
George is
Have you seen that old videos circulating
it was
of
Marco
him?
Wilson. It wasn't CJ.
Marco Wilson.
We're talking about W. Clint.
I know. I'm sorry. I was looking at it.
Have you seen that video of George W. and he's like on a tee box and he's like talking about something real serious with like terrorism, and then he looks at the media pool and he goes, "Now watch this drive."
No,
I just remember him being at that. I think it was John McCain's funeral.
Oh yeah,
he was hunting down hard candy.
He gave Michelle Obama a piece of candy. Didn't
was it? I thought he was trying to get it from her,
or maybe that's it.
That's what it was. He needed a peppermint,
and he was giggling about it.
Like in church. Imagine George. Somebody goddamn. Butterscotch?
Michelle.
Somebody got a peppermint?
Michelle, you got one of them peppermints, Michelle?
Oh, my goodness.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right. This Shohei Ohtani situation, fellas, is out of control. When we left, all we really had was the reports of a massive theft. And a massive theft led to believe it was from the interpreter of Shohei Ohtani.
Tall Asian guy.
And it was involving $4.5 million. Well, there has been more that has come out from that. The L.A. Dodgers interpreter for Shohei Ohtani was fired Wednesday afternoon after questions surrounding at least a $4.5 million in wire transfers sent from Ohtani's bank account to a bookmaking operation set off a series of events. And this is illegal in California, by the way, which is another thing. Initially, a spokesman for Ohtani told ESPN that the slugger had transferred the funds to cover up for his interpreter's gambling debt. This person that was the spokesman was the interpreter who told ESPN that it was to cover up his debts. And then following, she spoke for 90 minutes with ESPN. And that was the conversation that Ohtani helped pay for those debts. Then, Clint, 24 hours later, it was said that Ohtani had no idea about it and that it was a massive threat.
Something doesn't smell right.
Is how it then came out. His attorneys, Ohtani's attorneys, said that they are looking into it, but he is a victim of a massive theft, is what has been said. My question is, do you believe Shohei Ohtani is a victim here, completely 100% a victim here, or you believe that we got a fall guy situation happening right here? Because that's, obviously this is speculation, but just from the information, we look like something don't smell right when the complete story changes in 24 hours by the same person telling the story.
Took Chris Carter's advice, maybe.
I mean, something.
Yeah, to me, this one doesn't smell right, man. I mean, look, Ohtani's name was apparently on the bookmakers' documents. It was chalked up as a loan. They've got, I believe, pictures of two different $500,000 wires that came from Ohtani to the bookmaker or one of the bookmakers' runners or something of that nature. And then you get to just like, I don't care where you're from, what you believe in, how close you are to somebody, who in their right mind gives their interpreter access to their bank accounts in general, period, in any way, shape, or form, much less to the tune of $4.5 million. That appears to be in increments of $500,000 wires. It all doesn't smell right. It stinks. This deal to me is I don't know how Major League Baseball doesn't investigating this ultimately. Something's got to come down on Ohtani.
Fellas, I think this is going to be
It's their biggest star.
a story for a while.
Do they want to investigate and dive deep into the guy that's literally their biggest star right now in a sport that hasn't exactly been streaming upwards lately?
I mean, Rob can't get out of this commissioner's chair.
I'm just saying.
But they have to. I mean, this is going to be a story for a minute.
The good thing for Ohtani, if it's good, I guess if there is a good thing, is the bets apparently are on
everything but
baseball, which is legal in baseball. Now, betting illegally
in the state of
through
California.
an illegal bookmaker is not. Now, I don't know what the penalty is if you're dealing with an illegal bookmaker. I would imagine it's slightly different than if you were betting on Major League Baseball games, particularly ones that you were playing in. So I don't know what's going to come of this, but it just seems to me like the story that the interpreter has already butchered Tuesday. He tells him that Ohtani agreed to pay off some debts for him, and then Thursday he rolls around and says, I stole it. Ohtani didn't know nothing about it. Like, it just doesn't smell right.
Oh, he relayed what the conversation was between Ohtani and him.
Yeah.
And then told the lady she asked, she said, so did you lie to me on Tuesday? Yeah, I completely lied to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
all right.
Ron, this is
all right.
It's hard. It is hard for me to believe. Here's the crazy thing, Ron, is it's hard for me to believe that Ohtani gave somebody access to that kind of money unknowingly. And it's hard for me to believe that Ohtani or anybody said, oh, $4.5 million? Yeah, I got you. Let me pay that off for you.
Yeah.
No, like that just don't add up.
I'm with you. All right, coming up, we talked about the cornerback position. Potentially there is a top corner who wants to come to Houston. But would it be an upgrade? Would it be an upgrade over Steven Nelson? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, spring is here, y'all. If you've been thinking about building that dream home, man, you've been laying in bed at night envisioning that dream home, putting your family in that dream home, Our Vision Homes is waiting. They're waiting for you to call. They're ready to help you out, man. They're Houston's premier turnkey custom home builder, 17 years in the business. They built in 200 different communities, and the
every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we've talked about a lot of positions, and especially on this show, defensive tackle. That is a hole that is, at least in our thoughts, and nobody more passionate about it than Clint, that is missing. Receiver, we've talked about the hope that maybe they add somebody of significance there. Linebacker is something we've talked about as well, potentially, that they may add there. Clint, we haven't talked a ton about the cornerback position, and I think it's a lot because maybe they have many options and Stingley is already there, so there is a thought of that you figure out finding another number 2 corner. Well, as soon as Xavier Howard was released, there were reports that there was interest from him to come back home, as he is a Houston native. There were reports of that. And then he was on the OG podcast, Mike Miller, Dynasty Haslam, former basketball players with the Miami Heat. He was on their podcast, and he actually said it himself. This was Xavier Howard, former corner for the Miami Dolphins, free agent right now, talking about your Houston Texans.
Speaking of Texas, Houston might not be a bad look for you this summer.
Hey, listen now. Hey, listen now. Shout out, listen. Shout out Andre Johnson, my dog. Miami High Stingery, Hall of Famer. Shout out, homie. Much love. But yeah, the Texans. From Houston.
From Houston.
Where that? Would you like to have the opportunity?
I would love to do that, man. Especially back at home, the crib. And I wouldn't say I've always been a Houston Texas fan, but this offseason I'm a very Houston Texas fan.
Hey, listen.
I've been had it tatted on me though, but I even got Houston Rockets in the Texas tatted on me. But,
really, the Houston Rockets. We're gonna talk about that later.
I'm from the crib, so it was only right.
Yeah, but damn.
I'm sure you got Miami Dolphins tatted on you.
That man got
and the Heat.
That man got
you know what?
You're right then.
Because I was about to say the Texans ain't won none in a while, but the Dolphins ain't either. So I would leave that alone. You know what? Even swap, no swindle. Everybody cool. I would leave that alone.
Hold on. What'd you say?
Even swap, no swindle. Everybody cool. Like, you know what I'm saying? I can't say nothing.
Even swap, no swindle.
Everybody cool. He
I gotta use that
right.
one,
He absolutely right. We ain't won with the Astros now. Woo, that damn Altuve and them boys.
Bro, they different.
They something special over there. You know I watch baseball like that. Killer ditch.
That's because your kids play.
See, look at that. I surprised you.
All right, that was Xavier Howard, and he said himself. We've heard reports. He said himself he's become a Houston Texans fan this offseason and would be into coming here. He also later in there said he spoke of C.J. Stroud and the quarterback that they have. And Clint, like I said, we haven't talked a lot about that other corner spot, but it doesn't appear they're going to bring back Steven Nelson. I guess they could, but it doesn't appear. Now he's still out there available as well. But we've seen them go after Jeff Okudah. We see and understand they're bringing in C.J. Henderson at least for a visit. My thought was Xavier Howard. He would be a more expensive option. Right now, he ain't gonna be like no number 1 corner money, but he would be more of an expensive option. Be a solid veteran pickup. You had to pay a little bit more than you would have to do with 1.5 or the $2 million you have to pay maybe to C.J. Henderson. My thought is you'd have to pay him more, and I think he'd get more than Steven Nelson too. Would the Texans be upgrading, in your opinion, with Xavier Howard over Steven Nelson? Because it feels like Howard right now is he as much a name as he is actually still that player that we remember. I mean, he made multiple Pro Bowls. It was an All-Pro 3-4 years ago. But actually, as they are right now, do you get the feel he'd actually be an upgrade over Steven Nelson?
Boy, I would think so.
You think so?
I mean, I would think so. I don't know.
Because we got to be real. Steven Nelson, if we take the last 2 years combined and not just, the end of last year, he has been this team's best corner.
Yeah, look. To me, when you look at this defense, I have couched Steven Nelson squarely in the conversation with Blake Cashman and Jonathan Grenard. This is before defensive tackle became a problem. Like those three guys for me, those three positions are all places that, man, you got a pretty damn solid player, pretty good player with a high ceiling, I think, at all three of those positions. Now, Steven Nelson obviously is not a high ceiling guy like Derek Stingley, but you're talking about, hey, I know what I'm getting out of this guy.
Yeah,
I'm getting a good number 2 corner in the NFL. And when you say it's a number 2 corner, all of a sudden people lose interest. But in reality, you need to have at the very least a solid number 2 corner that you can rely on to stay healthy. You can rely on to play hurt. You can rely on to be savvy and a cerebral player. And you know, I mean, we take that guy for granted. And Steven Nelson has been really good from that perspective over the last couple of years. And so finding that guy, if they're not going to sign Steven Nelson, which I don't look, Steven Nelson is a guy that if you're going to sign him, you'd sign him before you'd sign C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, again, you know what you're getting with Steven Nelson. You're rolling the dice with these other two guys. So it doesn't look like Steven Nelson is going to be a guy that could return. Xavier Howard, I haven't followed his career to that level to know how bad Father Time has jumped on his back. Now I know if
he's had a lot of injuries and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, look, this past played 13 games. Before that, he had 3 straight seasons where he pretty much lasted the entire season. One of those years, which was obviously in 2020, he had 10 picks, which is where he's still hanging his hat on. He's been pretty quiet as of late. So I don't know how much of that drop-off in production is actually drop-off in ability and Father Time jumping on his back. So I'm not real sure, but I would think Xavier Howard, assuming he's healthy, assuming he's in shape, assuming he's still got tread on the tire, I would think that guy would be a decent upgrade over Steven Nelson. At least that's what your expectations would be.
That's what the expectation. That's what I wonder. Like, is Xavier Howard working on name right now?
Yeah, I don't have that for you.
As much game, because Steven Nelson has been like to a point that you made yesterday. I don't like the Jeff Okudah or C.J. Henderson. I'm not comfortable with that. I don't think that you can just put anybody you want on the side and say, like, all right, Derek Stingley Jr., like we got that guy covered and we can go a little light there. I think for nothing else, the injury situation, right? I mean, you just don't want to get stuck not just having projects as your corners right there. So like you were talking about C.J. Henderson before. I'm not a fan of just rolling the, like, hey, we're gonna roll the dice on the other side,
and that be your answer,
and that you know what I mean?
Answer,
like you know, maybe you had Pat Surtain Jr. or like guys a little bit more established that you know. I'm not even talking about if Stingley is that good, injury risk. Like, will he be able to play?
You would think that's a room they'd load up.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Like so. Maybe Xavier Howard's not, but a veteran guy that you know more. That's not a roll of the dice. All right, Tyler's Turd list coming up. As you know, we do that coming up every Thursday, as well as our Odyssey NBA insider. First time having him on, Danny Green, former player in the NBA, played for years. He'll join us. We'll get his thoughts on the Rockets and the NBA. All of that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, let me tip my cap to all my Coors Light drinkers out there, man. If you're drinking Coors Light, you're drinking the world's most refreshing beer, and damn it, you look good while you're doing it, man. If you're not drinking Coors Light, let me get your attention real quick. Look, the first 23,000 cases of Coors Light ever.
Radio. Some exclusions apply. See Storacles.com for details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as The Drive continues on NCAA tournament update. We'll keep you updated as these games. We're trying to get y'all some drinks out here. Trying to get y'all some drinks going out here. Got that 4-game parlay going on, well, damn it, South Carolina just took the lead. I was gonna say we're leading in all of them, but
are you worried about the South Carolina game?
I'm just watching it.
Hey, man, this Illinois game is going to be the first one to finish. This is the first leg of a 14 parlay.
I'm not used to the betting stuff.
You can't live and die by the damn first half, man.
Just
let
looking.
it play out. Relax
I am going to let it play out. I was just giving the facts.
Breathe, man.
I'm breathing. I'm breathing all day. I breathe in, breathe out.
Kind of heavy over there.
Chicken head.
Name the artist. Breathe in, breathe out. Baytown boy, Chris Cagle.
And you didn't give me a chance. I
didn't figure either of you jamokes had it. I didn't figure y'all had the country music. Chris Cagle, Baytown.
Yeah, I was in another breathe in, breathe out. I'm sure Danny Green was thinking another artist when you said name the artist. I was thinking
which one were y'all thinking about?
Another song. I was thinking about the St. Lunatics. I was thinking about the other breathe in. Certainly not country music. On the line is our Odyssey NBA insider Danny Green. Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure. Insider calls brought to you by Hyundai. Appreciate that. Danny, we appreciate you jumping on with this, man. And hopefully
appreciate y'all having me.
We talked to you a lot. I see you've been getting started in this career, this media career, and you know the game, and I need on this because I've jumped the bandwagon. I've been on to Jalen Green is just not going to be a 1 or 2 for a legit contending team. Now, he is having a hell of a last couple of weeks, especially since Sengun has gone down. Where are you at on Jalen Green? Is he still too young to say, hey, man, this guy's not going to be one of your 2 best players on a contending team, or you still think there is still growth and you still need to hold out and the Rockets should still wait and see what they got out of him?
Yeah, no, he has the potential. There's a lot of room for growth. I think it's too early to say, just count him out in that position or for your organization. He's shown signs of what he can do. It's just all the right positioning. He needs the right development around him, the right coaching. I think he may be in there, so it's first year, so they need a little more time, but developmental coaches and the right players, to fit him and fit his system. But I think Sengun, with him being out, it gives him more opportunity. So that might be, I won't say an issue, but them figuring out how to fit together, having that 2-man game, I think they can still develop Jabari Smith, who could be a really great asset. So they have a lot of young pieces. They just have to let them develop or find ways to develop them faster and better.
Danny, how difficult is that? That was my next question is Sengun with that Jokic type of game, at least that play style. I'm not putting him in Jokic, obviously, in that category, but that play style. And then we've seen what you get from Jalen Green, just the explosive one-on-one. He's got that explosive ability, but how difficult is it in y'all's world, man, to go, okay, now we know we got 2 good players, potentially great players. How do we mesh those guys together? How difficult is that?
I wouldn't say too difficult. It depends on the personalities. I think they're young kids that like each other, like to play with each other, so it shouldn't be too difficult. I think the harder part is developing them individually, especially when you have a group of talented guys around you, like a Sengun. It's hard to develop a Jalen Green when he's not going to get the touches. You have Fred VanVleet. You got Dylan Brooks over there. You got a lot of guys that Cam Whitmore is up and coming. You have a lot of talented guys that have to share the ball. It's harder to groom them or for them to find their rhythm, their niche, or to become that superstar. But to have 2 guys play together, a 2-man game, that shouldn't be too hard. But finding the right player development guys, probably a little tougher than that other aspect. There's not a bunch of Phil Handys out there that you can find that can develop guys, or Rico Hines in that aspect to make them, some type of superstars on this level.
Joining us, our Odyssey NBA insider Danny Green, and you brought that up. It clearly not only Jalen Green, but the whole team in general with the Rockets, there has been improvement, and it feels like there has been growth with a lot of the young guys who were here prior to Udoka being here. You talked about that development. How much have you seen Udoka's influence, and are you seeing a culture change with this Rockets team? Are you viewing them differently since Udoka's been there?
Yeah, definitely. A ton of difference. Starting with the atmosphere and just the mindset, the hard-nosed edge, and attacking people and not backing down nobody. Having Ime as a head coach and Dylan there, give you a little edge. So I think that's what they need to start. Just that they're not soft and they're not backing down for anybody. Once you have that attitude, that mindset, then you can build around that. And so you got your younger, they're just young. You got Cam Whitmore, who I think is going to be really good, and you have those other guys, Jabari, Jalen, and Segun. So they have a sky's the limit for them.
Hey, what is the a fair expectation, Danny? Because I'll be clear, I'm a casual fan, man. Grew up here and obviously follow the Rockets, watch the Rockets, and boy, when they're struggling, for me, it's hard to want to put my toes up and watch them, brother. It's a tough watch. But so I'm one of them guys. Like I need something. I need something to bring me to the game. Like how far off do you think this team is from being at least a team that is in the tournament every year?
I'd say 2 years. They can definitely be a playoff team next year. They find the right, they have some space. They have some cap space. They can find some good pieces. And surrounded, I think, another year with Ime. They mesh. I say 2 years from now, they could be. I said things could turn around quick. You see how things happen for OKC. They could be one of those teams.
Danny, I got a serious question. What would you do if you were Kawhi Leonard and James Harden passed the ball to you, an open three in the corner, and then came and contested that three, and you missed this? What would be your thought process if that happened? If our audience, you missed it, James Harden.
It'd be hard. Yeah, I saw it. It'd be hard to concentrate and make the shot. But I know the reaction to me, if I missed the fucking shot with James throwing, he'd be more upset about it. But not making him look good. But it's funny, man. It's all fun in the game. I'm glad they can have fun and do that and show. Obviously, it's a little disrespectful to the other team, but for them to be on that level and have some fun and energy is always good to see.
Hey, what about this tournament, man? Before we let you go, man, we can't. I mean, we know what's going on, man. We done put a little 14 parlay together for us and the drive, which is the name of our show. We're gonna go, if we win this thing, we're gonna drink a little beer with the fans. But how do you feel about this tournament, man? Just your big takeaways.
I mean, I feel great right now watching Carolina just get a W, so it's a good win for us. We play Michigan State next round. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Right now it's slow. Some brackets, no upsets, no crazy upsets yet. But I'm waiting to see. I'm watching and following on Yahoo right now and doing some takes and some media stuff. I'm trying to be like you guys when I grow up. And waiting to see Carolina cut the nets. And hopefully they get to L.A. They win the next game, get to L.A., and then I'll see them hopefully in Phoenix too if I'm not playing.
All right, Danny, we appreciate you jumping on with us, man. Good luck with everything.
Appreciate you guys.
Enjoy the rest of the season.
Hey, Danny, you want to get a little? Hey, you want to get a little weekly work in, man? We got some spots here, man. If you want to just commit and come on, we can break some bread. Next time, I'm gonna be honest with you. If your voice cracks like that again, no, I'm gonna get you. I know you a little bit now. I'm gonna get you.
We'll tell for sure. We'll tell Ime to bring me on the roster, and I'll do it in person.
I like it. All right, Danny, appreciate you, man.
All right, that was our Odyssey. All right, that was our Odyssey NBA insider, Danny Green. Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024.
Good Lord, man.
Let me get this out. Equipped for it. All right.
Did he just
I know the people on YouTube and Twitch.
Just dropped an F-bomb.
Yes, he did.
Danny Green.
He did.
He just dropped an F-bomb.
I mean, it was hardcore.
I missed it. What did he say?
F. He said effing.
Effing. Yes.
Oh my gosh, Danny!
How did I miss that?
You're new to this media game, Danny. But
hey, just dump that thing and move on. He's gonna come on again next week.
I was gonna say now. Listen, Drive Family. He dropped an F-bomb and he had one of the worst voice cracks in the history of interviews. I mean, he dropped it casually.
Oh, real casual, like he was talking with his bros.
Tyler has almost lost his mind.
I thought he was. I missed it.
Does Danny Green get to come back? 713-572-4610.
You're gonna get that man in trouble.
Gotta learn these radio rules.
We're gonna get him in trouble. He's gonna get us in trouble.
I'm the one that gets fired.
He just dropped it.
You hit the dump button. Everything's fine.
I mean, we were talking about fun bags yesterday. I know but Danny went for it all. I don't know how many of the listening. I know the people in the radio didn't hear it, but I know YouTube and Twitch sure did. Gregory, Danny dropped the F-bomb.
YouTube and Twitch, it's legal, man. They like that stuff, baby.
And the Odyssey app.
Hey, he don't even. Hey, God honest, he does not know he said it. He kept on.
He kept cruising.
He
had
moving,
no idea.
Boy. And
I
Danny
honestly didn't hear it.
I know, because you and Danny are just casual cussers.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I pride myself on being a pretty good cusser.
I just hit. I said, "Oh, did he say what I think he said?"
I mean, we got one segment, and he. I ain't never done.
That's not true. I've dumped you with an F-bomb.
On air?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Y'all were out on the road somewhere, and you dropped
text
one.
line.
Well, those don't count.
Text line saying yes. Text line saying yes. F-bomb. Yes, he gets to come back because of the F-bomb.
Do you think he did, like he didn't know he said it, or he doesn't know, like, you can't just say that on the airwaves?
No, I don't think he realizes he said it. I think he's lived the 99.9% of his life in a locker room where it didn't matter if he.
Man, I think Danny owes drinks. I'll be honest with you. I think Danny owes drinks.
I bet you that'd be a good night.
I hope we got there.
Danny strikes me as a fella that's probably not James Harden, strip joint wild. There's probably some nice, cool, calm, collected evening somewhere in a lounge.
No, Danny goes to the strip club, but he doesn't bring a bag of honey buns.
I'm not making an angel out of the guy. Yeah, look, he's not taking bags of money and honey buns to little babies. It strikes me as a guy that probably be a good evening.
Cut that. If we bring you back on, which we might as well. If we bring you back on, I want you to play that for him.
I mean, he was great.
Play that for Danny. I want you.
It's official.
Like what I want you to do is,
Mama Stoerner heard it.
I want you to do the voice crack and the F-bomb. I want you to.
I'm on
mash those together.
I got those timestamps. Don't you worry. That was for sure the worst voice crack I've heard since I've been in radio.
I took everything I had not to say something in the moment, but then once he lightened up a little bit, I had to go on. Let him know that we heard
what you got coming up in the 4. Hopefully
well, Twitter got me. Twitter got me good. I don't know if y'all know. I don't know if y'all follow along with this Cam Sutton, this former Detroit Lion corner. What's going on with him? It's unfortunate, but Twitter got me. Twitter got me in a major way. This is going to be pretty good. And then, boys, Tyler, you're going to like this one. Kate Upton has surfaced in time to get Justin Verlander good and worked up for coming home here in the next week or so.
I like that.
Anyway, I'll tell you about all that. Twitter got me good, y'all. I'll tell you about all that. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Advanced Hair. Look, if
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, boys, Twitter got me. Have y'all seen this Cam Sutton stuff that's going on right now?
I know they can't find him.
I mean, this is wild. I read one report where Cam Sutton's been wanted by the authorities for 2 weeks.
Yeah, they can't find him.
The Lions were made aware of it yesterday. They cut Cam Sutton today.
They went ahead and finished him.
They went ahead and cut him. Now, did you know this, too, that the Cam Sutton, who's starting corner, 2 years ago, I believe, signed last year, signed a 3-year, $33 million deal, I believe it was. I can't remember how much was guaranteed, but he was signed to be their number one corner. Depending on who you talk to, he struggled last year. They were already bringing in. They brought in the cat from, what's the older corner from Tampa Bay that they brought in? Golly, I can see his big long.
Bunting?
No, the corner. Golly, what's his name? Anyway, they brought in another corner to definitely be a starter. Brought in a couple of other guys to compete with Cam Sutton. So I don't know how disappointed they are that Cam Sutton is no longer a Lion. But did you guys know that when something like this happens, like right now, they cut him, they're on the Lions are on the hook for $19 million. It's a $10 million salary this year plus $9 million they still owed him in guaranteed money. And they can't dispute that until the legal proceedings play out. They got to let it all play out. So, which will be, hell, in this kind of situation, apparently he put his hands on strangulation, domestic abuse, strangulation. I'm assuming he choked his girlfriend, wife, somebody like that with his hands. I'm assuming with his hands. Hell, I guess it could be worse. But I mean, it could be 2 years before something like this is figured out. I didn't realize that the NFL, like the Lions are going to have a $19 million cap hit this year.
With him? They're going to find a way to get out of there.
Well, they're going definitely they're going to find a way to get out of it. But what I'm reading is that they've got to let it all play out in court. And so that's wild to think that a team could be handcuffed like that. By a contract given this kind of situation. So
he'll be a Chief.
Well, Andy's already called his agent, huh?
He's they got it tight.
Well, he still hadn't turned himself in yet, and this is where Twitter got me, boys. Tyler, you're gonna like this one. I look down; it's being retweeted. I look down, and it said, "Breaking news: all cable channels cable network has broken into the Illinois Moorhead State game, which is our bet, right?" So I immediately dial in. It says cable network is broken into the Illinois Moorhead State game to broadcast the car chase, the pursuit of Detroit Lion cornerback Cam Sutton. And so I look over at Ron. I'm like, Ron, look at this. Cam's running. He's running from the cops.
We got an OJ situation.
Speaking
it's funny you say that. I click on that video, and the cars are a little bitty, right? It's a helicopter video.
Yeah.
I click on that video, and I'm watching. I'm dialed in, and then I realize the car they're chasing is a white Bronco.
And I'm guessing it was the old footage.
Wasn't a new Bronco. Let me tell you what Cam Sutton wasn't driving, right? A 1992 Ford Bronco, solid white, red and tissue.
Is that again?
Yeah, I promise you that. But they
thought you saw Al Collins.
Yeah, I didn't. I thought you got to be kidding me. I mean, hell, in the game that we're trying to watch, see if we can't drink a couple cold beers with the people.
No,
Cam Sutton's messing that up too.
Damn, Al Collins jumped in that car. He's driving Cam Sutton.
Oh man, you think he'll end up in Kansas City, huh?
I don't know, man. For me, if he did what he did, he can kiss them all of my ass and never play again. But he's probably talented enough that he'll probably find a way. Well, the Chiefs have it tight.
Yeah, I mean the Chiefs have had a couple of guys wiggle their way out of a tough situation like this before.
Raiders,
yeah,
Dolphins, they'll slide in there a little bit.
Well, he's still the caliber player too, boy. They'll make every excuse to try to get the best out of the guys. So we'll see, man. Look,
they got you good. How long was you? How long was you dialed into this?
I mean, you were over there doing a read or something, and I'm looking at it going, man, I can't wait to show Ron this, man. Look at this. And the minute I tapped on it, I saw the little white thing running. I was like, oh man, that's that damn.
Got him.
That's that OJ Bronco. Got me. But anyway. Cam Sutton, man, I hope the Detroit Lions are all right. $19 million to the head. I hope that doesn't hit them this year. Hopefully they can find a way out from underneath that. $10 million salary, I guess, this year. I don't have the salary's guaranteed. They're typically not. So anyway, we'll let that thing work it out. But if anybody out there, if you see it and you watch the video, it's OJ. It's not Cam.
Not Cam.
Omaha Blue. Brian. Astros lineup. By the way, Astros kicked ass today. The lineup that was posted, McTaggart reposted it and said opening day lineup. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if McTaggart knows if it's true or not. Yeah. But it looks awfully sexy. Let me give this to you boys and let me know what you think about it. T, listen up. Jose Altuve leading off. Yordan Alvarez in the 2-hole. This is where it gets a little hairy. Not in the 2-hole, but in the lineup. Kyle Tucker in the 3-hole. Lefty. Bregman in the 4-hole. Jose Abreu in the 5. White boy Chaz McCormick in the 6-hole. Diaz in the 7-hole. Jake Myers in the 8-hole. Jeremy Pena in the 9-hole.
Yeah, and Joe Espada talked about it. He had been considering hitting Kyle Tucker in that third spot, and I love it. Like, listen, one of the things I did, I was not a fan of with Dusty, and I think a lot of managers, old and new school, go with this, and I think it's something that is archaic now, especially with the reliever rules where you just can't run in lefties whenever you want to. You got to pitch to a certain amount of guys. Like I've always thought it was silly. I don't want to put my two lefties if I've got two really good left-handed hitters in the lineup together, and they would always feel the need to put some between Kyle Tucker and Yordan Alvarez. Those to me are I think your two best hitters. I mean, and Altuve within that as well. But the last couple of years, those guys have been top both of them have been top 5 MVP finishers. 2 years ago, Jordan was a top 3, and last year Kyle was top 5. And they drive in runs, they can hit. And Jordan, especially with Jordan hits lefties as well as he does hit righties. And so it really doesn't matter anyway. So I love those two guys being up in the order and getting as many at-bats as they can possibly get. And I love the thought that Espada is saying to himself, I want those guys up there. I want them up there.
Yeah, it is interesting. I think if once you get Bregman out of, and I know Altuve is the leadoff, but once you get Bregman out of like the 1 hole or the 2 hole, I'm okay with bumping him down the lineup, even further down than 4 if need. Now, right now we start that way, but even further down than 4, because once you get him out of, hey man, this guy's got an incredible eye, his on base percentage, whether he's swinging the bat well or not, his on base percentage is going to be really good, and we're talking ducks on the pond for obviously Alvarez and Tucker and Abreu and everybody else. Like once you get out of that bill, like once you've decided with your lineup to legitimately get the 3 best hitters in your lineup at bats, as many at bats as you possibly can over a season. Like now we've vacated the whole ducks on the pond thing. Let's get those best guys swings, and I like Tucker 3 hole, man. The other one that we talked about, Ron, was that Abreu, McCormick, Diaz,
and it looks
in
like
the 5, 6, 7 hole. Looks like that is the.
That was my vote.
Yeah, you were on that.
I was, and the way he has it with Abreu, McCormick, Diaz. That one to me makes sense. As I said, I feel like more pressure off Diaz. Not to say that he can't handle it, but more pressure off Diaz. He's got a lot on his plate. Being the catcher behind the plate and dealing with that more than he did last year. Even though he's the most talented of the bunch, he's got more on his plate. The other one that surprised a bit is not that grouping, but Pena being last.
Pena 9 hole?
9 hole with Jacob there. But he's more speed on the base pass, almost like a second leadoff hitter. When you look at it, I mean, it's you can put the parts a lot of different ways. You look at it, and if these dudes just come anywhere close to their, what you believe they can be, not even obviously, Altuve and Alvarez and Tucker and even Bregman, like those guys. The other guys, if they just play to anywhere near the level of what you think they can be, man, this lineup is just nasty.
Well, we've just talked so much about the injuries and what the hell are the Astros going to do with the starting rotation and yada, 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 that it's refreshing to see this lineup, to literally pull my phone up and see the Astros report from McTaggart, pull that, wow. I mean, this has got a chance to be really nasty. You want to talk about the ability to overcome a 15-day or a 1 month, start where you don't have the starting pitching. You want to know how you overcome that is if they start with these bats hot, then that would be a beautiful thing because they can damn sure do it. Speaking about injuries and Verlander, Tyler, I just want to let you know.
Been waiting the whole segment for this part, man.
Well,
come on.
I mean, Kate Upton, which, by the way, I didn't realize how many of Kate Upton's Instagram photos and Twitter photos, her posts, are her in a swimsuit. I didn't realize that.
Oh, I did.
I didn't realize that.
Reel it in.
Well,
nice.
Apparently here we are. What are we? 7 days from opening day. Justin's going to come home in 6 days. Kate Upton.
Oh, God.
She's got apparently she's a spokesgal for this new Vosa Spirits, one of the canned. I don't know if it's
seltzer or something.
I don't know. I'm assuming it's some kind of seltzer. Yeah. The new Highline Tropics collection: passion fruit, mango, lime, and watermelon, all with light carbonation, 6-time distilled vodka, and no gluten or preservatives. I cannot wait for you guys to taste these. That's what Kate says.
It's like a Tom Brady deal, huh?
She just so happens to be leaning over the edge of a pool. Maybe not as
Hold on, let me go check this out.
Well, yeah, I was supposed to say not as. I mean, she's standing up in the pool, and you really.
I need to know what we're talking about.
I know you do.
Well, Tyler, I mean, it's crazy.
God,
with
I wish
Kate
that camera was on him. He is on the.
How much of her stuff is swimsuit? I mean, I bet you.
I mean, she got her big break and fame from being a swimsuit model.
Well, that's fine. She's Verlander's wife and a mother at this point in time. I mean, the swimsuits are fine. I'm not saying she shouldn't. I'm just saying she's
a MILF.
It's hard for you to find something that isn't swimsuit related. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I looked. I think it was her Twitter, and I scrolled it, and there was about 4 bikini pics straight.
I like that necklace she's wearing.
Look, I figured that's what you'd go to is the necklace. Yeah, no doubt, man. Hey, look, I mean, I'm here for it. I'm not. I mean, what to do? To each their own. Do whatever you want to do. I was taken aback. That's it.
Her eyes are like piercing in this photo too.
Oh, that's what you're looking at?
No, I mean I'm mainly looking at the fun bags. But
hey, have you guys seen? Would you stop it? She's a married woman. She's a mother, Tyler. Did you not just hear my spiel?
She knows what she's doing. She wants me to look.
Have you guys? Maybe I've just been under a rock, boys. But have you guys been following this catcher hitter pitcher challenge that's going on in the minor leagues?
I got no clue. I know nothing.
Well, I saw this, and I don't know all the details, but I'm here to tell you I absolutely love it. Apparently, it happened, and I don't know if it was a minor league game or if it was a spring training game, a big league spring training. I'm not real sure exactly. It was Orioles were in it, but apparently they're trying out this thing where the catcher can challenge ball strikes and balls.
Challenge like the umpire?
Yes, the umpire.
Yeah, I've seen this.
The umpire calls it. The catcher taps his helmet. I'm sure he says something to the umpire. And the umpire goes immediately to this. And I my head, if I was going to talk about it, I should have known the system. It's some kind of virtual system that pulls it up, and it's damn near supposed to be damn near immediate, Ron. But it was cool because it throws it up on the screen, and the ball, like, it shows us as viewers the ball coming in, and obviously the strike zone is shaded one color, and then it zooms in on the ball, and this catcher challenged this. It was called a ball. He challenged it. And, Ron, literally the ball touched, the very, very, very tip of the strike zone. And it was a strike.
Like
but,
tennis.
Like when the ball goes through, if the ball touches that edge of it turns red.
Just like the tennis.
It's like tennis. Like
and it's an automatic. It's an automatic strike. What do y'all think about that? Y'all good with that, or are y'all bothered by that?
Honestly, I haven't spent a lot of time thinking on it. I think I'm all right with it.
I love it. Apparently, it's the catcher, the hitter, and the pitcher are the only 3 people that can stop play and challenge.
I don't. I know this may be my age. I don't like it. And listen, I know this is going to be. There's probably some hypocrisy on this or whatever, but. Like, I like some levels of instant replay. The balls and strike thing is just that, like, all right, man, give me the home runs, give me the line, but the balls and strike things to me is like, that's just like, that's that's it, man.
Ron,
like, I don't know, man. I'm good. Sometimes there's going to be human error, and sometimes, like, hey, man, Eric Gregg's got a big strike zone. I mean, a real big strike zone, or.
Eric better tighten that damn thing up.
He did. Or just challenge.
Eric can't impact.
Do they go to the tape, or they do it real quick?
No.
Tennis, they do it real quick.
Well, that's the key. This one took about. Ron, I want to say it took 3 or 4 seconds, and the commentator said, "Well, it's supposed to happen faster than that." I was like, "Damn, faster than that? That was pretty quick." Yeah. But I mean, it is significantly quicker, Ron, because the catcher, boom, ball hits the mitt. He does his number here, taps his head. And then the umpire stands up. Boom, they go to it. Boom, okay, it's a strike. Move on.
They don't got to walk over nowhere.
No, it's not. They ain't arguing. The manager's not going. Well, what happened? Was it low and outside? Was it up and where was it at? There's none of that. It's immediate. Boom, boom, boom. And boy, if it is as smooth as it appeared in that video that I watched, I am absolutely.
And this would just be because somebody a good text from Jonathan Stickle. I don't know if that's your real name. How do they factor in the size? Is this just on the plate?
I did not read up in it. I mean, there is a virtual strike zone that they show you on TV, and that ball that pitch takes the path that it originally took, and then it shows you right there whether it hit that strike zone or not. It was a square, so I'm assuming it's high, low, inside, and outside. I don't know all the details of it. That's what I'm saying. It's the first time I've seen it, but I am here for it, man. If it's bang bang, and because I mean, you think about it, man. You go 1-2 on a hitter or 2-1 on a hitter. They did through some numbers out there, Ron. The OPS in ball on 2 balls and 1 strike was like, I want to say it was like 900. and the OPS with a 1-2 count is 400. I mean, it was a 500-point swing in OPS on a ball or strike. They were trying to just obviously illustrate the importance of ball versus strike. Like, that's in critical moments. I want the ability to challenge that. I thought it was pretty cool.
All right, because of voice crack and cussing Danny Green, we had to move Tyler's Turds list. We'll get you that coming up next as we continue rolling through on this first day of the NCAA tournament. The bets are looking good, fellas. The bets are looking good right now. We'll get you updated on all of that coming up next. But before we do that,
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we're still in pretty good shape. Still in pretty good shape. If you're just joining us, The Drive is trying to take care of the Drive family. We got a little 4-game parlay and if we're able to hit it, we will head to this Twin Peaks 59 and Kirby, and we will take care of you up to a little over $1,000, right? A little over $1,000. We'll take care of you. We'll get you some
bread. Look like a cold beer. Let them 29-degree man-sized drafts.
Right, man. We'll get you some drinks over there at Twin Peaks 59 and Kirby.
Well, that's gonna be fun. What are we looking like over there, Bob?
Well, the Illinois game, that one was a little tight. It was 39-38 at the half. Illinois is now, we need them to win by 11 or more. They're now leading 84-60.
Up 24. How much time's left?
2:55. Looking pretty good with Oregon and South Carolina. South Carolina is the 6, Oregon's the 11. We need Oregon to win by 2 or more. They are up 10 in the second half with 15 minutes to go. Dayton, who had been leading this game the whole way, we need Dayton to lose by
no more than one
or win outright. We're good. And it looks like Nevada, they've just gone on a 6-0 run, so it is now 30-25 Nevada, a minute and a half to go in the first half. So still in pretty good shape. And then we need Texas to win by 3 or more over Colorado State. Colorado State just played Tuesday night, against Virginia. So they just played. They just traveled from Dayton to Charlotte. So hopefully that hurts them there. But we're in pretty shape. Illinois is just absolutely pouring it on.
I'm downright giddy.
Oh yeah, you got a little extra. You got a little extra heat on it.
Here's the thing, though. There's 2.5 minutes left in this Illinois game, and they're starting to pull their starters out. I do not need a backdoor cover right here for Morehead State, or I'm going to be pissed.
21-point game, man. You'll be all right.
2 minutes left.
All right.
2 minutes left.
Hey, man. Hey. I mean, when can you relax?
All right. I'll relax now. He just nailed a 3.
I mean, when can you relax?
Yeah, it just hit it.
This guy's a gambler, Ron. Could you imagine?
I don't know what it. Yeah,
I mean, I'm not like really stressed out or worried. I just want to party with our people.
I've never seen a guy.
$33.
I've never seen a guy look at a game, needs an 11-point win, up 21 with 3 to go, and it's like, man.
But that's.
I mean, your eyes are bugging out of your head. You all right in there?
Sports bettors, that is the worst feeling you ever get, is the backdoor cover on you. That is literally a bettor's nightmare.
Hey,
it is my nightmare here. These Dayton damn Flyers need to get it together.
Yeah, they do.
I know that much.
Bitches.
It's still in the first half. Relax, boys.
Yeah, just got it. Yeah, they're in there. Yeah, that's a little 6-0 run they had. All right, let's do it. We do it every Thursday. Danny Green moved us, but we do it every Thursday. Let's hear it.
Danny Mother Green.
Danny Green, who moves us.
That would have been better if he'd have really cracked his voice on the F word.
I don't think you'd have missed it. All right, Tyler's Turd list.
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
We're just not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve from Mudge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's hear it. Let's hear it. The gold, the silver, the bronze. Who is bringing in the bronze this week, Tyler?
Oh, yeah. We got a hell of a podium this week.
We do.
Bronze. Bronze is going to go to whatever asshat out there decided it was a good idea to leak the Houston Texans uniforms on Reddit. Now, shout out to Cal McNair.
That was a good thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's fine, whatever. But
they did us all a favor.
Shout out to Cal McNair for doing what he had to do and being the G he is and going on Reddit and giving a better photo. But you're going to leak a photo of the Houston Texans uniforms. First of all, as Landry Locker and In the Loop would say, it's just a slimeball move. It's a turdish move in the first place. But you're also putting my guy, whoever this male model is in that uniform, man, I feel bad for that dude.
Are we sure it wasn't him?
If it is, he's getting the bronze.
Where was it? Where was that room at?
I think it was backstage at the post-oak. But no, whoever leaked that photo, you're a turd. You're getting the bronze. Thanks to Cal McNair, side note, for correcting it and giving us a way better photo and a better look at what we're dealing with.
Oh, wait a minute. So the meeting that was scheduled during our show that we missed.
That was their uniform reveal. Yeah.
So that model, they walked out there in front of all the media?
Yes.
In black shoes, short socks, and that uniform?
And a shell necklace.
That's what they...
Looked like you walked straight out of Abercrombie and Fitch.
I'm glad you connected these dots for me.
Yeah, I got you,
Doug,
bro.
come on, Doug.
Come on, Doug. Doug, get fresh.
Doug, you know better. Your shoe game. With that shoe game you got, you going to put black... He had short socks on, too, didn't he? He had, like, calf socks
Well, they
on.
were like tube socks, yeah.
Well, they were really trying to push together the pants and
No,
the
you can't do that.
That
I mean, you put
not
white
good
leggings,
look.
white cleats on the old boy and take the puka shells off your neck, man.
And he's wearing Derek Stingley's number, not looking a thing like him. All right, that's the bronze medal, man.
Silver.
I'm sorry. I'm
Dane's-
sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Dane's down 9 now at the half.
Silver medal. This is going to go to a guy, one of the true inspirations of this very segment.
He's the originator.
Yeah, I mean, he's king of the turds, if you ask me. But he found a way to put himself on the podium this week. It's former Rocket, very turdish all the time. Excuse me.
You all right?
James Harden, the beard. Bro, what are you doing? If you didn't see, James Harden decided to play a little defense on his own teammate, Kawhi Leonard, last night. I mean, I love it because it makes him look like the asshat and the jackass he is. But Jim, as you would say, Ron, Jim, what are you doing? Like if I'm Kawhi Leonard, I might have to smack you in the back of the head.
All right, if you listen,
Yeah, paint the picture.
Great penetration from James Harden. They were up 21 at the time against the terrible Trailblazers, but great penetration, draws in the defense, throws out to Kawhi, who's wide open in the corner, and then James races out to get a leaping contest. Kawhi, who of course missed the three and then threw his hands up and looked at him. And James said he felt like team was kind of having some low
This
low
was
energy.
the spark their team
They
needed.
needed a spark. They needed to have some fun. So he decided to contest Kawhi Leonard on a jump shot.
You know, I'm just every day I'm more thankful that this idiot is not in Houston wearing a Rockets uniform.
I just can't believe
because if he was on my team and he did, I would be livid. I don't care if we're up 20.
It's the reasoning.
You look like a jackass,
My
Jim.
man said, "This is the way we're going to get it together, right here. This is how going to really kick up the team morale is by me playing defense."
So yeah, that's our silver medal, James Harden. Shout out to you. You're a turd
All right, let's bring
always.
it into gold.
Gold medal this week. It was an easy one for me, but we're gonna have our first ever tie at the top here. The easy one for me going into this was Shohei Ohtani's interpreter. We just got done talking about that. This guy, who knows to what extent this turdish behavior goes. We know he was betting illegally of sorts with Shohei's money. At least that's what's being reported as of right now. But anyone involved in this, especially if it really is something Shohei didn't know about, I mean, that's lowest of the low. Like you say, Clint, there ain't many things lower than a thief.
I get the feeling that maybe Shohei's interpreter may not be the only one rearing up the gold here. And I think there may be some people in some other people to be doing this. This feels like what Chris Carter told everybody they need to have, and that's that fall guy.
Yep.
Ooh, yep.
Chris did say
Bingo.
that. But real quick, I know we need to get out of here. We have couldn't let's go.
There's a tie.
There's a tie at the top. It was going to be just Shohei's interpreter. But our freaking Odyssey NBA insider, Danny Green, decided he wanted to try to get me fired today. Love you, Danny. But literally, if an F-bomb goes out, I might lose my job. You're lucky I'm damn good. Caught it and hit that dump button. If you missed it, this is what it sounded like.
Yeah, I saw it. It'd be hard to concentrate and make the shot, but I don't. The reaction to me, if I missed the shot with James throwing it to me, I think he'd be a little more upset about it. But
so casual with it, Danny.
And this is why I think this pulls James Harden up to the gold. It was Harden that forced him into that cuss word.
No.
It was the thought of that was the question was about Harden.
Danny,
and he got to thinking about it. He's new at it.
Exactly. You're new to this, so I'm not going to ride you too hard, but you're getting this damn gold trophy that we give out every week, Danny. I love you. We're going to have you back, but please next time, don't try to get me fired. I love what I do.
Coming up, wide receiver. The Texans clearly at some point believe that's something they need to improve. Should they continue going Keenan Allen level big fish hunting? We'll discuss that next.
It's truck season in Texas, baby, and it is truck season at Ron Kraft Chevrolet. Right now, huge savings on Silverado 1500s. GM financing as low as 1.9% for 72 months. If a Silverado 1500 isn't what you're looking for, hey, we got options at Ron Kraft, man. Drive off in a 2024 Malibu RS, and you pay only $288 a month on a 36-month lease. Shop the lot or online.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Those of you who are, however you're listening to us, however you're taking us in, if you're in the car or at the desk listening to us on Sports Radio 610 via radio, you did not hear Danny Green curse. We appreciate you. You're on the Odyssey app. You did hear Danny Green curse. We appreciate you for listening to us and helping us become the number one drive time sports show here in Houston. If you are listening to us via YouTube and Twitch, and you're listening and watching, you damn sure saw Danny Green cuss, and you heard and saw our reactions to Danny Green cursing. Me and Tyler, who you can't see Tyler right now because he doesn't have a camera.
False. Guess who's back?
You got a camera back?
Back
I'm trying to.
again.
Oh, I need to see this.
Producer Tyler and his nipples are back on the camera.
Let me pull.
Did
this
I hear
up.
correctly? It's an up close and personal chest shot.
Oh, I see.
It is if I turn a
He's
certain
back.
way. Yeah, it's a whole new angle for me. You get to see a new side of producer
A
Tyler.
different side of that.
Over there to your Bam.
Oh,
There
back.
it is. Nipple vision.
Look at them baby nipples.
Like I never left.
A little bitty
But
joke.
last time y'all saw me, I had a bunch of hair.
You did shave it off.
Yeah.
Wow, he did.
Smooth.
He's in there dancing for the people. at the
Really?
Feels good to be back.
Wow. How long was that process?
Normally takes me about 40 minutes.
40 minutes?
Bro, you saw the hair.
Man, you better get Megan's ass in there to help you out a little bit, cuz.
It's
He had
a
to
project.
He had to take a break.
I mean, when I get done, it looks like a dog's been groomed on the floor.
Oh my God, man! 40 minutes. See, that's why you gotta make that a deal like every
I normally do.
every couple of weeks, so you ain't got that much to shave.
I don't normally go that long at all.
My
I've
goodness,
just been busy, you know.
How about that? Go ahead.
Back though, baby.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Splitty did hit up Danny Green. I wanted the Danny Green no even cuss. I certainly did.
No, he
Yeah,
didn't.
he didn't.
Way too casual.
No
to
clue.
realize
No
it.
clue. No clue. All right. Hey, clearly the Houston Texans said, "Yo, man, we want to add Keenan Allen. We want a number one receiver. We want a bona fide number one receiver. Whether you believe Nico Collins is already, whether you believe Tank Dell is already, the Houston Texans said we most definitely gonna get one." Because Keenan Allen is a number one receiver. Someone else on the Texan line said that Keenan Allen would drop everybody. No, he would clearly be the best receiver on this team if they were able to execute that deal. They did not get that done, but there are some options out there. T. Higgins is one where he has talked about wanting to potentially be traded. Then there's some other lower ones like a Tyler Boyd, who was his teammate in Cincinnati, we've heard about as well. Mike Williams was on the market. He is off at this point. They wanted to go get him. The next guy is a guy like T. Higgins. What's your thought right here? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, do you think the Texans need to continue to push hard to add to their receiver room? Do you think, and I mean a veteran right now, a veteran guy that could step in right now the way they were going to try to do with Keenan Allen? Do you think they need to be making that push?
Look, yes, I think they need to be making that push. I think when I look at the Texans as a whole, and we're having the conversation about what does this offense look like moving forward, and what is the best version of the Texans to get you to having a chance to play and hopefully win a Super Bowl. I believe that is being a pass-heavy football team and being a C.J. Stroud-centric football team. And nothing would shout, hey, we're gonna put this thing in C.J.'s hands, and we're going to be more aggressive, and we're going to be a pass-first football. Then, hey, we got a 1,300-yard receiver. We got a well above average tight end that has great chemistry with the quarterback. We got another receiver in Tank Dell that it was on the verge of 1,000 yards plus had he stayed healthy. And now we're going to go out there, and I'll be honest with you, I mean, obviously a top-notch veteran would be good, but I feel the same way if they were to draft somebody early in this draft. Like, nothing would shout, hey, we're going to put this thing in CJ's hands more so than acquiring with a premium draft pick or giving up some kind of draft capital or using your cap space that you do have available to bring in a receiver that you expect to contribute in a big way. I'm not talking about a third or fourth guy. I'm talking about a guy that you expect to be an upgrade over what you have. I personally believe that is the path to playing in an AFC championship and hopefully a Super Bowl sooner rather than later for the Astros, for the Texans. I believe that is the way. You got two tackles on this team that are two of the best pass blocking tackles at that position. You all of a sudden load this thing up with three wide receivers that you feel like can go, a tight end that, again, is very quarterback friendly and above average, a running back that impacts the game on the ground and in the air. You can say what you want when you step to the podium. It's clear you're going to be a pass-first football team, and I personally believe that is the quickest way for them to have a shot and win one.
And if they're going to be that and to the level that the expectations, in my opinion, should be for this team to get to, at the very least, they have to have another pass catcher that jumps ahead of Noah Brown.
I agree with that.
And to be honest with you, and Dalton Schultz. Like I think they need another person in the passing game that jumps over those two guys. Because right now, to me, you know, a team comes out and says, "All right, but we want to take away Nico, or we're gonna try to do something with Tank. We're gonna leave our third corner alone with, you know, your third receiver. If that third receiver is Nico or Tank."
Ooh, come on.
Or even better, like I saw someone like a Tyler Boyd. Someone texted in this one. Yes, Brandon Ayuk. It seems like the Niners are going to have to make a choice with him or Deebo Samuel. It looks like that's what we've been hearing. That too, he would fit in that bill too. I think he would come in here and arguably be the best receiver on this team. And when you look at what he did last year, and he knows this offense clearly being with the Niners, I mean, if they could do something to put that down, and your top three receivers include Nico and Tank as 2 and 3, that is big time. At the very least, to me, like a Tyler Boyd. And we said this yesterday. I think it's important to at least really look at all of these veterans, because if you're banking on a rookie coming in out of the second or third round to give you what Tank did, because it'd be great if one of those second round picks
or Nico, he was a third round.
Yeah, but I mean, but this would be a rookie coming in. If you think one of those second round picks or that third round pick can come in and do that, that's a lightning generally doesn't strike twice to that level. So it would be something. If you were looking hard, very much like the Astros, you're looking hard at Blake Snell. What stop you looking at guys like Jordan Montgomery or somebody else? You're saying you need him. You're looking hard at adding a Keenan Allen. There are some other dudes clearly you want to improve your receiver room.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be even more of them come available, Ron. You know what I mean? Like I do think there's going to be some at first cut in training camp could potentially be one where you see some cap casualties. And I'm talking about big time guys. I mean, and now in the NFL, look, let's be honest, whether it's the first cut in training camp or it's randomly between now and then somebody's not happy and they're demanding a trade. I mean, those guys come available pretty often in the NFL nowadays. And so I think they'll have a shot. I think they'll have a shot to add somebody that, again, would be a top 3 wide receiver on this team, if not a top 1 or 2 wide receiver on this team.
At the very least.
And I just, to me, again, if the organization makes that decision, it's more about the statement they're making than it is the player they're signing for me. Because look, the statement is, are we going to continue to try to be this physical? And look, the coach speak, the approach is always, as a football team, we're going to try to be the more physical football team in the trenches, period. But if we're being honest here, you have a big-time advantage with both of your tackles and your quarterback when it comes to the pass game. I believe that's the fastest way for the Texans to be, like, Super Bowl relevant, if you will, is through CJ and from the pocket. So that the statement that they would be making would be what would really turn me on.
Yeah. Ron, why you act like there isn't a draft? T. Higgins, Ayuk, or Allen aren't affecting coverage. I mean, I disagree, if that's what you're saying. I disagree. I think T. Higgins and Brandon Ayuk on this team with those other two receivers would affect coverage, would completely change the offensive passing game. And to the point Clint has made, if you're going to be a passing team, if that's going to be you, why not? Why not put that out? Some people text in, yeah, I'd be good with Stephon Diggs. Somebody just texted in. Clint's out on that one.
I just don't like the guy that every offseason there appears to be some kind of dust up. With your team, with your quarterback, with your head coach, with your happiness, whether it's you or your brother, like I just don't. The risk isn't worth the reward for me with Diggs. I just can't get down with it.
Yeah. All right, Shohei Ohtani. This situation is we're developing more and more getting more information developed here as we learn more on this. Is he completely innocent in this? Do you think Shohei Ohtani is completely innocent in this? And Joe Espada had some words about his lineup. We'll let you hear what he had to say. That's
KILT, KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dill. The Big Dill. And Psycho T, who you can see now on YouTube and Twitch. He's been showing his...
Hell yeah,
he's
man.
been
Welcome
showing
back,
his nipples off. He's been doing everything.
You get a show with me, baby.
I mean, look, there ain't no sense in having a YouTube channel if during the show Tyler Milner and his nipples can't be seen. I mean, there's just no sense in it.
I couldn't have said it better.
It's Ben's smile. It's Figgy's hair.
I don't think Ben's ever been on the camera.
And it's like Tyler's nipples. Oh, Ben turns it off?
I don't think he's ever been on it.
Wow.
He doesn't like it.
Ben, get on there, man. Mix it up a little bit, Ben.
Feel yourself, Ben.
Why not? Why not? All right, we got an NCAA tournament bet, and we're trying to do this because we want to have some fun and hang out with you all. All right, we got a 4-game parlay. All right, a 4-game parlay right now, and if the
we're 2 in, we're 2 in, looking good. We need 2 more, y'all.
Oh well, this
who do we get? Illinois and Oregon.
Is that Oregon game over?
Well,
I mean, they were down. We needed Oregon to win by 2, and they were up by 14 last I saw. I don't think the game's over yet.
It's not over. They're up 14 still.
Yeah, they're up. I got it 12 now. 74-62 with 3:59 to go, under 4 timeouts. So I feel pretty good about that. We needed Illinois to win by 11. They pulled their starters up 24. They end up winning 85-69. So good there. Feeling pretty good with this Oregon, South Carolina. Oregon needs to win by 2. Said they're up 12. It's this Dayton game. We need Dayton to lose by 1, no more than 1, or just go ahead and win outright. And they're in the midst of in counting. What is it? A 26-6 run?
26-6 run. I mean, Dayton was at a nice
27-6 run.
Yeah, right. Dayton had a nice little lead. Dayton was up 23-16 midway through the first half, and since then they've been outscored now 27-6. If my math is doing me right here.
Damn it! Come on, 15 minutes left now. 15 minutes left. There we go. 15 minutes left. And here is the deal. If you're listening, you're part of the Drive family. Some of you may be just getting off at 5 o'clock. If we hit this parlay, it's going to pay out a little over $1,000, and we're going to go to this Twin Peaks. This Twin Peaks over here, right down the street, Twin Peaks 59 and Kirby, and we're going to have some drinks. Drinks on us. Drinks on the drive. Drinks on the drive at 59 and Kirby, Twin Peaks. If we are able to hit this 4-game parlay, we need Texas also to win by 3 later on against Colorado State. And here it is. Here it is. There we go. Got a bucket here for Dayton. They're going to try to get this thing under 10. Here we go. Here we go. Got a shot here.
I feel good about it, man. Drinking with the drive at Twin Peaks at
Tyler,
the Lodge, baby.
I
like it. I feel really good about this. And look, we got 15 minutes left in this game. Nevada's been hotter than a firecracker. They got to cool off at some point. The cream's going to rise. Here we come, Dayton. Get this thing tight and finish them off in the end, Bob. I like it.
So we'll see. We'll see if they can pull that off. This big fella now with 2 straight. Oh, never mind. Got to call that one early.
Big boy, you got
that. You really do. So we'll keep you updated on that. But the first 2 legs feel pretty good as Oregon's up 14 as they're going to try to end this thing. All right, fellas. This Shohei Ohtani news, I think, is going to be a story going for a long, long time. Last night, as our show was ending, this story broke, and at that point, it said that Shohei Ohtani was a victim of a massive theft, and many thought it was his interpreter. But we come to find out and get more information that 24 hours before this massive theft, was said by his lawyers, Ohtani's lawyers, his interpreter had spoken with ESPN and at that point expressed that, Ohtani paid off my gambling debts. $4.5 million. He paid off my gambling debts. And now, 24 hours later, he said, no, it didn't happen. He didn't know about it. It feels like to me, and maybe I'm wrong, it feels like to me, this feels like a Fall Guy situation.
Yeah, look,
it's hard to believe to me that Ohtani is completely a victim in this.
There's too much hard to believe here, man. I mean, on Tuesday, the interpreter tells ESPN that Ohtani agreed to pay $4.5 million worth of his gambling debts. Agreed to do it. 24 to 48 hours later, the interpreter says, no, I was wrong. I totally lied to you. To pay the gambling debts. The bookie in his records or whatever, it is the debts are Ohtani's name is on the books. It's classified as a loan apparently. There's just too much going on, and there's no way. We're talking about $4.5 million. They've got pictures of I guess the receipts of documents that are $500,000 wires to someone paying these debts. I mean, the thought that Shohei Ohtani, I don't care how much you have, that the thought that random folks, I say random, it's an interpreter. An interpreter in your world has the ability to make $500,000 wire transfers to the tune of $4.5 million. The whole thing just absolutely stinks. And to think that Shohei Ohtani didn't know anything about it is ludicrous.
Listen, I'm not going to sit here and say that he is. I mean, we don't know the whole story. It just doesn't smell right, Clint, at all. And I think that's what you're getting to. Hey, man, it just doesn't smell right at all. How the stories could be so flipped from the same person. He then admitted, he is falling in. It is all me. All me is what he's saying. And for it to just flip that quick is interesting. And I think Tyler brought this up earlier. It'll be interesting to see how far Major League Baseball wants to go in investigating this situation. Almost to the point. Did he gamble on baseball? No. All right, then maybe we'll look past it. Because it feels like that.
Well, it seems like that all the reports are that he hasn't gambled on baseball. Whoever was doing the gambling gambled on everything but baseball. It will be interesting, Ron, because if you look at this, like the monies, if you will, that are associated with Ohtani as you look at Major League Baseball have to be absolutely tremendous. I mean, you got an entire country.
Absolutely.
So how you handle this, not that anything should keep you from handling it the right way, but boy, this is going to impact some big monies as it pertains to Major League Baseball and viewership. And I don't know, man. It's going to be interesting to see how this thing unfolds. It is very difficult to look at it, given the way that things have unfolded over the first 48 to 72 hours, that Shohei Ohtani didn't know anything about this.
Do you think, because I talked about this with a few people. People are texting this in too. The language situation, him potentially being able to be taken advantage of in a situation like this because of the language situation.
The language barrier, yeah. Look, I mean, sure,
just
possibly.
The access of it.
I would think when you're Shohei Ohtani and you're worth what you are, like the low hanging fruit of there's a language barrier here. Let's not let him get taken advantage of. I would think that would be addressed on the regular from the Dodgers and from Ohtani's camp and from his agent. Like I don't know how that even becomes an issue. I look at this, Ron. To me, it is very difficult to look at this and say,
it's hard.
Like Ohtani's name, the name Ohtani, was on. That's what triggered they were investigating this bookie ultimately, and that name was on there, and that's what triggered all of this.
Yeah, and it's two wiretaps worth $500,000 with Shohei Ohtani's name on it,
yeah.
And they say there are 8 or 9 of them to equal up the 4.5.
Well, think about that though, Ron. If it were the interpreter and he were stealing money, the last thing you would want to do is use the most popular, from a worldwide perspective, one of the most popular athletes in the game. Let's put his name on the books. Like, even if you make a deal with the bookmaker of like, hey man, Ohtani's backing this thing, but it's me, so put my name on it. Like, it just seems Even if they were trying to, like, if the interpreter was trying to run a scheme on Ohtani, using his name, transferring $500,000 at a pop, getting 4.5 in, it seems all out of whack to me.
What this feels like to me, fellas, is the first story that was told is the truth.
What that he knew about it? He let him borrow the money?
That like, hey, I want to cover his gambling debts, man. He's in trouble. He's in trouble. This has been my dude since childhood. I'll cover it.
Or Ohtani's betting.
And that's the other part of it, right? Like, but it feels like at the very least, like 24 hours. That story, he don't know anything about it. No, I can't. That one don't speak.
Ron, a guy like his. By the way, did y'all see what this interpreter supposedly makes? I mean, this interpreter supposedly makes between $300,000 and $500,000 a year.
That's what I was saying yesterday. It's not like he had to make it.
But Tyler, like, you think about that. Like, we're sitting here talking about like this dude had a gambling problem. If you're making between $300,000 and $500,000 a year, and you run up a gambling debt of $4.5 million, like, that's not a problem. Like, you know how hard it is. Like, I mean, that's. The only people that run up $4.5 million gambling debts are people that are worth $1 billion or $750 million or whatever Ohtani had.
Or Ohtani's.
Correct. Yeah, it's just hard.
This ain't going nowhere. This isn't going anywhere unless Major League Baseball is just like, all right, man, let's chill on this. Did he gamble in baseball? No. Okay, let's chill. That's it. It's a wild situation.
Tall Asian guy.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. The Houston Astros, Joe Espada. We talked about this a bit earlier today. Joe Espada is considering, Clint, hitting Kyle Tucker third behind Yordan Alvarez during the season. He actually did that in today's lineup, and they went off. I think they won 9-1 last I saw. But that was the lineup. It was Altuve with Alvarez and Tucker, your three best hitters right at the top of the order. And it looks like they're going to do that, move down a bit. Listen, I love it, and I said, man, I have loved and liked everything that Joe Espada has done. Now, I don't even know that I've agreed with everything, especially the Jake Myers and Dubon situation, but he has had major conviction doing it and has made the decisions doing it. And I like this one. I like this move right here of getting your three best guys. And who gives a damn that Alvarez and Kyle Tucker are both left-handed? That's something I vehemently disagreed with Dusty about. And he's not alone. A lot of other managers kind of go to that process as well. But I like this thought.
Well, you've been asking for Kyle Tucker
higher.
in the 2-hole, but I don't know if you move Alvarez up that you wouldn't settle for him in the 3 spot. So
I'll settle for that.
Look, I'm with you. I've never been take it for what it's worth. I've never subscribed to the whole left right thing, and I understand why that may be an approach, a game plan, but I don't like it, especially when you're talking about guys that hit right-handers and left-handers as good as anybody in the league. So I'm here for this, man. Just flat out get your best 3 hitters and your 3 most potent hitters as you see it, big picture. Get those guys as many plate appearances as you possibly can over a season, and then obviously you get into the playoffs, you get them as many at bats as you can. So I like it, man. I like it. I like the 6, 7, 8 when they went. Abreu, McCormick, Diaz.
Yep.
I like that. Or was that 5, 6, 7?
It's 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like that right there. So look, I'm good with it, man. You mentioned Joe Espada. I love what Joe Espada's doing.
I enjoy that as well.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, real quick. We talked about the stupidity of James Harden, and James Harden saying to himself, "You know what? I'm gonna make a pass out to Kawhi Leonard, and then I'm gonna go and jump and defend it." We're on the same team, by the way. Kawhi Leonard does not play for the Spurs any longer. They're on the same team. This was the explanation from James Harden.
Did you feel like you was making it easier or harder for Kawhi when you tested that 3 in the corner?
Gotta bring some excitement to the team. You know what I mean? I think this last few weeks has been a fog for us, and I think every team goes through it. So I think just me just trying to create a good energy, create a great vibe for this team. And, it would have been better if we had made the shot, but let's give something to laugh about. You know what I mean? Some excitement for the season.
Did you accomplish your mission?
Yeah, I did.
Well, maybe he would have made the shot if you weren't playing defense. Idiot!
It's the first guy to drive, kick it out, and then close out.
But that's the thing with me, Clint, is honest to God, like it's funny as hell. But when you hear his explanation, like if you didn't already know it completely lets you understand why. I mean, it's such a loser mentality.
Which is not good
Like
enough.
his thought process is, this is how I get our team out of a fog, is by defending and closing out Kawhi.
No sense.
The most sensitively injury-prone player in basketball is close out, get my feet, get something close. Like, what the hell are you thinking if you're Kawhi and you see this fool running towards you? I mean, he didn't just run. I mean, he jumped.
I'm smacking him upside the back of the head.
I wonder how many
he looked like the closeout coach in warm-ups.
I wonder how many closeouts in the game he had to that extent. How many he had to that extent?
Not many
in that game.
I mean, this guy's head is so far up his ass.
Just for him to think this is it. This will get him out.
Everyone's gonna love this.
Not like. Not some motivational thoughts. Not like, here, let me set the. No. Run under his feet.
This is a spark we need.
This is the spark.
Good
This will pull us out of the fog. Damn, man. Russ probably would have hit him in the face. All right, coming up, Xavier Howard has expressed wanting to come to the Houston Texans. Does it make sense? And actually, is he better than what you had the past 2 years? We'll discuss that next.
All right, I need somebody to remove the lid off of Dayton's end of the floor here. The goal has clearly got a lid.
Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Nico Collins, is he on Texans All Access tonight?
Damn straight.
And they get him tonight, boy. They get him. Tank Dell this week, Nico.
Rock and roll, meow.
They had Judge Judy was on earlier this week, I think, allegedly.
Yes!
They're not playing
We'd like
around.
to hear from one of the boys. We'd like to hear from one of the boys, wouldn't you?
But you get to hear from them on the way home.
I mean, look, if you can't hear on the drive, man, you might as well hear it on Texans All Access.
Maybe tomorrow we get the newest. Would potentially, Tyler, we having a new Houston Texan?
Oh, yes. Sources is coming.
Freaky Jeremy Fowler.
Texans are planning to sign cornerback C.J. Henderson. Former top 10 pick is leaving Carolina after nearly 3 seasons. So there's a corner.
Go ahead, Glenn. How you feel about this?
I like it.
C.J. Henderson coming in.
I like it. Two things here. And one, I like C.J. Henderson. I liked him at Florida. Watched him a little bit more than I like to admit that I watched at Florida. I mean, clearly a guy that has the skill set, he has the tangibles to be a top 10 pick. I personally, I know a lot of people poo-poo it, a lot of people don't like it. Don't think it's a big deal. I do. I like, especially when it's a depth player at a position where you are legitimately creating competition, for those guys to have an extremely high ceiling, which I think Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson both do, I like that thought process. I like that a lot more than I do, guys that are journeymen that don't have that higher ceiling. I like the thought of those higher ceiling guys that have not been able to flourish. I like the fact that DeMeco Ryans could potentially bring the best out of those guys. This coaching staff is second to none in the league as we're talking about developing players. And so you look at C.J. Henderson, he was in the Jacksonville organization with that Urban Meyer deal, and he was in the Carolina situation with the previous regime and Frank Reich. It wouldn't shock me at all Henderson wasn't held back by his situation, by the organization, yada, yada, yada. So I like C.J. Henderson more than I do Jeff Okudah. I like the dynamic of those two high-end, tangible, like really, really elite players, skill sets. And I like the thought of DeMeco potentially bringing the best out in those guys.
My deal is the approach. 713-572-4610. As we sit here, and it looks like we talked about it, we don't think that Steven Nelson is returning. But as we sit here, it looks like the direction they're going, they already made the move for Jeff Okudah earlier, the former number 3 overall pick who was with the Lions and then with the Falcons. And oddly enough, C.J. Henderson now, they're planning to sign him. He was a top 10 pick, a corner in that same class with Jacksonville and now most recently with Carolina. It just seems like they are going with the idea of, hey, man, there's some really talented guys that were top 10 guys, and we want to see if we can hopefully get what they were projected to be, hoping that we can get, even though these guys have been on multiple teams, and not saying it can't happen, not saying that they don't, that as you said, DeMeco isn't the guy to unlock it, and that group over there to unlock it. The process and the thought of we can afford to do that with the cornerback position, I don't know. I am not in a spot where I think Stingley on the other side is so cemented, whether it be he has played and I know for sure he is that dude, or I think even more importantly that he has submitted himself that I know he's going to be there. Yeah. Right? Like for me, the Houston Texans, I just don't think they can just have any old body as their second corner. I don't think that they can go with hopes, because what we've seen from their lead corner, Derek Stingley, is he has missed a lot of time in college, and then he came to the league and missed 9 games in year 1 and missed 6 or 7 last year. And the last 2 years, Steven Nelson collectively over those 2 years has been the best corner, and you could at least say, all right, I know what Steven Nelson is. He don't have the high-end talent as Stingley, but I know what I'm getting there, and you could kind of figure things out. If you have Stingley and we get any of the injury stuff before, now you're looking at C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah, and you're thinking, we got hopes. At least in Steven Nelson, I knew exactly what the hell I was getting into, and I just feel like with the resources they have, I hope these work out, because I don't know about you. I'd be surprised if they then had said we're going to go and get a veteran too. I'd be a bit surprised now that they've thrown. It feels like they want one of these two guys to take the role.
I'll be honest with you, Ron. I think it's wild to watch how DeMeco Ryans has handled the cornerback situation. I mean, you got meaningful ball to be played last year, and Shaq Griffin, you decide you're just going to let him go because it's the best thing for the player. And you're talking about depth right at that position where everything is true that you said. I mean, Derek Stingley's injury history, the lack of depth beyond Shaq Griffin, and they said, oh, no, we'll move on. Okay, cool. Well, now again, I would have kept Shaq Griffin. I would not have allowed Shaq Griffin to hit the market now or go wherever he wanted to. I would have kept him just in case. Now you get here, I would personally have gone with Steven Nelson, not because I'm a huge Steven Nelson fan, but because I feel I like that Steven Nelson stays healthy. I like that Steven Nelson plays injured. I like that I know while Steven Nelson isn't Derek Stingley, he is absolutely a player that you know what you're going to get. And so I like that safety net, if you will. So I obviously would have done things differently if I were building a roster. But given what they're trying to do, whether these are depth plays and they're gonna acquire somebody, Xavier Howard, or draft somebody to play opposite Stingley, and then these are depth plays, and you find a diamond in the rough, great. If not, you got two good depth corners. I don't know what their plan is, but I'm with you. I like the idea of bringing these guys in, letting them compete, Ron. I'm not comfortable with the idea of Derek and him to stay healthy for 17 weeks while these two guys who have been nowhere close to living up to their potential battle it out to see who's going to play number 2 corner opposite Stingley, and then if Stingley gets hurt, you're stuck with these two guys you hope D'Amico can unlock.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, so I'm with you on that.
I got a couple of things on that here because I see some people texting in, Ron, who do you want to play corner? I remember you trash talking Steven Nelson. Yes, it was from what we've seen from Steven Nelson, his play improved a major part. Hell, when Lovey was here, 2 years ago from Lovey and D'Amico, his play has improved. In fact, I would say was better. He had a better year under Lovey. And was good with D'Amico as well. I want to get a couple of thoughts. I would have gone more veteran-laden corner out there. Hell, Steven Nelson, Xavier Howard. Like I would have gone that way. And there's still some other dudes out there. It looks like they're going to go with these young guys in a similar fashion where they may go with what they have at D-tackle. Which one do you feel better about, the D-tackle situation or the second cornerback situation? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, chronic joint pain, it ain't worth a damn, y'all. It just, at the end.
right? Well, the price is right. It's free. Just download the app, which, by the way, is also free. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Woo! Hell yeah, baby! Drive family, we're still alive! Baby. We're still alive!
Dayton takes the lead.
And Dayton, on a 19-2 run, have taken the lead with 2 minutes and 1 second left, 59-58. And the Dayton Flyers, I told you.
Let's have it go!
All right, the first 2 legs. I'm sorry if some of you come up. What the hell is wrong with this joke?
They're Dayton fans?
Listen, for you. Shout out to old Rich Lord, who's losing his mind somewhere.
I cannot believe this.
I forgot. I don't know why I remember Rich Lord.
Let's go, baby.
Flyer, wasn't he?
If you missed it, at the start of the show, we made a drive bet. All right, we made a 4-game parlay. Illinois, we needed them to win by 11. They blew out Morehead State. We needed Oregon to win by at least 2. They blew out South Carolina. We need Dayton to just lose by 1. To lose by 1. They were down by 17 in the second half. And now they have taken the lead with 2 minutes and 1 second left. And we need Texas to win by 3 over Colorado State. If those happen, that 4-game parlay happens, we will take Drive listeners and watchers. We will go out to Twin Peaks, 59 and Kirby. Drinks are on us. And to that person who is coming from a man of my own heart, if you don't ask, you won't know. It is just drinks. It is not appetizers. That person who asked, can we get
That's
appetizers?
unbelievable, man. In fact, I want to uninvite that guy.
No queso.
It is just appetizers.
I want to uninvite
there
that
it is.
guy.
And
Can
I'm
I
giving you the
uninvite that guy?
play-by-play real quick. Nevada with the miss. 1:30 left. Dayton has the ball. Oh, come on. That's a foul. Let him go to the line. They're in the bonus.
Hey, you're doing a radio show. Quit commentating.
This is bonkers, though, dude.
I'm just saying.
Why did he pass that? Traffic.
Shut up.
It feels like destiny, man. It feels like destiny.
Hey, Tyler, would you get ready to go live on this thing in the last 10 seconds?
I'm ready.
A minute 15
This
left, so
thing's
we got
going
a
to come.
chance.
It's going to come down. It's going to come down to the last 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen.
And let's just hope it's tight. And now Nevada is up 1, but still that this score would hold, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Hell yeah. We got one on the hook. We got one on the hook, or would it be a push here, Tyler? Is it Dayton plus 1.5?
No hook, just plus
so
1.
So it would push it to. So we have to take that grand down. That's going to chip into our.
It would, but
our earnings.
Your drinks.
That's
what
all right.
It's gonna do.
Dayton's going to win this thing outright.
They just took the lead right now.
Outright.
They just took the lead. Dayton's up 61-60 right now. 35.
We
seconds
need this
left.
one.
One damn stop. Can you go to it live? God dog it. He can't go to it live.
Well, we got a timeout. Tyler's working on it.
Dadgummit.
Tyler's working on it.
Nipples are sweating. Tyler's are too. Sorry, we've just taken it. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Hold on to your nipples. Whew, yep.
We need this one.
We got to have this one.
We need this one. Feed Santos, man.
Somebody on the old YouTube and Twitch. Whose idea was it for to go with Dayton? It was mine, damn it.
Ron picked all these. Ron picked all these.
Tyler,
this last 30 seconds better go well for you.
They automatically thought.
Can I uninvite the guy that wants more? No. I mean, we're inviting folks down to drink $1,000 worth of beer at Twin Peaks on the outdoor patio with the drive, and your ass doesn't say, I'll be there. You say, how come we can't eat? How come it's only beer? He
wants a Coors.
Hey, man, come to cold beer with us, man. If you want some food, you got to eat it. You buy it your damn self.
He said he wants some queso, too. He said he wants.
Davidson left elbow
facing. Here we go. Is this live? Here we go. Live look in.
Drives. And the ball is dribbled off the foot of Holmes. Dayton ball, and now a Nevada ball.
Let's go!
Yes, sir!
Let's go! Kick the ball, so
Nevada is out of timeouts.
Dayton recovered. Nevada committed a foul.
There it is, baby!
Team foul.
This feels like destiny, dude.
How about it? I can't gamble. I can't do this. No, I'm
Dayton
never
up
doing
one
this.
with the ball.
That's why I'm never doing this.
Oh, man.
I'm never doing this. I'm not doing it. I cannot do this.
If Dayton pulls this off, the Longhorns better not F it up, bro.
Hey, would you stop?
Man.
I mean, just enjoy the moment, man.
As if I need another reason to hate that ugly-ass Burnham.
I mean, are you kidding me? You talk about buzzkill in there. We're up 1 with a monster comeback. Ron put us on the right side of this one, and you're worried about the damn horns.
I'm just saying, if Dayton pulls off this miracle, this feels like destiny. The Cows in Austin cannot have this.
Nevada's got
Here
the
we
ball,
go,
by
Clint,
the way.
again. Text line. They could throw in one platter. No, this is old. You haven't seen this.
No,
you can.
How about you throw? No, the right thing to do, text line. The right thing to do is, hey fellas, y'all got the beer. Hey man, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We'll get a platter for y'all. Oh, selfish. It ain't never enough. It ain't never enough, man.
I know it. Let's go back live to Salt Lake City to see if we can get this W.
His defense, that will allow Steve Alford to talk to his team about how they want to handle this. You don't
timeout.
We went timeout.
Timeout. There we go.
That's where we're at.
What's the count? Is it 63? I saw him throw 62, 60.
Oh, he's already making free throws then, huh?
Yeah, I got him right here. I got you right here. I didn't pull it up on the this TV we got's a little slow.
Oh,
right.
boy.
I'm seeing people.
A 2-point lead is safe.
Nevada had a 99.6 win probability with 7 minutes
Dayton's
left.
up 3.
Dayton's up 3. This is it. It's
I
over.
I would rather him be up 2.
I guess they could go to overtime. Let me comment.
I'd rather him be up 2, boys, and then Nevada. Well, no, it's not the hook.
I'd rather be him up as much.
I love Santos.
I just don't want them to hit a 3 to take this thing to overtime.
Hey,
wait till we go. The final thing where they got 15 seconds left. Steve Alford's called a timeout.
You got to watch this guy Santos from the Dayton Flyers is money. We owe him a beer. I tell you what, if your last name is Santos and you show up at Twin Peaks, man, I might buy you.
All right, here we go, boys. Buckle up.
Let's go to Salt Lake.
Blackshear across the timeline, 10 seconds left. Trying to find Lucas. Davidson, top of the key, drive. Step back 3 on the way. Davidson missed it. Out of contact, no foul. Rebound to the right side. Blackshear, a 3 at the buzzer for the tie. Air ball, and Dayton wins it. Huge.
Yes, sir! Yes, sir!
63 to 60.
We're still alive, boys!
39.
All right, now you can talk about them horns, Tyler. That's
still alive.
3 legs of a 14 parlay in the books, baby.
Are you kidding me, dude?
Drinking with the drive at the lodge.
Holy, oh my gosh, I cannot believe this just happened.
Never a doubt, baby.
Oh my God, dude. This is destiny. This is destiny.
$33.
The basketball gods want their drive family to party, baby.
You got my $33.
Oh my gosh.
Never a doubt.
Dude.
Hey, Ron has had literally $39 cash in his pocket for the last 3 weeks. I mean, do you ever spend it?
About to turn that thing into 1,000.
And them horns tip in 2 minutes.
Even lame ass Greg, you can come out and grab a drink.
That's right, Greg.
Oh man, come on, horns! Can't believe I'm saying that. Come on, man.
So what is the deal on the last one? The fourth leg here, the horns -3.
-3, no hook.
And what are we looking
State.
at? What they got to beat Colorado State? Who Colorado State played a damn game 2 nights ago,
Monday,
right?
yeah, or Tuesday, excuse me. They played and they beat Virginia. Remember, Virginia had 14 points.
Dude, 20 minutes ago, I thought we were done.
Because you can't just relax and enjoy the moment.
Dayton was down 17, bro.
You were done.
I was mad. I didn't throw the towel in.
No, how many? Shout out to Tony Grant. How many bunnies did they miss? They missed so many shots. I mean, they couldn't get a rebound.
At one point, Nevada missed 7 straight shots.
This is why I can't gamble.
And Dayton goes down to the other end of the floor, and I bet 3 or 4 of those possessions they missed layups.
Dude, this is why.
What are we doing?
This is why sports is the best. That's why sports is the best reality television you can get, man.
This is the tournament.
Oh my gosh!
What did they finish that off on? They had to finish that with like a 20.
It's like a 20-5 run or something.
I feel like it was more than that. They were down 16 when the run started.
How many times did Nevada score at the end there? Just that one, that fadeaway. No, they scored twice. Points. It had to be like a 26-27 to 4 run to end the game. Good Lord.
Wow.
This Drive family is about to party so hard.
What
I'm telling you, man.
I can taste the whiskey now.
When are we doing this? Are we doing that tomorrow?
I think we should do it Friday.
And that's tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
So if Texas wins tonight, Twin Peaks,
you got
59 in Kirby.
A&M plays tomorrow against Nebraska.
Indeed.
Is that well? We got to do a radio show till 6, boys.
Yeah, I know, but after the show, we go out and if this hits, we go out after the show tomorrow and bag out drinks.
Watch a little live basketball and drink on the drive.
I don't know about y'all, but I want to go watch these Longhorns at Twin Peaks tonight.
Yeah, I'm good.
All of a sudden, you want to take a special outing for the Horns, huh?
Yeah, I got
a
lot riding on it.
Well, I got Kansas tonight, so I'm
well, the Twin Peaks, hey,
I'm out.
Twin Peaks, man, they got there's not a bad seat in the house, man. A lot of TVs.
It's nothing against Twin Peaks. I can't do it.
Oh yeah, I don't want to watch a Kansas game with you.
Yeah, I don't think you.
I mean, especially in public, you'll embarrass me.
Yeah, because I certainly don't give a rip.
Oh wow! What a way to keep the parlay alive, man!
Man, how about that?
Golly. Hello. 3 legs of a 14 parlay in the books, ladies and gentlemen, and them Horns are tipping right now. Why don't them Horns just go ahead and run away with this one early? Look, man, just run away with this one early, and let's coast to a victory.
Come on, Rodney Terry. Come on, baby.
Don't be worrying about the horns down stuff, Terry.
Come on, huh? Yeah, don't worry about that.
Hey, Terry,
baby.
who gives a damn if they do the horns down, man? Just go out there and whoop that ass. You ain't got to worry about the horns down thing. The horns and shove them.
Can Kevin Durant come back? Can Durant come back and play for a game?
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
To put that away.
I watched Durant and the Horns beat the Aggies' ass in Austin.
Hey, if we hit this joker, we're doing another one tomorrow.
No, I'm not doing it. I don't have it.
Just $30. What are you talking about? You just won. I mean, your $30 just won you over $350.
I thought it was gone. I thought it was gone.
I feel like that'd be pushing the luck a bit.
Come on,
Clint.
man. Let's chill, man.
I'm not saying you do anything with the whole $1,000. You take the $30 that you just risked, which you clearly gonna keep in your little pocket over there, and you do it tomorrow. And see when you're hot, you're hot, Chief.
The amount of people on the text line and on YouTube and Twitch who have been so invested in this.
In what?
The Tribe family loves to drink.
And I know someone said, yes, because if we get in there, Tyler's definitely going to buy shots.
Guilty.
There's a great.
Guilty, my friend. What would you like? A Jameson, a lemon drop, some tequila?
Wow.
Boy, man. You went. How'd you sandwich a lemon drop between Jameson and tequila?
Well, I had Jameson on the mind because of St. Patrick's Day. I had a few of those.
Ooh, wow. Man, how about that? Coming up behind us.
I had a lemon drop last night.
I got to pickle back that one.
Coming up behind us, a couple of things here. Nico Collins, he's on with Texans All Access. And then after that, if you're not able to go somewhere and watch that Horns game, which has so much importance, you can listen to it on Sports Radio 610 because you can hear that Colorado State-Texas game coming up following the fellas on Texans All Access. Nico Collins coming up next, a guy who may get you think they do a deal with Nico before this season starts?
Wouldn't surprise me.
I would try to.
You would try to? I mean,
if I were Nico, I would.
If you were Nico.
If I was Nico, I'd hold off.
I was going to say, I'd hold off. I wonder if they were, because he's talked about, I mean, clearly.
If I'm the Texans, I'm trying to get that sucker knocked out as quick as I can.
Done, and see if you can get a little ease on that. Yeah. Wow, how about that? All right, Texans All Access coming up behind us. Shout out to the Fighting Rich Lords, the Dayton Flyers who come through. Charles Barkley is sitting up here who has no idea who was on either one of the teams, and I'll be honest with you, Charles, I only got about 2 players as well. But what a game that was. It's a fun day. It's the first day of the tournament. Clint, great job.
That's how the hell you do it, boys.
Tyler, great job. Shout out to Eddie F. Green. We appreciate you joining us. I'm Ron Hughley, as always, Houston. We love you, baby. Have you done it this year? No draw. My second time this week.
No, I don't like the way it feels bouncing around, you know?
Well, 2 out of...
Well, let's pump the brakes a bit here.
What?
I mean,
I'm just trying.
What are you saying? Like he Kendrick Perkins.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I mean,
bouncing around.
Cam Whitmore is up and coming. You have a lot of talented guys that have to share the ball. Yeah, I saw it. It'd be hard to concentrate and make the shot, but I know the reaction to me, if I missed the shot with James throwing it to me, I think he'd be a little more upset about it. But
always seems to know the way. Then I look at you.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What's the grade you have through this first phase of free agency?
I got a B, Ron. I could probably get to